Hello! Our season begins inside the Messina System, a system that had yet been discovered. Planet Earth was located just off of the Rima trade route, which went all the way from the deep core to the outer rim. Earth itself was at the very end of the Rima trade route, near Dagobah and Utapau. Though Earth was just off of it, and it had been undiscovered, that is until this year, 42 BBY. Currently, there was a band of Jedi going out to numerous planets in the Outer Rim. This was an annual trip in which the Jedi brought back Force-sensitive children to the Jedi Temple. Of course, for the most part, the Outer Rim had been mapped out, but not the entire galaxy. It was just too large. The Jedi had finished their routes, but they ended up jumping out of hyperspace to an odd location. They had never been here before. They were on the Hydian Way, bouncing around near Mustafar and planets like Atravis and Ratan, but they weren't near there. They were closer to Utapau, but they also weren't at the planet of Askaj. While the Jedi were entering a new solar system, there were people on the third planet from the Sun. Down on the planet of Earth, near the Italian peninsula and within the Mediterranean Sea, was a small island, inside the port city Messina and under the shadow of Mount Etna. Janus Palumbo walked the streets of the ancient city. The year was 217 BC. And it was a modern beauty of the Mediterranean. Messina was located at the edge of the island of Sicily and nearly connected to the tip of the Italian boot. Janus Palumbo was born into partisan class of the Roman Empire. He was an upper-class man who frequented this beautiful city. Word had just come back from the troops of the Second Punic War. Reports were trickling in about the Battle of Lake Trasimene, which was an absolute disaster for the Roman forces. Nearly 15,000 men had been killed. It was a tragic loss to the Romans. They were genuinely worried about the possibility of losing the Second Punic War. Janus was very disappointed. The legion from Sicily was 400 strong, and he sent them off to join up with the rest of the Roman army. He believed that they would have survived or even just come back victorious, but this Hannibal individual had been victorious before, and he seemed to be winning more and more battles. Janus walked down to the barracks of Messina to see the troops training. He crossed his arms and thought about what would become of these men when they were ready to join the war effort. Sicily at this point was sending away nearly 1,200 troops to the bulk of the Roman army. Of course, not all their troops were sent to the Roman army. Being that Sicily sat on the Mediterranean all alone, it needed to have active troops in case of an invasion. After inspecting the troops, Janus continued walking throughout the city streets. He was a consul in the city, and was also a representative who would be sent to the Republic of Rome from time to time. Nothing too large, but simply to inform the Republic of what Messina needed in terms of supplies, and also to know what Messina would send to Rome and the rest of the Roman Empire. It was a functional system, and Janus was proud to be a part of it. The Palumbos of Messina were one of the very many long-standing upper-class houses on the port city and on the island itself. Janus's father was one of the few individuals still alive from when the Romans took over Sicily. Their family garnered great wealth and power, but because of Janus's father, they were able to keep some of their wealth as well as some of their power. Inside of Janus's home, there was his family. As per traditional for partisans, the entire family lived with him. Though the family wasn't exactly large, there was his wife Aurelia and their son Titus. On the other hand, both of Janus's parents were alive, and exclusively Aurelia's mother too. They did have a dog, but it was just like any of the other dogs in the neighborhood. It mostly stayed outside of the residence, but from time to time it would wander around, getting food from other people and so forth. When Janus returned home, he picked up his son and held him on his shoulder, walking out to the top balcony of his home. The home had a great view, depicting just enough of the sea and just enough of Mount Etna. It was absolutely beautiful. It was a good life. Janus started talking to his son as the day slowly turned to night in the dim twilight. Janus lit a torch on the balcony and began talking. Janus told Titus that the world was his, as he lifted his finger and pointed towards the night sky. Without light pollution, the entire galaxy could be seen from the small balcony in Messina. Janus told his son that the gods and the stars would always be with him. Jupiter would always look down on him with favorability, and he would guide Titus to finding all the successes in his life. There was so much that Titus had in front of him, that as long as he trusted the gods and the path they laid before him, he could become a true leader, if he wanted so. If he chased the way of the warrior, then Minerva would guide him. If he wished to travel the vast seas of the globe, then Neptune would be with him. Titus looked at his father, and then the torch blew out. Janus looked over at the extinguished torch and wondered how that could be possible. There wasn't even a gust of wind, let alone a little breeze. It was silent. Janus told Titus that the day where the world would be his would come, but for tonight, it was time for rest. Janus wouldn't say a word about the thing that just happened, and shrugged it off. It would be superstitious to believe that it was something else or anything else, even though his 2-year-old son had been a bit out there, to say the least, since birth. Janice and Aurelia hadn't said a word about it because they believed that it wasn't really a good idea. There was no saying that the Romans would treat him like an outcast, but they didn't want to test that theory. Outside of Earth, the Jedi shuttle continued flying towards the sun of the solar system. They were using their scanners to search across the entire system and see if there were any populated planets. They weren't concerned about planets with living conditions because there are plenty of those planets in the galaxy that weren't exactly livable, but people could live on them. However, they were just scanning for life forms on these planets. There was one planet in the system where they could see a population. Though there was one issue. The population wasn't exactly civilized. The few Jedi Masters inside the shuttle discussed it with each other, if it would be worthwhile to land on the planet or not. The Jedi were under directive to not engage with planets with populations that hadn't yet been exposed to the galaxy or the technology of the galaxy. There was a genuine sound reason for doing so, which was they could severely freak out the population and become revered as gods. The Jedi weren't gods, and they didn't want to become revered as such. It was an initiative started during the era of the High Republic, of which the Jedi in the Outer Rim saved the planet from a group of pirates, and the population, which hadn't been assimilated to the galaxy, revered the Jedi as gods. In that particular circumstance, it made sense, because the Jedi saved them, but they couldn't just be held up as gods. So the Republic came in and helped assimilate the planet so that they could see the Jedi as protectors and knights rather than gods. The Jedi began piloting down towards the planet and arrived over the Atlantic Ocean. They picked up a large population towards the east, and so they began flying east. There was no visible land for a good while until they saw two separated pieces of continents, one to the north and another to the south. The population density was rather small, so they continued into what seemed to be a sea surrounded by two large continents. They continued down and saw an island, nearly connected by a large piece of the continent. There was a large mountain nearby, and so the Jedi flew down into the middle of the night and landed their vessel on the mountain, hidden within the trees. Jedi Master Jera Kron told the other Jedi that she would go out into the night and return within one planetary cycle. She could feel that there was someone here on the planet, someone tightly connected to the Force. She also brought with her a pocket translator. Typically, protocol droids would be used to do this for people, but for the Jedi, they carried pocket translators so that they could pick up on native dialect and figure out how to speak Galactic Common through such dialect. It would take a while for the translator to piece everything together, but if Master Kron walked through a crowded city long enough with the translator on, then it would likely be able to put pieces of the sentences together and word structures and so forth. Of course, the dialect for her, after translated, would be a little rough around the edges, and it would come off like a 5-year-old talking to an adult, but it would be better than just trying to simply tell them that she was from another planet in a large galaxy. Master Kron walked down from Mount Etna as she felt the Force within the planet. There was a strong sense of the Force here, but it was because the Force was uninfluenced by the galaxy around it. This happened a lot on planets where the galaxy wasn't actively present. For a Jedi, especially to be on a planet like Earth, without the radical influence of the galaxy, it was nearly intoxicating. As Kron got down from the mountain, she stopped and got to her knees. The trees that covered the mountain shielded her from a late-night sprinkle. She put her hand down in the mud and felt through the living Force on the planet. There was a child here, a child of the Force. Master Kron couldn't figure out the exact age of the child, but she did know that the child had a powerful enough aura in the Force, which for the Jedi would likely be enough for that child to be welcomed into the Jedi Order. The Jedi were strict on their selection process, so Master Kron had to be hopeful that this child was below the age of 3. If the child was any older, then it could cause some issues for acceptance within the Jedi Order. Jera got up and walked down towards a nearby city that sat under Mount Etna. She raised her robes over her head as the dawn began to glimmer above the edge of the earth. The early risers and the lower class workers were already out. The few farmers that had farms that led to Messina were in front of her as she walked down a dirt road. The working class was already on the move. She got a couple of weird looks because someone typically of her stature wouldn't be out during this time of day, but no one really cared. Kron's translator turned on and she was picking up on the dialect of the working class. She carried forward towards the city itself. It was a beautiful city. When the sun crept up into the sky, more individuals dressed like her left their abodes, though some of the individuals were wearing longer outfits. Most of them preferred tunics, considering they were much more practical and much more comfortable under the Mediterranean sun. Kron got to the edge of the town and looked out at the beautiful cove where the docks were filled with sailors. Some of the sailors were on their boats preparing to leave, and others were just getting out into the harbor. Jara was thoroughly impressed. She'd seen many planets with populations without technology, but this one was by far the most impressive. Though the other planets she saw, she never walked amongst its people. Near the topmost part of the city, Janus gave his love to his wife and his son before he walked out of his home. The city streets were bustling, and the smell of bread, iron, smoke, and the sea filled his nose. Nothing was more perfect. Typically, the baker didn't sell edged pieces of loaves of bread and ended up giving them to dogs that frequented the neighborhood. And so if a partisan wished to have a piece, he wasn't required to, but he wanted to. The baker and Janus were friendly with each other, but truthfully, nothing was better than a little focaccia in the morning. It was a great piece of bread to start the day with. Not too filling, not too light, just perfect. If Janus was lucky, he'd be able to snag a piece of prosciutto to go along with his bread. Life was great as a partisan, as Janus moved to the beautiful edge of the topmost part of the city. He looked down and smiled. Sure, the losses of yesterday meant he would have to prepare the loved ones who lost their fathers, sons, and brothers in combat. Janus looked out at the port and kept an eye out for any Roman vessels, just to be sure he wasn't expecting any noblemen or fellow partisans from across the small strait to visit him. When Janus finished his focaccia, he made his way down into the governmental building in the city. As an upper-class individual, he had plenty of luxuries, but he also had to carry his own weight. During the day, his home would be approached by a young woman. When the door was answered, it was Aurelia. She saw a young woman and was very confused, but with the help of the translator, Jedi Master Kron told the woman that she would like a moment to speak with her. Aurelia told Kron that she didn't permit lower-class individuals into her home. There would be no speaking to her. Master Kron pleaded with Aurelia, but the woman seemed adamant that there was no place for Kron here. Between the hood and the rough dialect and the fact that Aurelia was alone, there was nothing in the world that would separate her from Titus. To her, it was just a precautionary thing. Master Kron could feel the force from inside the house, but she couldn't just break in and enter. She would wait, learn more of the dialect, and prepare herself for another conversation. So since she was waiting, she needed to find another outfit, one that would allow her to fit more in with the times and the customs, especially with the customs of those associated with the partisans. The day moved by slowly, as the sun moved up above the sky. It got much hotter. Jara was thrown off a bit by the heat, and her choice in wear was a lovely gown. She felt regret because it was really hot. A tunic would have been much better of a look for her, but she couldn't hide her Jedi robes under the tunic. She could hide the robes under a gown though. Though even Jara had to admit, the gown was luscious. It was very fitting and it made her look elegant as ever, almost making her wish the Jedi still donned the robes of the High Republic, because they had a much more beautiful, elegant look to them. Jara sprung through the street like a spring flower. And while sure it wasn't part of the mission, she might as well wait until that particular house had someone else in it so she could try and procure the child. Though with a stomach rumbling, she had to try some delicacy, which she found to be abundant. Nothing better than eating on the Mediterranean. Between the vegetables of the fields and the meats of the sea, she had herself a luxurious meal. She had much more of a day to wait, so she stayed around the same area to keep an eye on the house, but no one went in. When the day eventually got later, she saw the woman from earlier walk out of the house, and in her arms, slung over her shoulder, was a child. Jara immediately knew who this child was. It was the child connected to the Force, so she followed. The child had a little animal in his hands. It was made of clay, and inside of it was something sweet. It was a pacifier of sorts, and it was common for this era. Was it medically cleared? Not really by Galactic Republic standards, but if it worked for these people, then it worked. Jara kept her distance, following behind the child and his mother, though she distracted the child. Titus could feel the connection to the Force, and he ended up dropping his pacifier. Jara almost panicked, because she couldn't use the Force in front of the people around her, but before the pacifier smashed to the ground, it stopped, and slowly dragged up the mother's back. The child was using the Force himself to make sure he didn't lose his pacifier. Both Janus and Aurelia noticed this other times throughout their time with Titus, but neither one of them ever said a thing about it. They didn't tell Titus to stop doing it, but they also didn't acknowledge it publicly. Janus and Aurelia kept it private, because they believed that their child was a child of a god, and they believed that once their child was old enough, he would sow greatness into the Roman Empire. It's why Janus told his son every night that the world was his. Because he was under the assumption that his son was truly a god, then the world did actually belong to him, though that wasn't really quite the case for the situation. Jara followed the mother and the son into a large circular area that sat overlooking the large sea. There were beautiful pillars outside, and there was a man standing checking attendance. Aurelia and Janus met up, as he took his son and plopped him onto his own shoulder before putting his hand around his wife's hip and walking her into the amphitheater. It was the end of the work week, and what better to do as a partisan than to get some quality entertainment, the best on this side of the Messina Strait. There was a queue next to the entrance that, according to the translator, was for lower class individuals, or partisans that didn't have tickets to the event. If not everybody who had a ticket showed up, then those who were there in the line first could choose what was left out of the crowd. Of course, they would have to wait until a given time of day for that to happen, which, the way the Sicilians marked it down, was when the sun touched the tip of Mount Etna. When that happened, a limited number of individuals were let into the amphitheater. Jara was lucky enough to get in. She sat down by herself and watched over, looking into the crowd and finding the child. Jara watched the family of 3, and then the event transpired. It was certainly a much different society. In the Republic, it was common to see this type of behavior in the underground, but even in the civilized galaxy, it was robots and droids fighting with each other rather than people. For a Jedi, it was hard not to act. But she was there as a visitor, not a guardian. The strongest of the gladiators had to be the ones to settle this and survive. It was a gruesome event, and honestly, it was kind of ironic. The elegance of the crowd, they all were dressed up beautifully. In their arms were their sons and their daughters, and next to them were their small children. They all cheered it on, encouraging their favorite warrior to win the match. The arena inside of the theater itself was lit by the sunset, and next to the gladiators were dozens of torches, adding a fiery illumination to the fight. After the first one was slain, there was another group of fighters that came up. After them, there was a match between duos. It was a terrific way to end the week. And with the gladiatorial battles over, all the people would get up and begin to walk out. On the outside of the amphitheater, there were a couple of Roman legionaries. The only reason is that sometimes gladiators got a little feisty with the nobles who cheered against them, and in some circumstances, they did take it personally. If they took it personally, they, at the risk of everything, tried to kill the partisan, and it usually resulted in their own death. As the theater cleared out, Jara located the child and followed the family. It was entirely dark outside at this point, aside from the numerous torches that lined the streets of Messina. Jara, at this point, had figured out how to get into communication with the upper-class family, and when she spotted them, she caught up to them, addressing herself as partisan Jara Kron. She was a representative from Rome and she wished to speak with the two of them regarding their noble child. This for a short moment terrified the parents. They were afraid that Titus was going to be executed for what they believed was a power of the gods. Though Jara simply told the parents that she had no reason to discuss what she wanted to talk about in public and wished to talk about it with them within the quiet of their own home. Janice and Aurelia agreed to this, though they warned Jara that there were relatives within the home that would likely be awake, considering most of the Palumbos were late-nighters anyways. When they arrived inside the home, they sat the child down. Jara told Janice and Aurelia that she was truly sorry for lying to them. Janice grabbed a family heirloom off the wall and held a sword out in front of him, demanding to know what she meant. Was it an overreaction? No. Typically, people didn't just come into your home based off a lie. Jara shedded her gown and told Aurelia that she may have it if she like. She then told the two of them that she was a Jedi. They were from a planet far from here, but currently the Jedi were on Coruscant. As she said that she used the Force and laid out a small holocron on the floor. Both parents immediately thought she was a god as well. As Janice dropped the sword, the holocron turned on and both of the parents almost screamed. Jara told them that there was no need to fear. She was their ally, but she came here because there was something special about their son, and she wanted to tell them that she believed their son was destined for greatness. The Sicilians looked at the hologram and then looked back at Jara with confusion and panic. Jara knew better than to try and reason with them, so she showed them, turning off the hologram first. She then looked at their son and asked for his name, as they both stuttered out the name Titus. Jara smiled. She called Titus his name, and the little boy looked over. She asked Titus to catch the little device. Jara pulled out her communication device and lifted it up with the Force and pushed it over towards Titus. The little boy smiled and pulled it in towards him before dropping it. Jara told Titus that he did a good job. She turned to the parents and she asked if she could take a sample of his midichlorian count. The two parents didn't know what to do. Aurelia asked her what that meant. Jara smiled softly, telling them that it was a simple little prick and it would tell her how attuned to the Force their son was. Aurelia nodded her head, as Janice asked what the Force was. Jara stood up and walked over towards Titus, telling the parents that the Force was everything. It was powerful and soft. It was evil and good, but it was the makeup of the entire galaxy. It kept the planets in alignment and it gave life to the weakest of individuals. It was the life force of everything in the galaxy. She pricked Titus's arm and then waited for the readings to come back. Jara looked up and told the parents that the Jedi use the Force for good, but an ancient religion used the Force for bad. It was no longer a threat though, considering they hadn't seen them in over a millennia. Jara told the parents that if Titus was adequate to the Jedi requirements, then she would request to take their son to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Though she did tell the two of them that they would likely never see their son again, as attachments were forbidden within the Jedi Temple. However, their son son would become part of a larger effort to provide assistance, relief, peace, and happiness to the galaxy. The Jedi were meant to keep the harmony in the galaxy, and Titus would contribute to that. Jara told them that she would not force their hand, as it was not the Jedi way. She got a transmission back, and she was fairly impressed. A child this far out in the galaxy with a midichlorian count of 13,700. Jara told the two that Titus had a potential to become a very powerful Jedi, though the goal in the end was not to become powerful. The goal was to become wise, to use knowledge, have serenity, create harmony, and sow peace. There was so much that their son could be presented with, but they had to be willing to allow it. Janice looked at his wife, and the two of them started talking. Aurelia told Janice that he was the heir to the family, but it was as Janice told his son every night. Titus had the gods with him. His path was right in front of him. If he had a decision to make, then he would be guided by the gods. But Aurelia told Janice that the decision needed to be made by them. She continued suggesting that they feared what would happen to him if his powers were discovered here on Sicily. He could be safe with the Jedi. She continued suggesting that what they feared could happen here if his powers were ever discovered. He could be safe with the Jedi, or he just would be safe with the Jedi. Janice nodded his head, telling Aurelia that he wanted to say goodbye to his son first. The two parents told Jara that their son was meant to become a Jedi. He would follow her path and do what it was that he was guided to do. Jara smiled, allowing the parents to say goodbye. The grandparents would get their goodbyes as well, and then Jara would take Titus back to her shuttle. After one full planetary rotation, the Jedi now had one more child to take with them back to the Jedi Temple. Jara put Titus inside of an infant pod and closed it up. For children this young, space could be extremely trying, especially if your species hadn't yet been around in space before, so covering the pod would make life a little easier during the travel time. Plus, from time to time, the conditions would be too difficult for a child to survive, and subsequently they would die in transportation. The ship lifted off as Jara told her fellow Jedi colleagues about her experiences on Messina. The Jedi suggested that when they returned to the Jedi Temple, they archive the information and the coordinates for the planet inside the Jedi archives. Jara smiled and nodded her head, telling them that they would call this system the Messina System. Their vessel hyperspace jumped over to the planet Ratan on the Hydian Way, and then from the Hydian Way they would use hyperspace runs to the Corellia run, all the way back to the deep core, and then to the planet of Coruscant. When they entered the atmosphere, the Jedi Temple was visible. The grandeur sight was something to take in. For an infant of the Force, the first time seeing the temple would fall in line with the rest of those early memory images that every Jedi remembered. For Titus, he would remember Messina, because as adults of the Force, those memories resided forever. Jara would take Titus and the rest of the children of the Force to the interior of the temple, where they would go through all the necessary examinations, just to ensure that they were worthy of becoming Jedi. Our story continues inside the Grand Jedi Temple. This was a wondrous building, large, filled with so much history and power. There were so many things as younglings that the Jedi were taught about their order. The rise of the ancient Jedi, created nearly 25,000 years before. Of course, that order no longer existed, and in its place was something completely new and retrofitted for a modern galaxy, as was the sign of the times. The Jedi always felt like they needed to update their style to fit the galaxy they sat within. The Jedi always evolved, and they continued to do so. Today was an exciting day inside the Jedi Temple. Well, no one really knew if it was that exciting. There was news traveling around the temple itself. Not everyone was fully aware of what it was. As a youngling, Titus was just like the rest of the class, unaware of what the meaning of this was. The day started as it typically did for Titus. He and his class of younglings went to the far side of the temple. There was a ledge, and they went there for their morning meditation. The purpose of this meditation was to give the Jedi breath into the new day. It was very soothing, and the Jedi recommended that knights and even masters follow the same procedure. Not every Jedi did, but for the most part, Jedi all across the temple would do this exercise. For the younglings, they did it in public, for example, classrooms, ledges, the Jedi garden in the Great Hall, or even on the steps of the temple, wherever the class wanted to go during that given day. Other Jedi within the Order and within the temple itself would typically do these meditative exercises in their rooms, and if they were off-world, well, they made it work if they followed it. These morning meditations lasted from the first set of dawn until around an hour afterwards. The meaning of these meditations was to feel the Force around them. Coruscant was an ancient planet, covered in cities now, but once it was not covered in the concrete jungle. Every Jedi, when they were about 5 or 6 years old, would take a class trip to the center of the city and Monument Plaza, where the last last visible piece of Coruscant could be seen. It was from the Minari mountain range, and the summit itself was called Umate. The reason the younglings traveled here was for a much deeper reason than sightseeing. Sure, tourists from all around the galaxy got to come here and see the mountain covered by a city, but for the Jedi it led them to building a connection to the planet itself. Sure, the cities were alive, but Coruscant too was alive. The planet was a living being, and the Jedi believed that they needed a connection to the planet to be sufficient as Jedi. For the younglings, this was a virtuous step in understanding the harmony of the Force, because Coruscant wasn't light as a whole, there was darkness. The Jedi understood the darkness and they did not fear it. When they did their morning meditations, they remembered the presence of the darkness. They understood its existence and why it was there. However, they slowly, as they grew up, began to disregard it, because the darkness itself was not a threat to them or their kind. Titus's meditation began with him kneeling at the edge of the temple. His instructor told the class to take their focus away from the busyness of the city and focus purely on the Force itself, and to focus not just on the Force, but on the breathing of the planet. For the Jedi, using the Force was as simple as it was to breathe, but to connect to the root of where they were was essential to life itself. So Titus listened to his instructor, as he had done every day since he arrived here at the Jedi Temple. Titus could feel the planet of Coruscant breathing, down through the summit of Umate, all the way down to the dead soil beneath the cities of Coruscant. He could feel the critters crawling around in the underbelly of Coruscant. He could hear the breeze in the trees atop of the residential buildings in the sea of the city. After the first hour of the day was done, the Jedi younglings moved to their next task, which for them would be Yuja Tea. The younglings would split their decision on where they would do this. Most of the time it was in the same location where they were at during their morning meditation, mostly so they didn't have to waste time wandering at the temple trying to find a suitable unoccupied location. The temple had 10,000 individuals, most of which were present, so there was limited room elsewhere throughout the temple. Yuja Tea was a study and practice of a more elegant movement for the Jedi. This consisted of simple movements that required a simple central balance, or moving around on the lesser used limbs of your body. Yuja Tea was a combination of the meditation during the beginning parts of the day, and the focus of the mind and soul. Yuja Tea was for the body and for the heart. These were all interlocked, as they were meant to be. The core to be a Jedi was serenity, and these Jedi had that. They practiced it and they loved it. Each Yuja Tea session was different, especially depending on location. It could get more physically challenging. For example, where Titus and his class were today, on the outer edge of the Jedi Temple, their Yuja Tea session would include a lot of focus on balance and harmony, while standing on your hands next to the edge, almost about to fall off. Of course, there were other forms of Yuja Tea if one could not perform the task physically, such as standing on one leg. Yuja Tea was always a great joy for the Jedi, and they all enjoyed it. Not long after Yuja Tea, which went on for about another hour, the younglings would have their first course of the day. The children of the temple were fed insane portions, but it was necessary. They were growing children, and even more than that, children of the Force. If you thought a normal child could eat out your entire stash of food, imagine what a ravenous child with the power of the Force could do. Though because the children had a regiment lifestyle, they immediately moved on to their next task, which after eating was learning. Their learning was a line of several topics. Older younglings got to choose what they wanted because they were about to become Padawans. Younglings below the age of 10 had to perform in all the basic classes: maths, sciences, histories, political atmospheres, difficult decision making, and much more. For younglings, they had to undergo all the difficult learning first, because as Jedi, over the past 25,000 years, realized and learned is that children of the Force absorb and retain a lot more information early on, and they held it for much longer. So topics like politics and difficult decision-making weren't too insane for 9-year-olds to learn. Above the age of 10, students had basics, but aside from that, they could choose mostly what they wanted to learn. At this point, they didn't know if they would find any interest in becoming a counselor, a sentinel, or a guardian. These classes helped them down their path of selection, because it wasn't an easy choice. The youngling classes typically lasted for 4 straight hours. After that was an hour straight of lightsaber training, and then the younglings were set free for 3 hours. They could play, eat, work, learn, spend time inside anywhere in the temple, and so on. But after 3 hours, it was time to regather with the class for one final lesson, and then after that, one final meditative hour as the city descended into dusk. Younglings, for their final hour during the day, would choose between meditation and yuja tea. It was entirely a personal decision allowed from the youngest age of which you could make a decision, but the purpose was to aid individuals with going to sleep. Every kid was different, and both techniques typically worked for every student. Currently, Titus was in his second hour of free time, but it was about to come to an end. There were mere minutes until he had to meet up with his class inside of the Great Hall of the Jedi Temple. Though he knew where his class was going. Today they were going to be learning with Master Jocasta Nu inside the Jedi Archives. Though minutes before Titus had to be with his class, he caught wind of something traveling around the Jedi Temple. It was weird. A lot of Jedi inside the temple, who were typically quiet or even unemotional, were vibrant all of a sudden. There was a lot of conversation traveling around the temple, but not everyone knew yet. As a youngling, it was a bit scary, admittedly. Titus looked up at the Jedi. He was shorter than all of them. He was still a boy, of course he was. He kept hearing words, though none of them made any sense without any coordination. He heard the word boy, and then he heard the word lightsaber. There was another word, but he kept hearing hood a lot. Maybe it was wood. Titus thought that maybe it was something that happened on a wooden world. He didn't know. Maybe it wasn't a boy. Maybe it was a toy or a ploy. He didn't know what to think. Lightsaber was the only one he could actually really identifiably make out. Titus made his way to the class and caught up. All of his peers were talking about it, but they too didn't know what it was. One of the little boys told someone that he heard that Jedi Master Plo Koon was involved, though another boy said it was likely Quinlan Vos who did something, considering he was always up to something. The instructor corrected the boy, telling him to refer to Quinlan Vos as Master Quinlan Vos. The boy nodded his head. A girl perked up and told one of her close friends that she heard it was something to do with the Mon Calamari and how the planet was traveling towards the core. That didn't make any sense. Titus looked over at his friends and asked her what she had heard. She shook her head, telling Titus that she didn't know. She was just trying to listen to all the conversations around her, but they were unintelligible. They didn't make any sense. Every so often you hear a planet get thrown around out into the conversation. Mon Calamari, then it was Kuat after that Mandalore. Someone even said the word Utapau. At least the children knew their geography, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. The instructor told their class to quiet down. They were going to be heading towards the Jedi Archives. As they walked there, they walked past Jedi Master Imogun Di and Master Saci Tin, talking to each other. It was a really odd day. Typically, one didn't see masters from the High Council more than once, but even Titus saw Depa Balaba and Yarel Poof earlier during the day. It's not like it was rare to see a master from the High Council, but the temple itself seemed to be on high alert, without actually being on high alert. When the kids entered the archives, there was a young man seated at the table with Jocasta Nu standing behind him. She told Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi that she would be right with him. She had to get the class started on their next assignment. Obi-Wan smiled and nodded his head, before waving at the younglings as they walked by. All the kids adored Obi-Wan. He was a charming young man, and he never belittled anyone. Everyone could tell he was going to be a special Jedi someday. The kids were all seated down at a reserved table within the Jedi Archives so that they could begin instruction with Jocasta Nu's program. This session, which for every youngling happened once a week, consisted of something new for them to learn. It was either a scavenger hunt or an astrological study. Other times it was a space route, corridor, or run that could be used to get from point A to point B. Most of it was all programmed into a computer terminal inside the tablets that the Jedi had. They were all presented as games to children, but they were really informational, and they were constructed to assist younglings in remembering and memorizing all the different aspects of the galaxy around them. It was incredibly important to make sure the younglings felt a tangible grip with the galaxy they were in. Titus sat down and got straight to work. He was a quiet boy. He didn't do much in the way of being rambunctious or anything. Not a goody two-shoes, but he also wasn't a bad boy. A nice happy medium, if you will. He did what he was asked, and he didn't really ever think about it deeper than what it was on the surface level. As Titus got to work, he looked over his shoulder and saw Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn grab Obi-Wan's attention and start walking with him away. Jocasta Nu kept trying to push the children a little harder. The mind games were always difficult, but they were meant to be. There was nothing easy about being a Jedi, and that's something these kids always needed to know. After the lesson with Jocasta Nu, the student's instructor picked them up and took them back to the meditation chambers. This time, it was a more secluded space. She requested that all the children get onto their knees. The instructor got down onto her knees too. She spoke softly, but also very somberly. She told the students that there was a bit of trouble that the Jedi had learned about today. Now, it wasn't anything super negative, at least as far as the Jedi were aware of, but it involved Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn. The students were confused. They all saw Qui-Gon Jinn only an hour before. Surely nothing bad could have happened to him. The instructor told the class that what had been circulating around the temple, since shortly before their instruction with Jocasta Nu began, was that Master Qui-Gon Jinn faced down a dark side acolyte. While it was unknown at the moment if this was a Sith or not, The individual donned a crimson blade, and he knew the Jedi arts very well. When the sentence finished, it felt like all the air was sucked out of the room. The children all looked at each other, with a very easy-to-read fear on their faces. The instructor continued to tell the younglings that for the past couple of days there had been a lot of negativity in the galaxy. The Jedi Order had been trying to keep it hidden from the younglings for the time being, but there was no hiding it after revelation of the possible Sith. The Jedi Council wanted to keep it on the down low, but news traveled fast. The instructor told the students that a couple days ago, the Trade Federation set up a blockade around the peaceful planet of Naboo. Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi were dispatched to the planet to resolve an issue with the Trade Federation, but that clearly wasn't the case for the situation. She told her class that they would trust the Force during this process. Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his Padawan were heading towards Naboo with the Queen of Naboo to repair this issue surrounding this mysterious figure. The instructor admitted that she didn't know if it was a return of the Sith or not, but that's likely what the younglings would hear until the mysterious figure was brought to justice. The instructor told the class to not worry about anything until everything was over and done with. Surely, nothing wrong would happen. Across the galaxy in the Outer Rim, the Palumbo family was doing as well as ever, and Rome was too. Janice had just received news that the Romans had won an incredible battle upriver in central Italy. The Battle of Metaras was a crucial win for the Romans, considering the war had been going on for the last 10 years or so. It looked like the Republic of Rome could prove to become victorious in this war. Janice and Aurelia in the last couple of years had themselves another child. This was a 3-year-old daughter by the name of Luna. She was just like her older brother, which worried her parents. It took them 7 years worth of trying to finally land the target, and Luna showed signs of the magic abilities that the Jedi mentioned to them before. Though it had been 3 years since Luna was born, and without the Jedi showing up, it seemed like Luna would be free from having to worry about intergalactic turmoil. Janice was really excited about that because he didn't want to get rid of another child. Giving children away to the Jedi was a really difficult task for a parent to do, especially because it's like the child died, but they were out in the galaxy doing anything else without the child ever knowing who their parents were. Janice many times thought about how much he regretted letting go of his son, and how if Luna ever showed signs that he would never do it again. But Aurelia told Janice that if the Jedi returned, it would be Luna's decision if she wanted to go with the Jedi or not. Janice knew he couldn't disagree with that. Well, he could, but he didn't think it would be a good idea to try and stop it if it was the case. He didn't want to think about it too often because he was hoping the Jedi would just pass by and never pick up on it. Though Janice had a very important task to tend to. He was escorting a group of 2,400 legionaries from Sicily to Rome. It was a very long journey, and it was to reinforce the troops that were fighting off the Carthaginians in the continental Italian peninsula. Janice told his wife that he loved her. Since his son had vanished into the galaxy, his father had died, and his mother-in-law had passed away just a year before. It had been a heavy decade, but the Palumbos were working through it. Janice gave his love to his daughter and expected to see his little Luna when he returned, smiling and then leaving. It was a beautiful day in Messina. The sun was glistening, and Janice's day was off to a great start with a handful of focaccia as he made his way down to the docks. He got to travel separately. When he landed on the mainland, he would go on horseback and lead the troops all the way up to the capital. It was once a year when Janice had to leave Sicily, so it wasn't anything too uncommon for him to do. It was just a bit of a hassle. All the dirt and cobble roads, while on horseback or even in a chariot, was a bit of a pain. But it beat marching on it, so he had no real room to complain or worry about it. During this time, Aurelia wouldn't do much other than spend time with her daughter. She was really excited about the prospect of having her daughter with her, because typically the journey from Sicily to Rome would take a couple of weeks. Considering the vessels would sail out of Messina all the way up to Naples, and then from there, the hike would take a little bit more than 2 or 3 days, sometimes 4 or 5, depending on the weather. On top of that, Janice would end up inside of Rome for close to a week, and then the trip back, of course. Though Janice didn't resent it, he liked it a lot, and before Luna was born, he and Aurelia went to Rome together. But the journey wasn't exactly the trip they wanted to take with the child. Besides, no one liked crying babies on long boat rides, so it was saving everyone else the pain too. On Messina, Aurelia and Luna were out at a local restaurant and sitting outside with Luna's grandmother. Everything was perfect. The day was beautiful. It was closer to the end of the year, and the weather was a little cooler, but not cold. Of course, it was the Mediterranean, but the sun was popping in and out of the clouds, and the breeze was gentle off the port, and Messina was as beautiful as always. Mother-in-law and daughter were having glasses of wine that had been saved for the last 50 years. Part of the benefit of being patricians is that you got access to the luxuries that no one else got. The wine these two were drinking was one of the final bottles that the family had saved. The batch of wine made was actually planted in the ground before Sicily became part of the Republic of Rome. Obviously, it was harvested and created afterwards. It was an exquisite taste. Aurelia told her mother-in-law that she was going to grab some bread from the bakery and some cheeses as well. She would be back momentarily. When Aurelia got up and walked away, Luna's grandmother started talking to her in the loving, caring way that a grandmother could always do, not expecting any of it to make any sense to Luna. The little girl was just so happy sitting in her grandmother's lap that it didn't really make a difference. Around the corner, Aurelia ran into a familiar face and her heart was filled with sadness. Master Jera Kron looked at Aurelia with almost a bit of shame in her face. She informed the Sicilian woman that her child drew the attention of the Force and of the Jedi, and she would like permission to run a test. Aurelia's heart broke into a million pieces. She didn't want to, but she was curious. Master Kron told Aurelia that she didn't need to do it if she didn't want to. It was just time for Master Kron to come here and see if the ripples in the Force were correct. Aurelia told Jara that she could do it. She didn't want to admit it, but she was curious. How could she not be? This would be 2 for 2 godly children. Maybe Aurelia and Janice were special too. Jara nodded her head and walked with Aurelia back to the grandmother and little Luna. Jara, similarly as she did to Titus, smiled softly and knelt down, telling Luna that this would only hurt a little. The grandmother looked at Aurelia and didn't say a word. Luna got her little prick and then went back to doing what she was doing. Jara sat down on the table with the other 2 women, while they simply sat impatiently, waiting for the results to come back. Jara took a deep breath when she saw the midichlorian count. She spoke up telling the 2 women that the child had a midichlorian count of 14,300, nearly 600 higher than her older brother. Jara told the women that to have 2 children with the Force was rare, but to have 2 exceptionally talented children was even more so. Jara reiterated to them that she would not take Luna with her if they did not want her to come. Jara then asked where Janice was. Aurelia was surprised that after all these years, she remembered the name of her husband. But Jara did, and she wanted to be as personal as possible. She was a Jedi. She didn't carry normal emotions, though she knew it was difficult sometimes for parents to give up their children, especially on primitive worlds like Earth. Aurelia looked at her mother-in-law with tears in her eyes as she nodded her head. Aurelia knew her children were destined for greatness. Every parent believed that their child were destined, but Titus and now Luna were special, and they knew it. Aurelia said goodbye to her daughter. The tragedy for her would be telling her husband that Luna was taken by the Jedi, and while Janice and Aurelia agreed that Luna would make the decision, Aurelia made it for her. Life would surely be easier for Luna away from Earth, with a civilization that attained intergalactic travel. Jara picked up the child and took Luna to the starship she arrived on. On Coruscant, worry was filling the entire Jedi Temple. News was slowly filling the temple. Youngling Titus Palumba wasn't aware of what was going on, because currently he was performing in front of a cohort of peers, masters, and soon-to-be masters. All the younglings a part of Titus's class were showing off their skills and passing their trials so that they could be picked by a Jedi waiting to have a new student. Master Yoda was here, overseeing the trials. Half of the Jedi Council was here too. Plo Koon, Saesee Tiin, Depa Billaba, Opa Rancis, Adigalia. Yoda tapped his cane on the ground, and immediately Titus began his Padawan trials. Every Padawan had to complete these trials, and currently Titus was on the last trial. Focus. The other 8 of 9 trials he'd completed were teamwork, isolation, fear, anger, betrayal, forgiveness, instinct, and protection. Titus's best trial was teamwork, and his most difficult one to overcome was anger. He was a powerful young student. By no means was he Mace Windu, but he was strong. His birth planet contributed to his strength in the Force, but his anger could very easily turn him away from the ways of the Jedi. The focus test, which is what he was doing, was about a Jedi's concentration and their ability to allow the Force to guide them. In front of the Jedi gathered, Titus leapt through the air, spinning 3 times and landing on his tippy toes. He closed his eyes and reached around and ignited his lightsaber, and an emerald blade shot out of it. 3 probe droids dropped down from the ceiling as Titus planted his foot down, holding his balance, spinning the blade around his body, blocking every single shot that came his way, using the Force to knock out the droids. He then jumped through the air and landed on his other foot, sheathing his lightsaber and then slowly falling down to his knees and looking up at Master Yoda. The Grand Master told Titus that he had passed his Padawan trials. As soon as Yoda said this, the Master of the Order walked in. Titus stood up and walked over to the set of seats where the other Padawans were. Mace knelt down and spoke to Yoda privately. When Yoda heard the information, he told Mace to prepare the council to go to the planet of Naboo. He also suggested that Mace see if Master Dooku would like to accompany the council to Naboo as well. Yoda turned around and with a straight face he told all the masters and knights ready to take on their new students to stand up and prepare to select their student. All the Jedi who were already Jedi Masters were able to go first. A couple of the other kids in the class were picked before Titus. This wasn't a big deal. Most of the time, Jedi Masters picked students based off of their personalities, because it was more so about the personality of a student rather than the skills of a student. If a student had the difficult personality, then they would be a pain to deal with, and established Masters, especially those who had that before, didn't want to do that again. Some did, but that wasn't the scenario for most of them. Titus waited, and then a Jedi Master walked up to him. This was a very tall Jedi, but it was much different than any of the other Jedi present in the room, even throughout the temple. His species was rare to come across in general, but he was a Trandoshan, and his name was Master Bemas. The Trandoshan Jedi was an established Jedi Master, having trained one other Jedi student in his lifetime. Trandoshans tend to live for a solid 60 years averagely, but being that Master Bemas was a Force user, he could likely live past that marker for a long while. Regardless, Usk asked Titus if he would mind becoming a student, to which Titus was incredibly excited. He was thrilled for the opportunity to learn from a Jedi Master of such caliber. The Master and Apprentice duo started walking out of the room. When they got there, the collection of High Council members that were in the room were standing in a circle. There were a couple of audible words, but neither Usk or Titus could hear them. They started walking in a different direction. Walking towards them was a saddened-looking Master Yaddle. She walked by the two Jedi and told the other council members that Master Dooku would not be accompanying them to the planet of Naboo. Master Usk, being Trandoshan, heard all of it, and he turned around and stopped. Titus looked up at his new master and asked what was wrong. Usk turned around and looked at his student. He said that one of the Jedi sent to Naboo had been killed in the conflict. They started down the hallway again. As Usk admitted, it was shameful that a Jedi had to be killed in the process of freeing Naboo from the Trade Federation. But Qui-Gon Jinn was now one with the Force, and that's all that was needed to be said about it. Titus told his master that there seemed like there was something wrong in the Force. Usk told Titus that he was highly attuned with the Force, and because of that, he was able to pick up on these types of things a little easier. But the death of Qui-Gon Jinn certainly would be a reason he felt this. Titus shook his head, admitting that there was something else that made him feel this way. Usk told Titus that they would figure it out on a later date, but for now, it was time for them to get to know each other. On the other side of the galaxy, in the Outer Rim, Janus returned to his home. When he entered, it was quiet. Way too quiet. He heard coughing and ran up the stairs to find his mother laying ill in bed. Janus asked what happened, to which Aurelia told him that she didn't know. She was fine up until that night, and then after dinner she felt sick. It turned out to be a severe case of food poisoning. Janus asked where little Luna was, and then when Aurelia turned around, his heart shattered. He turned towards the door and got to his feet, walking away. His breathing shallowed, and he walked into the hallway. His head spun around in circles, and he stumbled out onto the balcony with tears in his eyes. His heart was killing him, and when he got to the balcony, he fell over, with a broken heart. Aurelia came out to see if he was alright. He certainly wasn't. He asked why she let Luna go, and Aurelia told a soft lie, saying that it was what Luna's decision was, not hers, just as they had agreed. The two of them hugged. Later that night, Janus's mother would be taken by the gods and be ushered away into death. On Coruscant, the Jedi were hiding information from the rest of the Order. Master Usk had a surprise for his young student. Master Jarrah Kron approached Titus and told him that there was someone they had brought into the temple not too long beforehand, and she had passed all the extra requirements, and she was now a member of the Jedi Order. Master Kron brought Titus to the room where his sister was, and showed her to the 12-year-old Padawan. Titus looked down at his sister and didn't really know what to say or feel. He spent his entire life following the code, so for him to see his younger sister, it was kinda like, meh. She was sleeping, so she didn't see or even notice him. Master Kron told Titus that he could be of assistance to her if he liked. As siblings inside the Jedi Temple, typically, they helped each other out. Titus nodded his head, and said that he would consider doing so. As he walked out of the room, he saw Master Windu walking alongside Ep Koth. The two Jedi were talking about a disappearance. Titus's master had been talking about it, because echoes were traveling around the temple. Some people knew, but it was just confined to the High Council. All anyone could determine is that ever since the death of Qui-Gon Jinn, things felt different. Even though former Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi had seemingly killed the Sith assassin, no one was entirely sure what to think about the predicament. Master Usk was unsure about what this could mean, but he did know that two Jedi Masters had gone missing. One of them was former council member Yaddle, and the other one was Master Dooku. Our story continues inside the Jedi Temple. Two individuals were dueling with each other. Their blades clashed against their opponents. The two of them stepped around in a circle. They were located in one of the various training halls inside the temple. The taller one held his lightsaber out in front of him, using Form 4 as the smaller one put their blade behind them and swung forward aggressively. The smaller one pushed the larger one backwards, and then the larger one, using their size to their advantage, spun away. The smaller Jedi flew to the ground as the larger one removed his mask. Titus smiled. He aged 10 years, and he stepped over to his little sister and reached his hand out towards her. Luna removed her mask and looked up at her older brother. She nodded her head and reached up for his hand. Titus pulled his little sister up and told her she was doing well. She just needed to be a little bit more patient with her moves. Luna admitted that she thought she had him that time. Titus put his hand on his sister's shoulders and told her that she was right there. When she completed her Padawan trials, her master would be very fortunate to have a student like her. Luna nodded her head. She was always the quiet type, but she also didn't have much to say. Luna held a lot on her shoulders. She wanted to be the best Jedi she could be, though she was a bit disjointed from the ways of the Jedi Order and the ways of the Code itself. Her older brother, on the other hand, closely tied himself to the Jedi Order and the Code. He believed that as a Jedi, it was his responsibility to follow the Code. He didn't force that onto his sister, but he did take every feasible moment there was as an opportunity to remind his sister about the Code and to follow it. It was kind of annoying, though it wasn't easy for the two of them being so far apart in age. Titus was 22 and Luna was 13. The year was 22 BBY. Titus was still a Padawan learner, working closely with his master Usk. Master Usk allowed his student to work with his little sister because he believed it would be better for the Order if they worked together. Titus grew up incredibly well, especially with a powerful master like Usk. Being a Trandoshan Jedi Master was an incredible feat, and it was incredibly rare to see, in which case Usk was very familiar with Luna, but he never really interacted with her. To Usk, it was very important for Titus to be a part of Luna's life, but it was always rough around the edges. Titus and Luna got along no problem, but the disconnect was elsewhere. It wasn't explicitly because of the time that Luna and Titus were brought to the temple, considering it was only a year difference in age, Titus being brought here when he was 2 and Luna when she was 3, though Luna had a lot closer of a connection to her mother and father than Titus did. It was a bit difficult for her to let go of her lineage, which every Jedi had memories of their original families in forms of images, still motion pictures inside their minds. Luna's memories were animated though. She could hear voices, see movements, watch eyes blink. It was a lot more personal for Luna than it was her brother. The first time Luna admitted she sort of missed her family, Titus told her that it was time for her to let them go. Luna was only 5 years old when that happened, and Titus was 14. He had been a Padawan for a good while, and he was starting to get a little pushy against the idea of keeping those attachments. This left a sour taste in Luna's mouth, and she couldn't really ever forget about it, because Titus wasn't quiet about it, which ended up exposing her missing her family to the instructors of the younglings. The teachers inside the temple weren't the worst, and yet they weren't the best. Their job entailed them ensuring that children moved on from their familial connections and severing any of those attachments aside from their connection to the Force itself. It was rather basic, but after some time, the behavior could get a bit more vile. Considering most children were able to sever their bond with their families when they were about 4 years old, these instructors went extra hard on the student that couldn't. So for a 5, 6, and sometimes 7-year-old who held on to those connections, they faced extreme difficulties because these instructors forced that bond out of the children. It was the way of the Jedi, and while the beautiful temple looked gorgeous from the exterior, on the interior it could be dark and tampered by the behavior of those influenced by the Code. Of course, Luna was unfortunate of joining the temple after Anakin Skywalker became a part of the temple, and he gave these instructors a lot of problems. So it's very plausible to assume that these teachers were hard on Luna because they were taking their anger out on her. Very not the Jedi way, but according to rumors, Anakin was a pain for the instructors to deal with. Though no one really knew. Most of the stories of the prophesized Chosen One were just stories students told to each other. Luna, still being so young, heard all those stories, though most of them were simply just not true. It was kids being kids, and that's all they knew. To them, Anakin was an alien, having so much power, so little control, and a vast array of emotions. Luna actually was really inspired by Anakin Skywalker. Many of the other younglings saw Anakin Skywalker as disingenuous in his care towards the Jedi Code itself. They believed he was a pompous boy who had everything gifted to him on a silver platter. It went along with the treatment young Skywalker faced as a youngling before he became Kenobi's Padawan, though Anakin wasn't seen as a hero, so there was no reason for younglings, Padawans, or anyone else to look up to him. He was a black sheep of the Order, being one of the only Jedi to wear unorthodox clothing. There was another one, but many of these younglings didn't know his name. It was like Quinlan or Qui-Gon Voss or something like like that. Luna's class would talk ill about Skywalker all the time when they had free time. Again, just passing rumors around. One girl heard that he force-choked a pirate on a mission with Obi-Wan, which led to a bunch of people being killed. Another student heard that he tried to kill Obi-Wan in a sparring match. Luna, while being a bit disconnected from her peers, would talk to her older brother about Skywalker for his opinions on him. Titus had only interacted with Skywalker once or twice, but they were relatively normal conversations. He didn't believe there was anything really wrong with Anakin, especially because if he was just different, it didn't make him weird, it just made him him. Titus respected Anakin, even though Anakin was 3 years younger than him, though Titus typically avoided sparring with the Chosen One. He was a scary opponent, and Titus made that very clear to Luna. When Anakin was 13 and Titus was just 15 years old, they sparred, and because Anakin didn't have full control of his emotions, he nearly cut off Titus's arm. Anakin had apologized after the spar, and while Titus was forgiving, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with sparring Skywalker. While the age difference was manageable for the two of them, Luna loved the stories her brother shared with her. Titus was a 22-year-old Padawan, but he had gone on many adventures with Master Usk. Usk and Titus specialized in Jedi pirating. This wasn't a typical thing for a Jedi to do, but Usk and Titus were some of the best at it. Jedi pirating entailed the two of them acting like pirates, scoundrels, or smugglers to get into crime rings and shut them down. They were one of the better duos in the Order at accomplishing these missions, and it worked really well, especially with Usk being a Trandoshan. The two of them broke down half of the course on Underworld Crime Ring on level 1313. It was a huge project and it took nearly 2 years to complete. That was a very troublesome one for Titus. These missions typically lasted for long periods of time. When he wasn't on these missions, he spent time exclusively inside the temple itself, many times with his sister. Titus could tell that there was a disconnect between the two of them, and so he tried his best to bridge that gap with his sister. Sometimes he brought back little trinkets from across the galaxy for his sister. He wasn't really supposed to do that, but Master Usk didn't really care. Luna had a little collection of trinkets in her room, but the main prize were her stories that her brother told to her. She knew that from these stories she could learn anything she wanted to learn about. Stories were the key to the galaxy and to the universe. If she learned as much as she could as a young girl, then surely she would be a great Padawan, which was right around the corner for her. Regardless, after their training session, Titus and Luna split up. Titus was getting ready for a mission with his master, and there was a ring of pirates on the Outer Rim planet of Florum where Hondo Anaka was based. Usk and Titus were being sent out there to take out his hideout and get Hondo into jail. Master Usk was hesitant about going to Florum, as he told a student that about 200 Jedi had just departed the Jedi Temple. Master Usk had never seen so many Jedi depart the temple at the same time, so he couldn't really figure out what was going on and why. There was no word about it. All he saw was an army of Jedi walk through the temple halls together. So many notable faces. Though Master Usk told his student that it was awfully peculiar, most of the present Jedi Council members, aside from Even Peel, Oppo Rancis, and a few others, went. Usk told Titus that he saw a ton of the Jedi heading towards a hangar. Titus told his master that while he and Luna were in the training session, Master Plo came into the room, whispered into the ears of a couple of the Jedi Masters who were watching before they all excused themselves from watching. Titus asked what he thought was going on. Usk told a student that he wasn't entirely sure. He ran through 100 scenarios and there was no reasonable conclusion. Master Usk and Titus were walking through the hallways and they ran into Master Sindralik, who was being escorted by a number of temple guards. Master Usk stopped the Jedi Battle Master and asked what was going on. Sindralik stopped and told the temple guards to finish preparations. Sindralik turned and told Master Usk that the entire temple was being shut down. No one would be allowed to leave or enter. All Jedi across the galaxy were being restricted to travel. Master Usk asked why and what was happening. Sindralik told Usk that he was unable to relay those orders. There was to be no communication leaving the temple either. Usk nodded his head and then asked who these orders were given by. Master Sindralik looked at Usk and then to Titus, telling him that it was under direct orders of the High Council, the Master of the Order, and the Grand Master themselves. Sindralik bowed to the two of them before carrying on. Titus looked worriedly at his master as Usk told his apprentice that they would not be going to Florum. In the meantime, they would just remain patient. There had to be a good reason for all this urgency. Titus couldn't wrap his mind around it. The two started down the hallway. Typically, temple guards were invisible. They were always around in full force, but they were like ghosts. You never really notice them if you walk past them, but right now, they could very easily be seen anywhere in the temple. Something was wrong. Usk told Titus that he should go to the archives for the time being and see if he could get his sister and keep her distracted. It was the free period at the moment where all the younglings could do what they wanted before their evening classes. Titus found his sister sitting in the Jedi Temple garden. He walked up and sat down next to her. She was sitting on the steps in front of the tree, just looking at it. Titus asked if she was alright. She just looked over at him and nodded her head. She didn't have anything to say as she closed her eyes again. A gust of breeze crested over the walls and blew through her hair. Luna felt into the Force. Titus asked her if she would like to head to the archives. She opened her eyes again and nodded her head. As Titus stood up and reached down to help her up, she grabbed his hand and he pulled her up. They started walking as Titus started to explain everything going on, about the hundreds of Jedi leaving the temple being shut down, Master Syndralic, and the whole thing. Titus opened the door and noticed his sister wasn't next to him. He looked over and ran to her side. She was on her knees holding her chest. Titus asked what was wrong. She looked up at him and a tear slid down her face. She told him that there was so much death, so much pain, something terrible had happened and she didn't know what it was. Titus tried to figure out what it was that she latched onto, but she didn't have the words. All she was feeling is what of the Force was putting out to the galaxy for her to feel. It was terrible. Titus picked up on it a little bit, but not nearly as much as Luna did. Titus put his arms around his sister and helped her to her feet. He told her that they should go inside, suggesting that she take her mind off of it. Luna shoved him away, looking at him as another tear slid down her face. She told him that this wasn't something they could just take their mind off of. It was a massacre. Something terrible had begun. For the two of them, there was nothing to lead them to know that anything terrible was going on. Titus didn't keep up with the politics of the Galactic Senate, and younglings were encouraged to avoid looking at it. The only thing in the Senate that was so large was a military creation bill. This bill gave Palpatine the power to create a grand army of the Republic, which by happenstance had already been built. Luna looked at her brother with a glare as she asked him how he could just ignore this great pain. How could he just be looking to look away? Titus shook his head. He told her that he wasn't looking away, but accepting that in this moment there was nothing he could do about it. When he had the opportunity to do something, he would. Her face turned red. She told him that he was a Jedi, and if Jedi were meant to do the right thing, then why wasn't he? Titus didn't know where to go with this. Sure, he could feel it, but Syndralic instructed him, telling him that no Jedi were permitted to leave the temple. Luna looked away from her brother. She then told him that she wanted to be alone in the garden. Titus told her that he could be here if she wanted him to be, but she shook her head as she turned away from him. Titus creased his eyebrows as he turned around and stormed away from his little sister. He was actually really annoyed with this behavior. It was kind of inexcusable behavior coming from a Jedi. She should be better. A billion thoughts ran through his mind as he began shattering her argument, telling himself that Luna was in the wrong, that the Jedi could make mistakes, but this one wasn't on them. He kept going on and on, making his way back to his room. In the next 12 hours, everything would change. The entire galaxy would be upended, and the Jedi were being thrust into the Clone Wars. The Battle of Geonosis was hidden from the rest of the Jedi Order, because Mace Windu and Master Yoda believed that they would be able to win at the battle and put the Separatists away. Their intention was to end the war before it could ever begin, but the CIS was much more prepared than they initially thought. With Palpatine's military creation bill, the clone army was moved back to Coruscant so that they could be dispatched into the galaxy. And instead of sitting on neutral ground, the Jedi would join the war on behalf of the Republic. The Jedi would become generals in the Clone Wars. The news would be revealed to the Jedi inside of the temple. Luna was heartbroken. She couldn't believe the Jedi would just join the war on behalf of the Republic, let alone participate in such a war. This was even more disappointing for Luna because she was a youngling about to become a Padawan. If her master was a part of the war effort, then she would be forced to fight in a war she did not believe in. Titus, on the other hand, would join his master's new legion. The Trandoshan Jedi Master and his apprentice would become a part of the 73rd Legion and would begin leading the Legion in a war effort. Titus was tough on the outside, but being a part of the war wasn't something he'd ever think he'd be a part of. Luna knew that Titus had no say in the matter, considering he was still a Padawan, but she told him that she was disappointed that Titus was invested in fighting in the war on behalf of the Jedi and the Republic. The way he explained it was like how the Jedi of the Old Republic stood up to the forces of evil in the galaxy, but Luna admitted that this wasn't a fight against the Sith. It was a fight against a group of political activists that disagreed with the Republic, and if you try to look deeper into the surface level conflict, it was Dooku renouncing the ways of the Republic for what he believed was better. Of course, the only reason Luna knew this was because shortly after the Battle of Geonosis, the Republic reported the battle in every news outlet on Coruscant. It wasn't very difficult to find information regarding the fall of Master Dooku, or should it be his ascension to his family's wealth on Sereno. Luna read it all, and she was very invested in learning, and she admitted that her brother was betraying the way of the Jedi for the purpose of this war. Titus told Luna that he believed they were doing what was right for the galaxy. The last thing Luna told Titus before he was whisked away towards the war was that Titus was only doing what he thought was right for the Republic, because not the entire galaxy stood with the Republic. This sat on Titus's mind a lot. He was very disappointed in what his sister said to him, and it truthfully ate away at him. Master Usk, Titus, and the 73rd wouldn't see any active combat. They'd be stationed on a fleet in the core, just awaiting deployment into the next sector battle. That's all there was to it. What would become of them was awaiting on a move made by the Separatists. Of course, after Geonosis, the war began, with the CIS reaching its evil hands out into the galaxy and jumping down the throats of innocent planets to inform them that they were in control. Anyone who didn't agree would suffer, which rarely in the Outer Rim meant that individuals would actually suffer, considering most of the planets didn't see eye to eye with the Republic anyways. Titus and Usk were on the bridge talking about everything that Luna said to him. Usk told his student that his sister was very strong-willed. There was nothing wrong with that. There was also nothing wrong with her beliefs. There were many Jedi who felt the same about it. Though Usk informed his student that she had to be her very own individual. She could be influenced by others, especially her soon-to-be master, whoever that may become, but she had a decision to make for herself, and they were her decisions. If she didn't, then she would just be nothing but a mindless droid, like the ones the clones and the Jedi were fighting. A message came in from the Republic High Command. The captain of the ship took in the order and told General Usk and Commander Titus that they were being dispatched to Sul'Guai. The Jedi General told the captain to jump to light speed. This would be their very first confrontation during the week-old conflict. Inside the Jedi Temple, Luna and a handful of other students were going through the Padawan selection process. Luna had already finished her trials and she was watching as some of her classmates went through the Padawan trials. Currently, youngling Caleb Doom was doing his trials. Luna sat there and watched along with several other Jedi as Caleb did his thing. Luna actually liked Caleb the most out of all of her peers. He was one of the most down-to-earth classmates, and to Luna he was kinda cute in a quirky, goofy way. Though to be honest, she was really tired of wading through this. She was nervous about what her future master would do with her. Luna really didn't want to get involved in the war, but that wouldn't be her choice. When Caleb was done, he came back and sat down his seat next to Luna as they waited for the masters to be selected. The first one got up, and it was Grandmaster Yoda. He selected Ahsoka Tano. This was really weird considering most Jedi knew that Dooku was his last student, and especially after Dooku abandoned the Order becoming one of the Lost 20, it was weird to see Yoda pick a student. Ahsoka got up and walked over to Yoda, and the two of them started for the door. Next was Caleb. He got picked by Jedi Master Depa Billaba, another council member. Luna found it peculiar that council members were taking in new students just as the war was beginning. Luna waited until she saw a familiar face, though the face wore wrinkles. Luna wasn't entirely sure who it was until Master Jarrett Kron called her name and asked her to join her. Master Kron was originally going to take Titus, but Usk told her that he really wanted to take him, so Jara allowed him to do so. She was really interested in training one of the children from Earth, and while it was disappointing for so many years that she couldn't be a part of the training process for Titus, she was happy to see the Jedi and the man that he became. He was going to be a fine Jedi Knight, and even more so, a Jedi Master. The future, despite the war, was bright for Titus. As for Luna, Master Kron believed her little student would follow in the same footsteps, because after all, Jara knew there was a lot more potential with midichlorians in concern to Luna. She may have had more midichlorians than her older brother, even more so than some of the Masters on the High Council, but she didn't refine her talents. Whereas Titus and Jedi Master Kenobi, for example, refined their abilities, worked hard at their craft, and were dedicated to getting better every day, they became some of the better Jedi in the Order because they worked hard. Luna, on the other hand, hadn't refined her abilities. The Force didn't play favorites, and some were just fortunate to have a higher midichlorian count, but it was a matter of what one did with them. Master Kron liked how Kenobi taught Skywalker, because someone as powerful as Anakin needed a lot of refining, which was hard to do for an inexperienced master. Something Jara always thought was awry was how the Jedi had Kenobi teach Skywalker. It never made any sense, but Obi-Wan was widely respected for teaching Anakin, because a lot of the Jedi saw how much of a hard time his student gave him. Though Jara was very unaware of the circumstances that led Kenobi to taking Skywalker in as an apprentice, something the Jedi Master never really talked about. He never really thought it was anything to talk about anyways with any other Jedi. It was a promise to Qui-Gon, and it was no one else's responsibility or need to know information. Jara took her young student and told Luna that they would be heading towards the hangar bay. Luna's heart sank into her stomach as she asked if they were going to be joining the war effort. Jara shook her head. They were being sent to an outpost in the Mid-Rim. Their responsibility was to look after an ancient ruin of a Jedi temple on Dantooine. Though Jara said that they wouldn't be going here for an extended period of time. The only reason is that they were going here was because the Jedi needed to move all their artifacts back to the temple. Jara told her apprentice that they would go where the Order needed them to go. Jara then told her student that she informed the council that she would serve if and when they needed to do so. Luna hid away a frown from her master. She was very disappointed. She wanted to be away from the war effort so badly, and now she had no choice. Luna believed the Jedi way was to avoid such conflicts, but apparently not. In the Messina System, a ship landed down in one of the major capitals on the planet, the first ship landing in Rome itself. Out of the vessel came a tactical droid, along with a number of B-1 battle droids. These droids came here to see if Earth would join the CIS in their effort to destroy the Republic. The irony of the situation is that most of the Republic didn't know that Earth existed, aside from the few of the Jedi who had been to Earth. No one knew about the planet. When Dooku erased Kamino from the Jedi archives, he erased a number of systems, including Kaminoan former colony, Boravio, and the Messina System. Dooku knew he could take advantage of the primitive system that hadn't interacted with any of the galaxy. His initial decision to include them in the CIS was simply to use them as a support system for the Separatists. Of course, the Messina System couldn't feasibly do anything in this galactic war, but Dooku had secret plans, ones that he intended on keeping secret from his master. Of course, they did slightly rely on cooperation from the people of this planet. The tactical droid would end up going from major civilization to major civilization across the planet of Earth, giving each civilization 10 days to give him an answer. If they didn't want to join the Separatists, then they would leave the planet of Earth peacefully and wish them good luck that the Republic and their clone troopers wouldn't rain hell down onto the planet of Earth. Of course, the tactical droid projecting the Republic as the war criminals and the ones who created the conflict of the Clone Wars. Outside the planet, a small Separatist fleet was stationed, awaiting the response from the people of Earth. Our story starts pinned down in the trenches. Master Usk shoved a student to the ground into a trench as a missile sped by and slammed into the cockpit of an ATTE. Titus turned around, seeing the pilot obliterated by the blast. Two clones ran up in front of Titus, yelling out commands to each other. The captain of the 73rd rolled around a tree, firing his blasters away. Another missile went off, blowing 3 clones away. Cries for medic came ringing out. Titus was holding his lightsaber, breathing heavily. Master Usk ordered the men forward as he stepped out, holding his lightsaber in front of him. One of the clones next to Titus got shot in the chest and flew off of his feet, crying out in agony. Titus snapped back into the moment as the sound of blaster fire and orders sprang out into the air. Titus sheathed his lightsaber and ran over to the clone trooper, asking if he was alright. The clone trooper wrapped his hand around the Jedi commander's hand. Titus told the trooper he would be alright as he slid his arms under the trooper and picked him up, running him over to some cover, and placing him down to make sure he was alright. The clones saw their Jedi commander doing this, and it was incredibly important for them to see how their Jedi leaders were treating them. Titus looked over to where the medic was, as Titus told the medic to step back, calling out across the battlefield. The medic looked over, and Titus used the Force to pull the injured clones over to the cover so that they could be safe. Another missile exploded, destroying an AT-RT as a metal gear slid down, crushing one of the clones in front of it, instantly killing the trooper. The medic ran over and thanked the commander as he began putting Bacta onto the injured troopers. Titus ignited his lightsaber and spun it around in his hands as he ran forward to catch up with his master. In front of him, there was an entire droid army. This was the Legion's first battle, and it was the same case for Titus and Master Usk. The clones pushed forward behind their Jedi. More men rounded the corners as another ATTE walked around the destruction of the first one. The droid armies had several AATs, and they were pushing heavily. Usk looked back at his student and told him they needed to go forward and get to the tanks. If they didn't get to the tanks, then the army would suffer more losses. Usk told Captain Poison to keep up the assault. The 2 Jedi were going to help. In front of the heavy Separatist tanks, there were several layers of battle droids. Usk and Titus went into 2 separate directions and ran forward through the tree line, becoming parallel with the droid forces. Titus and Usk moved stealthily through the trees, and when they got to the task, they cut across the forested area. The droid forces didn't see this coming. Being so early in the war, the tactical droids hadn't yet discovered Jedi strategies. If the Jedi continued their strategy, then the tactical droids would likely analyze it and report it back to CIS database for all the other tactical droids to be able to relay that information out on other battlefields. Regardless, the 2 Jedi ran forward. Titus climbed a rock formation outside the battle line. As he ascended it, he used his leverage to propel himself into the air. The clones, seeing the Jedi in action for the first time ever, were incredibly impressed and even shocked to see this maneuver. Usk saw his apprentice, and so he turned towards the back of the Separatist lines, dragging his lightsaber across the bottom of one of the ATTs, before leaping on top of another one. Titus swung his lightsaber down, cutting through the long barrel on the massive tank. The battle droids all turned around and began to fire at the Jedi apprentice. Titus rolled along the hull of the tank as blaster fire lined up behind him, ricocheting off the massive vehicle. Once Titus was behind it, he used a massive amount of force that he could and pushed it forward. The tank began to move forward, and it caught some heat and began picking up speed. The tank began running over the battle droids before the tank itself imploded, from the crew inside of the vehicle firing the long-barreled cannon. The entire tank wiped out an entire grouping of battle droids. Titus turned away from the droids, watching his incredible master go to work. Usk was standing on the last tank in the division of droids, using the force to pull the tactical droid out of the tank and slicing the droid into pieces. The clone troopers of the 73rd ran forward, blasting away. Titus saw his master had everything covered, and so he went back to help the men, cutting and slashing away the battle droids caught between the groupings of clones and the very skilled Jedi apprentice. It was an absolute victory. The Republic captured the planet from the Separatists and now could enjoy the pleasures of victory. Captain Poison came up to the Jedi commander and patted him on the shoulder, jokingly telling him that next time he wanted to have just as much fun and should consider inviting him to join the party next time. Titus smiled as the 2 of them started walking towards the Jedi General. Master Usk was walking out of the wreckage, surrounded by flames and hellfire. This was a victory, but something the Jedi Master pondered is what all the senseless destruction would do for the Jedi Order. Before Us could say anything, he was hailed in by Captain Nereus of the fleet above. The captain told him that there was a Separatist fleet emerging from hyperspace. The clones needed to evacuate before the droid bombers were sent to the ground. Captain Nereus told the general that there would be fighter escorts sent down with their gunships, telling them to prepare for immediate evac. Titus heard the message and turned around yelling out commands before his master could say a word. The clones listened immediately. Something Titus didn't struggle with was confidence in the arena of battle. Some Jedi struggled with this kind of discipline and even attitude, but Titus felt like he was born to be here. Maybe not in the front lines of combat, but in a commanding position. It was his father's legacy living through him. Janus, being the individual he was, lived on through his children. In space, the Separatist fleet arrived. The fleet was much larger than the Republic fleet, which didn't have the supplies to hold out. They needed to get the troops inside of their vessel immediately. If they didn't, then they would lose the entire fleet and the ground troops would be stuck. Gunships rained down from the skies as V-19s flew down through the skies, providing air cover. They were all in the clear. The clones loaded up into their gunships. Usk and Titus helped out all the wounded and made sure they got into the gunships as the LAAT doors closed and the vessels departed back to the fleet. The fleet itself was struggling. Captain Nereus moved support vessels away from the front lines. The light Republic cruisers were no match for Separatist warships. Captain Nereus noticed a wave of hyena bombers flooding the skies. He knew that the fleet was out of position. With the fleet turning away and the hangar bays being left clear for the returning gunships, he couldn't do anything to block the path, which meant the fleet was defenseless. The gunships got into space as flak began to shake the gunships from side to side. One of the gunships exploded. From in front of the gunships, a wing of V-19 fighters flew through the flak, turning away from the Republic fleet and cutting through the hyena bombers. The LAATs got closer to the fleet and swung down into the hangar bays while the massive ships were turning around. The V-19s were ordered back by Captain Nereus, which they were already on their way back, because they did the covering fire they were supposed to do. They were being trailed, but it was of no use to the Separatists. Captain Nereus masterfully got his entire fleet away from Seleucami before it was destroyed. The issue was that there was a terrific victory on the ground, but now that was essentially useless because they ended up retreating from the planet anyways. Captain Nereus apologized to the Jedi General, but Master Usk understood. It wasn't his fault. The Republic had been dealing with a number of early war losses, some of them costing the lives of entire Balians. The Battle of Minban, and so far the campaign on Artrakan, was going terribly. The campaign started not so long after the Battle of Geonosis, but it wasn't exactly what the Jedi were hoping for in terms of results for such a campaign. It was costing the Republic a lot, and the troops on the ground were suffering. Though truthfully, Master Usk would rather not go to Artrakan anytime soon. Across the galaxy on the planet of Dantooine, Luna sat on a small platform with her eyes closed. She was taking in the Force itself. Her master was leading the effort to secure everything from the former Jedi Temple and outpost here. The Jedi really left artifacts here because they were of no use to anyone that couldn't use the Force. But with the war heating up, they didn't want someone like Dooku getting his hands on the information, and even though he likely knew what the information was, it wasn't something they wanted anyone to be taught. These were ancient secrets of the Force that the Jedi had kept hidden for millennia. It was all part of their goal to undermine the control and the aspects of the Force, and they believed that they shouldn't be used. Master Kron noticed her apprentice's lack of interest in any of this. To an extent, she understood, but she also didn't appreciate how her student handled such adversity. In Jera's mind, Luna should be, while yes, at odds if she didn't agree with it, it would be better for Luna if she buckled down and worked along with everyone because that was what was being asked of her to do. It would be respectful to say the least, to just abide by what everyone was doing, to work with everyone, to get to know the clones at the very least. It would be better than sulking. Though Luna wasn't sulking, she was meditating. She found a peaceful spot in a galaxy full of carnage, and she could feel where her brother was. She felt things that had already passed, and so Luna was feeling the presence of the battle that her brother had just left. She could hear the clones crying out in agony and issuing orders. In all honesty, it was quite disturbing for someone her age to hear. Being 13 and thrusted into a war wasn't an easy task, but Luna had hope that with the individual she was training under, that she wouldn't see the front lines of combat. Jara wasn't stationed with a large group of clones, so for them to engage in combat would essentially be the end of them, especially since Jara wasn't exactly the warring type of Jedi Master. She was really calm and collected about everything, and she spent most of her time engaging in diplomacy and getting children from families across the galaxy. That was her trade, and while she said she would be fine serving in the war, she never believed she would be placed into active duty. It was simply a message to her Jedi leaders that she was willing to go the distance if needed. No one really knew, but all Jara wanted was to be a member of the Jedi Council. That was really her goal, and it was much of what she wanted as a Jedi. Of course, protect the galaxy and take care of people, but her own ambitions outweighed her actions, and the Council saw that, which is why she never was offered a seat on the High Council. There was a point after the Battle of Geonosis where she was up for debate, but Master Shaak Ti was much more deserving of the candidate for position. Plus, Shaak Ti was a better fit for Kamino than Jara would ever be. While Jara thought that no one knew this, Luna Luna knew this about her master, which is something Jara never knew that Luna was aware of. Luna knew a lot. It was in her quiet nature as an observer to know. She could tell stuff about people, which would explain her distaste for a given number of individuals. It was all through her reliance on the Force, but Luna's high midichlorian count could have been so much more of a gift to her. She was tough for Jara, and there was obvious tension, so obvious that many of the clones picked up on it. The tension that existed between Master and Apprentice was from Jara's inclination to believe that she was worthy of being on the High Council. Luna knew she wasn't worthy of it, and so did many others. But the ambitious drive for what many would call power crippled her. It also made it so that Jara struggled to teach Luna. They got along well for the most part, but that's because Luna didn't want to spring out that zesty egomaniac of a Jedi that her master was. Luna listened well and she was always open to learning, but some people turned her off. Most of the instructors in the temple did that, and Jara did the same. So with so much raw potential, she suffered because of the Jedi and their inability to capitalize off of it. At heart, Jara wanted to be the best instructor she could be for Luna, but her lust for greatness evaded her at times, and it left a wound early in the relationship as master and apprentice. In a moment like this, where Luna was by herself, it would be better for Jara to approach Luna than act if she didn't exist. Regardless, Master Usk and his fleet arrived at a hyperspace over the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk. It was pretty much a straight shot from Seleucami, and it was protected space, so they were fine there. Master Usk and Titus were standing on the bridge, listening to the Jedi Masters of the High Council discuss their plans for the assault, a next assault that is. Many Jedi listened to these debriefings, though they didn't get the talk. The main people who got the talk were the council members and the Chancellor. Every so often, those who weren't council members got to speak, but typically, that was just the chosen one. The rest of the Masters were encouraged to listen to these calls because the council members were redirecting fleets around the galaxy. With the recent victory over Christophsis and the security of their Outer Rim trade routes, granted by Jabba the Hutt, the Republic had a path forward towards trying to end this war. Considering Grandmaster Yoda just returned from bringing Toydaria into the Republic, and on the other hand, the Separatists were getting ready, especially considering Grandmaster Yoda had just returned from bringing Toydaria into the Republic. On the other hand, the Separatists were getting especially testy. This was seen with the disappearance of Republic fleets throughout the core. Jedi Master Plo Koon was sent to the Abrogado system to locate what was causing this great distress. There was also word that the Separatists were preparing to mount up an assault on the planet of Ryloth, but the Republic couldn't afford any troops to go out there in this particular time. On the other hand, one of the main council members were dismissed. When to address the rest of the Jedi dispatching various groups of Jedi Masters to different locations. Master Usk and Titus were being sent to Manda, which was in the Rishi Maze. The reason for being sent here was because there had been word that the Separatists were trying to backdoor Kamino through the Rishi Maze, and they simply couldn't allow that to happen. So right after the battle, they were getting ready for another. This is what it would be like, what war would do to them. Titus was hoping that the men could get some rest and more time to recover from the whole Battle of Seleucami, but they were soldiers now, all of them. They all had a duty to fulfill and a war to win. So in retrospect, Titus figured that he should have seen this coming. But he never realized how bad the war had really gotten up until this point. Captain Nearest prepared a fleet and they jumped into hyperspace. Inside of the Messina System, it had been formerly 10 planetary rotations, and the Separatist tactical droids deployed to the surface to see if the people of Earth came to a conclusion. Though the tactical droids realized how primitive the planet really was at this point in their development, most of the civilizations began to idolize the tactical droids as being sent by the gods. Numerous civilizations believed that it was a message from the deities above to become a part of something greater. Though, as many people typically do, they saw this sign as a threat, and so they believed they would be better off without the influence or the protection of the Separatists. There was something much larger than the brightest minds at the time could comprehend, and that was their struggle. They could not simply come to terms with a coalition of individuals of which they did not know or support. This went across the planet. Of course, there were those that did think they should join the Separatists, but in republics such as Rome, they were outvoted by their colleagues to deliberately stay out of this galactic conflict that apparently existed. Once the tactical droid got this information, he related to Count Dooku. The leader of the Separatists took in the knowledge that he was given and immediately sent the tactical droid General Locke Durd. There was a reason for all of this. Outside of Manda, the Republic fleet arrived with Master Usk and Titus. Everything was going fine. There wasn't a sign of anybody or anything. The irony of going out into the Rishi Maze is that there was already an outpost on the Rishi Moon to alert the Republic if the Separatists were making a move for the cloning facilities on Kamino. With this small fleet present at the mouth of the Rishi Maze, it essentially made it an overkill to say the least. The whole point of this operation here on the Rishi Maze was to alert the Republic, and with a fleet here, now, that kind of got rid of the whole point of the station. Didn't matter much anyways, there were only like 6 or 7 clones on that station. Regardless, Titus and Usk were standing on the bridge talking to each other. Their relationship was really strong, and they very infrequently had struggles. Usk was always a good master to Titus, and that was the point, at least in Usk's mind. He believed that the point of being a teacher revolved around bettering his student. It was his own philosophy towards being a Jedi Master, and it clearly wasn't a shared belief around the entire temple. Usk and Titus talked about the war itself. Titus told his master that he worried about the men. They were his biggest concern. Usk appreciated that his student had such a care for the troops. It wasn't largely talked about, but to a wise master like Usk, it was obvious that the men appreciated it. The men could communicate with their brothers elsewhere in the galaxy, and even Usk overheard that not all the Jedi were the easiest generals to be around, some of them hiding behind their men and not even participating in battles. There was one Jedi Master who was already making clones nervous about serving under him, or even getting close to a sector near him. His name was Master Pong Krell. Usk admitted that he wasn't overly fond of Krell anyways, but that was because their species never really got along with Trandoshans, not to mention Krell and Usk were a part of the same class, the two of them always vying for the best student of the class. Inevitably, Krell was the winner of that competition. It's not that he didn't have the respect because Krell was rather respected within the Jedi Order and the Temple, it's just he was a bit tough to deal with. He made Quinlan Vos look easy to be around, he made Qui-Gon look easy to be around. Titus understood, and so, the point that Usk was trying to make is that caring for the men was an essential part of being a general during the Clone War. If he didn't care for them, then they wouldn't care for him as well. There was a necessary bond between the two of them, generals and troopers, that is. Usk continued and expressed to his student that he was very proud of how far Titus had come since they started training together. Titus was a little worrisome for a short period of time. He was always a bit timid in terms of just about everything, but he developed into a soon-to-be fine Jedi Knight. Titus looked over at his master. Usk smiled at his student. He sincerely meant it. Plus, it wasn't common for Usk to joke around like that and throw his student for a loop. He was being honest. He was ready to let go of his student, though it would be up to Titus if he wanted to continue serving with the 73rd or to join another grouping of clone troopers. While Titus wasn't supposed to have such emotions, he genuinely cared for all of his men, but that was what came along with serving alongside someone in active combat. It produced an unexplainable bond of brotherhood. It meant that the clones and their Jedi commander were now brothers. It was the same for many Jedi across the galaxy, like Cody and Kenobi, Rex and Skywalker. Jedi that took to the trenches with their men were respected as if they were cloned on Kamino as well. Of course, a bit different with all those other abilities and their lightsabers, but it was a band of brothers, a bond that was inseparable during combat. Usk asked his student how he was handling the war. Usk knew it wasn't common for Jedi to talk about their feelings, but he knew how important it was for his student, especially to talk about how the war affected him thus far. The first battle they were in was rough. It was a culture shock to say the least. For the moment, Titus expressed he was alright with it, and that for the most part, active combat didn't bother him too much. However, he couldn't sleep. When he heard and watched his brethren get slaughtered by mindless droids, it haunted him. It was so wrong, and it never should have come to this. In the Mid-Rim, the Jedi Temple on Dantooine was emptied out and the clones and the Jedi were ready to depart. They only had a fleet of 3 Republic light cruisers, but that shouldn't be that big of a deal. The only issue is, it was. The Jedi were moving from Dantooine to the core, but stopped at Ithor to jump onto a different hyperspace route on the Carnelian Spur, which would take them into Nemodia Corridor and then from there straight shot to Coruscant. When they arrived outside of Ithor, chaos broke out. They were ambushed by a fleet of Separatist frigates. This wasn't even a planned ambush. The fleet just happened to be relocating so that they could go to Megiddo, which was a little bit away from the location. When the 3 Republic cruisers came out of hyperspace, the captain of the fleet panicked. He told the ships to put all power to the shields as he tried to redirect the ships away from the Separatist fleet. When he moved the ships away from the Separatists, the flagship's engine compartment was ruptured and stalled out. The captain ordered the remaining vessels to reach out for reinforcements. They would hold out as long as they could. In his panic, the captain ordered everyone to the escape pods, to which Master Jar told him not to. He asked why, as she explained that the Separatists were likely going to board his ship. If they abandoned the ship, they became easy targets. They didn't want that. So, they would instead wait until they were boarded. It would give them a chance to first of all survive, and second of all wait out the Separatists until reinforcements arrived. It was a better plan than sitting on Ithor hoping that the Separatists wouldn't ruin your day by landing a division of troops and tanks to wipe you off the face of the galaxy. So, they waited, and waited, until the Separatists docked. There were about 200 troops inside this vessel. It was the most outfitted ship in the 3 that arrived, and so they waited. 2 Jedi, 200 clones, and 1 way out. When the Separatists boarded, they entered without any struggles. This was entirely intentional. Jarrah knew that if the droids faced stiff resistance upon boarding, they would cut off the cord and then obliterate the ship, especially with no engines to escape with. So the crew hid along several corridors and allowed the droids to pass by. The B-1s were tasked with going to the bridge to capture the survivors, and as the droids marched through the halls of the ship, they met zero resistance. On the other hand, the two Jedi led the 200 clones across the boarding capsule into the Separatist frigate. Jarrah told the clones to fan out into several squads to keep together and stay as quiet as possible. Her and Luna were going to go to the bridge and take down the tactical droid leading this mission. Jarrah looked at her student and told her that they got this, as long as they stuck together. The clones all fanned out across the ship. The main job was to take down as many droids as they could to make their escape easier. Because the droids on the light cruiser reported nothing, the droids disconnected the vessel and blew it up, leaving the remnants of the cruiser behind. Eventually, Jarrah and Luna would find themselves on the bridge of the frigate, and without staying quiet, they ignited their lightsabers and made quick work of the essentially defenseless piloting droids and the engineers on the bridge. The tactical droid was taken out, and Jarrah issued out an order to all the clones across the vessel that the bridge was taken. Jarrah then used her code to transmit a message to the Republic, a fleet station in the mid-rim, letting them know that they had full control over the flagship of the fleet stationed on Ithor. They would be ready, awaiting the reinforcements. Inside of Messina System, on the polar opposite side of the galaxy, a landing party exited. General Lock Durd was sent here to test out some special weapons gifted to him by the Separatists. All across the planet, these specialized weapons would be tested on the numerous civilized cultures in the world. This would include down the Yellow River, on the far east hemisphere, to the Mediterranean, down the Nile as well. There were so many fun locations to choose, and Lock Durd couldn't help but enjoy every moment. He released a series of defibrillator deployment tanks into multiple areas of the Italian peninsula. Across the Nile River, a grouping of new B-2 battle droids were released. These were flight-equipped, and they were being tested out on these people. Across the Nile, another line of all-terrain tanks were being tested out, and on the western side of the hemisphere, the prototype CIS droid HMP gunship was being tested out. Lock Durd watched an array of screens all across the planet as the largest populations across the planet fought back. To a maniac like Lock Durd, it was remarkable. The DDD was tested out in several locations. Fire rained down from the skies and the people were massacred. There were those brave enough to stand up to the invaders, but they were all quelled. Bows and spears were no match for battle droids with superior technology. Over Ithor, Luna fell to the floor, grasping at her heart. The strings of pain were torn across every fiber of her body as she felt the people of Earth suffer. She could feel the genocide happen, and there was nothing she could do about it but feel it. The overwhelming coldness of this dark moment devoured Earth. Lock Durd was testing out on Earth because the Republic didn't know about it, and aside from the Jedi brought to the Jedi Temple from Earth, no one knew about it. The entire planet was off the grid from the galaxy, and Dooku was saving it for this moment. Had the people of Earth joined his coalition, only half of them would have suffered. Once Lock Durd was done, the Zygerians were brought in, and they took the survivors back to Zygeria for enslavement. Luna couldn't escape her pain. Over Amanda, Titus grabbed his master's shoulder. Usk asked what was wrong, to which Titus told him that the people from his home world had just suffered. Usk was curious as to what this could possibly feasibly mean, but there was no need for explanation. Titus told his master that the Separatists likely went to Earth for what he didn't know, but was a mass execution. The people were slaughtered, and as for Aurelia and Janice, they weren't given a chance when the DDT fired a round from across the Messina Strait, and it crushed the beautiful city in the ruins. Titus handled his loss rather well. He of course wasn't happy about losing his home planet, but he was a Jedi. He couldn't do anything in the moment. His mandate was to be right here, right now. If he had a chance to return, he would, but that wasn't right now. He had a duty to fulfill. Usk respected his students' maturity. Master Usk understood this. His people were fighting against the Republic, kinda in their own way. So he understood, though his people more or less went to the highest bidder, and because Kashyyyk was under Republic jurisdiction, the Trandoshans naturally moved their sights towards the Separatists. Though Titus's sister didn't have the same quick resolve as her older brother did. Tears fell from her eyes as she bent over on the ground. One of the clones ran up to her and asked if she was okay. Luna shook her head. The clone called for a medic, to which Luna told him that a medic wouldn't fix this. Jarrah knelt down and asked her student what happened. Luna told her master that her home world was just ravaged by the Separatists. Well, maybe it was pirates, but not even pirates in the Outer Rim would do something so heinous. Jarrah, after realizing what it was, told Luna that it was time to let go of the past, and that included her home world. The clone trooper looked up at the Jedi Master and then looked down at the young Jedi. He put his hand out to help her up. Luna grabbed the clone's hand and she used it to get up, but as she used her grip to get up, she tightened it harder and harder. The clone didn't say a word, but it hurt for sure, but he could understand why the young girl was flustered or even frustrated. She just looked at her master and said while grinding her teeth a painful yes, master, before turning away from her and walking towards the front of the bridge they were on. The clone looked at the two Jedi before turning back toward the door. He was thankful he had a mask on, because that confrontation was painful to bear. He felt bad for the kid. She just lost her home world, and the last thing the Jedi could do was even give her a hug or something or anything. But the Jedi told her to move on. In fairness to Jar, she was just following the code, but even she had to know that it was cruel behavior. Luna was by no means typically emotional, not by Anakin standards at the very least, but the pain she felt because of what happened. The Force on Earth transmitted those terrible feelings of suffering, pain, and death through her very soul, and being so young, she was unequipped to handle that amount of extreme loss. Titus didn't react the same way. He was more trained to be a Jedi, to be stronger, to be more mentally tough. It was a Jedi way not to be blinded by attachments, and so that's what Titus did. Shortly after the incident on the Separatist bridge, the Republic fleet arrived at a hyperspace over Ithor, and a space battle began. The Separatist fleet, without the guidance of the tactical droid, ran a conflicted panic as droid commanders tried to gather together to fight off the Republic forces, but there was nothing they could do. When the droid forces were routed from Ithor, a landing party of LAATs made their way for the Separatist flagship. The clones and the Jedi were currently making their way for the hangar bay, so that they could be rescued. However, this was still a droid vessel, and there were still thousands of droids out and about. The clones made a push down the corridors, with the Jedi leading. As they kept pushing, the clone who helped Luna up was crushed by a B-2 Risk rocket. Luna turned around and cried out, running to the trooper's side. He was long dead. The clones passed by her, blasting the B-2 down as Jara kept going without noticing her student missing. Another one of the clones came over to Luna and told her it was time to go. She couldn't do anything to save him. He was gone. Luna looked at the other clones as she stood up. He knew it was probably against protocol, but he put his hand out to her and told her that he had her back, as long as she had his. Luna nodded her head, and she grabbed the trooper's hand as the two of them caught up to the rest of the troops. When they got into the hangar bay, Jara got into the gunship first with a handful of men. Luna was on the last transport out. She was the last one in, and when the doors closed, she sank to the floor of the vessel. The clones around her asked if she was alright, seeing if there was anything they could do for her, but she couldn't muster the words to say anything. Just telling them that it was the price of war. The clones all understood this, though none of them having lost any brothers until today's skirmish, being that none of them were ever on the front lines, they understood that the price of war was their lives. The price of all of this was their brothers, their family, and Commander Luna just became a part of that family. They all saw how the Jedi General treated her, and they didn't like it or agree with it. But Jar was a Jedi. It's what she was supposed to teach her student. Maybe not so malignantly, but that's what she was supposed to teach her student. When the gunships landed inside the Republic flagship, Jara came around the corner and asked where her student went. Luna said she tripped, looking down at the ground and then back to her master. Jara told Luna that she had a lot to learn about being a Jedi. Our story continues on the planet of Sullust, just outside the Mid-Rim and in the Outer Rim. In space, there was a large space battle. The Republic was holding their own control over the planet. In space, Master Jara Kron was leading the entire firefight. It was a massive clashing between two fleets. Since the beginning of the war, Jara and Luna became more battle-heavy Jedi. They lost many clones, but they were subsequently upgraded to be fit into a position of more active combat. This again stemming from Jara's need to be a part of the High Council, especially since the death of Master Adi Gallia on the planet of Florum, though she never received any consideration. All the other choices did indeed become council members over Jara, which led her to be a bit more distasteful towards her 16-year-old student and a little bit more cold towards her men during active combat. Luna, on the other hand, while not in agreement with active combat, embraced it for one and only one reason. It was because she wanted to serve and protect her brothers. Similarly to her older brother and Titus, Luna got along really well with the clones. They all loved her and treated her like one of their own. They didn't do this in front of General Kron because, well, she was General Kron, but for the moment they were working in unison on the ground in Sullust. There was a small invasion force that got to the ground thanks to some HMP gunships and several Vulture droids working against the Republic fighter cover. The HMPs dropped off several waves of B-2 battle droids, and even more than that, the HMPs continued to bombard civilians. The clones on the ground were working quick to save civilians, and once all the civilians were relocated, the clones focused more on taking down the HMPs. As Luna got older, she was able to focus more in her form too, and she got incredibly good at it. Luna was a confident commander at this point in her young career. She was leading the charge next to a volcanic river. The planet of Sullust was full of lava and volcanoes, just not nearly as much as Mustafar, but close enough. The clones got behind her as she ordered rocket troopers to take down the HMPs. The B-2s on the ground began releasing heavy cover fire, but Luna was able to take care of that. Three of her men and her began pushing forward on an assault on the B-2s. The super battle droids were one hell of an opponent, and the clones took great care in their approach to fighting these battle droids. All of a sudden, a group of tanks were dropped off on the ground, one of them being a DDT. Luna knew this weapon. She'd seen it once before, but her and Jara took it out before it could fire its weapon. Luna told the men to make a push forward and see if the admiral above could risk a wing of bombers for the ground assault. As Luna and her men made a push forward, a blast from an AAT crushed into a medical base facility. The medical facility held just not clones, but also civilians, and it was about to crash down into a volcanic river. Luna stopped in her tracks, blocking blaster fire. She saw the building begin to lose balance and she called out to her men. She told them to get to the medical facility and get everyone out. She would make sure the facility didn't crash into the river. All the clones knew exactly what Commander Luna was doing. She was risking the entire mission for a bunch of civilians. If this failed, then it would go terribly, but she couldn't afford to let innocents and wounded be killed under no will of their own. Luna turned around and covering her men as they climbed up to the small walkway towards the facility. When they got into the building, it began to shake more. There were dozens of wounded individuals in here. The clones began rushing the civilians out of the structure to the other side, as the AAT blasted the rocks again, dropping the structure, shaking everybody inside of it. Luna sheathed her lightsaber and began running under the building, catching it with all of her strength. The clones on the other side saw this as they ran forward to make sure that everyone got out. But with the way the building was shaped, the clones would have to go into the structure and retrieve those too weak to leave. Luna pushed with all of her might as her face turned red. The building was applying so much pressure to her that her boots began to sink towards the volcanic river behind her. She was mere meters away from burning up herself. She could feel the heat against her back. Luna took a step forward, bending her knee and losing some of her momentum as the building began shifting again. The AAT fired again, this time at the ATTE, approaching the field of combat. The DDT, on the other hand, was about to fire the killing blow, a blast that would kill all the clones, all the civilians in the area, and also Luna. And before they did, Jarrah Kron flew down and blasted the weapon with a torpedo, and while she flew by, she could see her student not following orders, giving up the mission. As the ATTE pushed forward, the other droid tanks began to receive critical damage, and the B-2 battle droids were being shot to pieces by the few clones that were currently covering Luna. The building slipped some more and Luna fell to her knees. The heat of the lava was even more painful than it was before. It felt like sticking fiery iron against her skin and she cried out. The last wounded individual was carried out of the building, and so Luna released the building and leapt to the side, slamming down behind a rock, breathing heavily, trying to catch her breath. The clones nearby, still firing at the remaining battle droids, told her to stay down. A medic ran over to her as the building crashed into the lava and asked if she was feeling alright, or if she was hurt. She rolled to her side and said that her back felt like it was on fire. It burned. The clone took a cooling pad and placed it on the back of her robes, telling her that she'd feel a shock in about 3, 2, 1. She jumped and told the medic that she was way too cold now. He laughed as he told her in a witty tone that he and the boys would finish off the rest of the mission for her. Luna moved to her knees and then got off the ground, pushing off of a dominant knee to her feet. She looked at the clones and grinned, telling them that not if she took out the clankers first. Luna ignited her lightsaber and yelled, running forward. The clones behind her jumped to their feet and followed her into battle against the remaining battle droids. Luna and her men cut down the remaining battle droids, and when they were finished, they awaited orders from the general, who was busy finishing up her own battle in space. The clones all thanked Luna for saving the lives of civilians and their brothers that were wounded. They all appreciated her for what she did. One of the clones came running back to tell the men that all the fleets were being requested. Luna asked what was wrong. The soldier said that Coruscant was under attack. Luna turned back and looked up. Using her long-range binoculars, she saw the fight in space getting more and more intense. Luna looked back at the men and told them that she was going to aid her master in the fight above. The men nodded their head, and as their commander abandoned post and jumped into a starfighter and shot into the air. Luna spun her ship around as it sped through the atmosphere and into active combat. Luna found a wing of Vulture droids and plowed through them, following them around one of the many capital ship Venators. The Vulture droids were chasing down a wing of ARC 170s. As Luna took out the droid fighters, the clones and the ARCs cheered happily, spinning away from the combat to take their shots at the Separatist support ships. Luna flew around to get behind some V-wings and her master to assist the fighter combat. Luna called over to her master and asked if they would be going to Coruscant. Jarrah told her that they would be, as she ripped through a group of hyena bombers. The admiral of the fleet called out to the two Jedi and told them that he was splitting the fleet's resources. They'd be able to win the battle with half the fleet. Master Jarrah and Luna sped away from the main combat with a couple wings of starfighters as they landed inside of the Venator, and then this new half of the fleet jumped to hyperspace towards Coruscant. Over Seleucami, a fleet entered combat. Master Quinlan Voss was currently clearing out house on Seleucami before he and his troopers moved towards Boz Pity. Master Usk and Jedi Knight Titus were heading out to Seleucami to assist in Master Voss's campaign. Master Usk and Titus were sent to Seleucami before Coruscant was invaded, and when they got there, they had only learned about the attack. However, they were in no position to be of any assistance to Coruscant's assault. The 73rd had greatly expanded its resources, and their fleet was much larger, with Captain Nearest becoming Commodore. Regardless, their entire operation expedition was here to assist Master Voss, who is currently leading an invasion on the ground at Seleucami. The battle was going really well actually, and they were really close to securing the next foot of this campaign. Quinlan's campaign had been going on ever since he returned to Coruscant from his little expedition to Christophsis, which ended up costing the life of Asajj Ventress at the hands of Count Dooku. Quinlan would have liked to get revenge on Dooku, but at this point, it was far too late. Dooku was dead, but the Battle of Coruscant was still going on. While Usk and Titus had great reinforcements, the Separatist fleet above Seleucami was retreating to Boss Pity, as one final stand against the Republic in this particular sector of the galaxy. Back on Coruscant, another fleet arrived out of hyperspace, but when Luna and Jar looked forward, there was nothing to see but the wreckage of the Separatist fleet, and a couple of new vessels. The Republic Star Destroyer. Neither Jedi had ever seen or heard of these vehicles before, but they were massive ships. They were much larger than any Venator, and they were clearly built for fleet-to-fleet combat. Luna found this particularly weird, especially if the Republic was getting ready to win the war anyways. Sure, earlier in the war it would have made more sense to produce vehicles of such magnitude, but right now it seemed kind of pointless. Regardless, Master Kron told Luna that they were heading to the Jedi Temple. They had a meeting with the High Council. Luna nodded her head, and the two Jedi took their starfighters down to the surface of the planet and landed inside the Jedi Temple. Luna had a weird vibe about everything. Something felt really off about this trip to the Council chambers. But they walked forward. Luna looked around with a smile on her face. She was so happy to be back home. The war had changed a lot about her, but nothing changed the feelings that being back inside the temple invoked for her. She was surrounded by everything she grew up around. It reduced the tension and anxiety that the war gave her. Master Jar opened the door and the two of them stepped into the elevator. When they arrived inside the Council chambers, Luna saw Anakin Skywalker. He looked a bit glum, so she smiled at him. He nodded back at her. Luna got a little giddy inside. Everyone knew Anakin Skywalker, not because he was a chosen one, but because he was a hero of the Republic. He was so well known across the entire galaxy. Luna felt so bad for what happened to Ahsoka. Everyone in the temple knew about it, and truthfully, Luna wished that she could have been Anakin's apprentice, but it had to be Ahsoka Tano, who got the train with Anakin or whatever. Regardless, Luna turned her attention to the Master of the Order and the Grand Master as she bowed. Mace Windu asked Luna to describe her insubordination during the Battle of Sullust. Luna's eyes shot open as she asked what the Master of the Order was talking about. He explained, in layman's terms, that she didn't listen to her orders, and he asked why she didn't listen to her master. Luna asked which orders. She was trying to serve her men in the best way she could. Windu looked at the report and said, according to the report, Luna had abandoned the battle to deal with an unrelated matter, and on the other hand, she continued to abandon the battle by getting into her starfighter and leave her troops on the ground, without orders to do so. Luna looked up at her master with a glare. She turned back to the Jedi Masters and told them that she was saving a collection of civilians from falling into a volcanic river. A building was falling over, and she was saving them because no one else could. And then, she continued saying that she only left the planet because they were done on the ground. Mace stopped and looked at Master Jara and asked if this was true. Master Kron told Mace Windu that she never gave any explicit orders for Luna to leave the ground, not to mention that Jara had to save Luna and her men from the DDT. The council members looked at each other. Mace looked back at Luna and told her that the council would put her on leave from active combat for 3 weeks. She'd be able to return to where her men were stationed when the time was up. Luna was outraged. This was unfair. It was ludicrous because it was a setup. Jara bowed and pushed her student towards the elevator. When they got into the elevator, Master Kron told her student that next time she should think twice before committing insubordination against a general, let alone her Jedi Master. Luna tried to speak up for herself, but Jara interrupted her, asking if she would have done the same thing if Master Windu had been there or if Master Kenobi had been there. Or about what if Commander Neo or Commander Wolf had been there. Would she have disobeyed their orders? Luna said that the battle was over once more before Jara told her student that she had a lot to reflect on before she'd be welcomed back aboard the flagship again. Luna bowed to her master and walked away. She was outraged. Though Jara had been getting consistently worse throughout the Clone Wars, her behavior towards just about anyone who could breathe on their own was nothing short of overzealous ridicule for doing something slightly different or simply non-protocol. The clones despised her, and they felt terrible for Luna, because the clones didn't have to face a quarter of the brunt that Luna took from her master. Luna really took almost all the heat for the clones. Jara left the temple to return to the fleet over Coruscant and then back to Sullust so that they could finish off the war. Luna walked through the halls of the temple. It was really beautiful. She looked up at the pillars and down at the lovely carpets. Luna carried on towards her room, and when she laid down, she actually felt peace. Luna never wanted to be on the front lines. She only embraced it because her men were counting on her. When she wasn't on the front lines, that wasn't really her concern. She also didn't want to be around her master, who aged like a sarlacc pit, only getting grosser and more disgusting by the day, filled with sourness and bitterness. She was truly repulsive, so for Luna, getting 3 weeks away from her master sounded like a good deal. Truthfully, Luna was just waiting to become a Jedi Knight. When she became a Knight, she could completely ignore her master and do whatever she pleased. Luna laid her head back on the bed, daydreaming of the day that that would come, and when this would all be over and she'd be free from Master Jara. The day couldn't come soon enough, but judging by her master's demeanor towards her, she'd likely have to wait another 9 or 10 years before she could become a Jedi Knight, but that's fine. Luna was tough. All of her thoughts lived in the future, and she smiled before falling asleep in the comfort of her own room, rather than a bunker, the trenches, or just about anywhere else she had to get comfortable to sleep during the war. In the mid-rim, Luna's brother was standing in a gunship. The campaign on Boz Pity was beginning. The gunship rattled back and forth, dodging flak. The space above Boz Pity was going really well, as the Republic fleet ambushed the remaining separatists, retreating. To the members of the Republic, it looked like the droid forces had nothing left. The Outer Rim sieges were leading the Republic towards victory. No one apart from the Republic knew of how many forces the CIS really had, but from this vantage point, it looked like they were dwindling in forces. As the gunships got closer, one of them was clipped out of the sky. Ground forces that were defending the surface of Boz Pity were friendly in firing range, and several wings of Vulture droids that were docked on the planet activated and prepared for battle. The clone gunships got to the surface with their V-wing escort, before the Republic fighters broke off and began an air dogfight with the Separatist forces. In space, Commodore Nereus led the Republic heavy cruisers into what at the moment looked like to be a victory. On the ground, the LAATs landed and the clones leapt out of their vessels, and clones ran forward. Calling out orders to all their men, the 3 Jedi generals ignited their weapons and ran forward into combat, leading the charge. The best part about this combined effort under Master Voss is that all the 3 Jedi present were on the front line. None of these Jedi shied away from being on the front line with their men. Every single Jedi ran forward, blocking blaster fire and entering combat. With the troops landed, the back of the LAATs opened up and waves of AT-RTs began deploying. The Republic forces were immediately met with stiff resistance, Separatist AATs to be specific. Droid tanks laid down suppressive fire, but with the light walkers, the Republic was able to get quickly to counter. Behind the LAATs were a bunch of walker transports dropping off a number of ATTEs to crush the droid forces. Quinlan led the men to the front lines with Master Usk. On the other side of the flank, Titus and Captain Poison moved together. They were as close as Jedi Commander and Clone Captain could be. They moved in synchronization with each other, never missing a beat. It was almost like Poison had himself the Force as well. The Republic was breaching the city here on Boz Pity. It was a layered assault. The purpose of it was to secure the city and capture the planet. Then, be back on Coruscant in time for the victory parade. The battle continued, but the droid forces inside the city were tougher than expected. With the ATTEs present on the battlefield, the Republic was able to shift their odds into their favor by knocking out the heavy tanks on the outside of the city gates. But for the street combat, the ATTEs couldn't actually get in. That was their issue. The AT-RTs were great little walkers, but they didn't pack a punch. They were typically for recon or support, but if they came across an AAT inside the city, they'd be shredded. Voss and Usk cracked the far side of the flank and got into the city gates within the first day of combat. As nighttime came around, the fighting decreased, though on the other side of the city, where Poison and Titus were, they were still fighting. The group of clones didn't have any support because they were going through the underbelly of the city itself. The sewers had an entry point into the center of the city, where a couple of the higher-up Separatist leaders were hiding, not the ones that were currently en route to Mustafar after leaving Utapau before the battle began. The unlucky part of being in the sewers is the fact that they were littered with advanced battle droids. There were groupings of commandos and B-2 super battle droids, and it wasn't exactly the most defended area of combat, which also doesn't even begin to explain the horrid smell down there. Poison and Titus worked together until the middle of the night, where they found a nice area to settle down for the night. The war looked to be coming to a close very soon. There was nothing that stopped the Republic from achieving this victory here, though being pinned down the sewers wasn't exactly the reward the troops were looking for. In the middle of the night, Captain Poison woke up his brother. Titus's eyes were bloodshot. He asked what was going on. He said that they were picking up encrypted clone comm chatter, referring to the destruction of General Grievous at the hands of Obi-Wan Kenobi. It seemed like the Clone Wars were closer than ever to being over. Titus smiled as he smacked Poison on the shoulder, telling him this was the best news ever. Titus nearly had an interaction with General Grievous on the battlefield during the middle of the war, but he luckily avoided it thanks to the presence of General Kenobi, who saved his life from the droid general. It was one of those only times Titus ever interacted with Master Kenobi. Titus got up and asked Poison if they should make a late-night push. The captain told his friend that Titus was the commander, not him. Titus pushed Poison and said that he was just trying to be friendly. The two of them had an inseparable bond, and Poison knew what Titus meant, but he still wanted to give him a hard time about it all. Poison woke up all of his brothers and they gathered up the rest of the unit, preparing them to continue their assault. Titus was looking around the corner using a night vision reader to see where the droids were. He noticed that there was a pathway up to the city streets. They would likely have a better chance up there than with a number of commander droids and wrist rocket wielding clankers down here in the sewers. Titus called over the Poison and told them that there was a clear path towards the city over there. It wouldn't lead to the center of the city, but it would lead up to the streets. Poison saw it and he thought this was a good idea. On the far side of the city, the clones and the Jedi were bunkered down. The heavy walkers got as far as they could into the outskirts of the city, and the ramparts the Jedi set themselves up on were highly defended. Master Usk and Voss were sleeping, as were the rest of the troops aside from the guard, keeping patrol for this part of the night. Everything was still. There was no sound of blaster fire, nor the sound of droids marching. An explosion sounded off on the other side of the city, though it didn't wake up the troops. It was Poison and Titus. The Jedi Knight was blocking blaster shots away from his men in the sewers as they ascended the ladder into the city streets themselves. The clones that were getting topside were making sure that the perimeter was clear. It was, though the explosion that opened up the sewers to the city streets was very loud. The sound of an AAT moving around could be heard, but the clones didn't know what side of the city it was coming from. They heard rolling. It was a number of destroyer droids. After every clone got to the surface of the city streets, they provided covering fire while Titus jumped up the ladder, using the force to propel himself up faster. When he got to the city streets, he lit his lightsaber, blocking strikes by the destroyer droids. Titus called out Poison to ready the droid poppers. The clones were the droid poppers, and Titus used the force to push the destroyers off balance, allowing the droid poppers to roll underneath their shields, detonating and shutting them down. A massive blast sounded off, cutting through the building next to them as the structure began to crumble. Titus told his men to get to the alleyway. Usk and Voss got to their feet. They heard that one. The battle was beginning, and they readied themselves for a fight. But before they could get their men prepared, the clone commander who served Master Voss turned the corner, taking in a transmission. Commander Fey took in his orders, and before Fey could turn around, Voss used the force to throw the commander from his feet. Usk asked what was happening, but before he could really react, the clones all lifted their blasters, the sound of an order ringing through them continuously on repeat. Execute Order 66. The Jedi ignited their weapons, blocking the blaster shots as they tried to find a way out. Both Jedi were trying to avoid hurting their men, using the force to throw some of them into walls and blocking blaster shots back in the non-critical arteries. Voss told Usk they needed to figure out how to get out of here. They couldn't go down the main street because if they did, they'd be placed between the droids and the clones, who were obviously not on their side at the moment. Before Usk and Voss could figure out where they were going to go, an ATTE shell landed in between the two of them, throwing Quinlan through an adjacent wall and into a living room of an apartment. He looked around, getting up slowly to see if Usk was still alive. He was, though he was disjointed. His arms were clearly broken and he was unable to move. Usk tried to get up as a clone surrounded him. Usk pleaded with them, trying to understand why they were doing this, as Commander Fey came up to him and said that the Republic does not negotiate with traitors, putting his pistol to the Jedi Master's head and pulling the trigger. Voss watched in horror as his clone commander called out to the other men to fan out and execute Jedi Master Quinlan Voss for committing high treason against the Galactic Republic. On the other side of the city, Titus felt the death of his master through the Force, and he was very confused. He was confused until Captain Poison stopped in his tracks and looked over at the Jedi Knight. Titus asked what was wrong, and the clone captain whipped out his pistols and began to fire at the Jedi commander. Titus was quick to react, blocking every shot that came his way. The clones all got the order as they all subsequently followed in unison, all of them firing away at their Jedi commander. Titus blocked as many shots as he could before being clipped in the shoulder and falling backwards. Before he hit the ground, he spun around and used the force to throw multiple of the men from their feet, before he got up and ran in the other direction. As he exited the alleyway, he looked down the street and saw an AAT barreling for him. The massive tank fired a round, missing, before Titus turned around to block more shots from the other clone troopers. The AAT coming down the street watched as clone troopers led by Captain Poison came running out to kill the Jedi Knight. The droids saw their opportunity and fired. Titus turned around to protect himself before watching his brother be cut apart by a massive shell, killing all the men in the group. On the ground was Captain Poison. He was cut in half by the blast and he was still alive. Titus cried out Poison's name, and the clone turned his head to see the Jedi Knight, and instead of asking for help or apologizing, he reached for his blaster pistol and began to fire at his Jedi friend. Titus moved out of the way, watching as a number of B-1 battle droids filled the streets, before they executed the clone captain and his men. Titus watched in horror as he turned away and ran down the alleyway. He knew his master was gone. He didn't know about Quinlan, and he hoped that his sister was still alive. As far as Titus knew, she was still on the front lines. Titus and Luna hadn't been so close since the war began, even though they were never exactly that close. The war made their bond a little bit more distanced. Titus admitted that he enjoyed being around his sister, but the same was never said for him from her, which was fine. Luna admitted her distaste for her master, and Titus always tried to help with it, though it never made much of a difference in the reality of things. The major issue that came up between the two of them is how Titus embraced the war, and Luna only took part in it to protect the men she served with rather than believing they were doing something right by fighting a continuous war. Despite their differences, Titus hoped that his sister was alright and safe, whichever battlefront she was on. Luna wasn't on a battlefront. She was sleeping cozily inside the temple. Her room was her sanctuary, a safe place away from her master. The night was peaceful, though Luna was jarred from her sleep. She opened her eyes. Everything was blurry. Her bed was very comfy though. She was in her comfy spot, and moving would ruin that, though she wanted to look at the city. She fell asleep during the early day. Her Coruscant sleep schedule was all messed up because of being on the battlefront messed with your sleep schedule, naturally. So, she fell asleep early in the afternoon for the second day in a row. It upset her because she loved watching the Coruscant sunsets on the steps of the Jedi Temple. Luna loved Coruscant, because not for nothing, the city lights were beautiful at night. They illuminated the iridescent beauty. The previous night, Luna slept through the entire night. The war wore her out, and she slept for nearly 17 hours straight. So Luna, not wanting to miss anything, got up and looked out her window, with a massive smile on her face. She couldn't help but be happy looking at all of it. Luna grabbed her Jedi robes and put herself together, and she walked out of her room. She was heading towards the steps of the temple so that she could take in the beautiful sights again. It had been so long, probably months since she'd seen Coruscant at night. It was the dead of night, but it was still beautiful. And nearly every night she dreamed about being here to see the city again. Luna walked through the temple. It was gorgeous as ever. Something about the temple was so beautiful at night. There was a sort of calm demeanor that the temple held, with its towering presence. Luna smiled as a duo of Jedi walked down the hallway past her. Luna got closer to the Great Hall when she heard a peculiar sound. She couldn't figure out what it was. For a short moment, it sounded like the marching of a droid army, but that couldn't be the case here on Coruscant. The droids were far from Coruscant. There was no feasible way that could be true. Before Luna could finish her thoughts, the sound of blaster fire opened up, and she heard the voices of clone troopers. The sound of bodies hitting the floor could be heard, even from Luna's position. She looked around and saw the two Jedi who she just walked past tell her to go and hide in her room. Everything would be alright. Luna looked at them as they ignited their lightsabers, running over to see what the commotion was. Luna ran back towards her room, though not to hide. She was going to help defend her home from these insurgents, whoever they were. In Luna's tired mind, she still hadn't pieced together that the forces who entered the Jedi Temple were actually clone troopers, even though she heard their voices. When she got back to her room, she grabbed her lightsaber and exited it. There were dozens of Jedi running through the hallways. Luna was curious where the Chosen One was. She knew he was here. Hopefully he was alright. Same with the other few council members still present inside the temple. Luna ran forward, hearing the orders of the temple guardsmen. The guards told Luna to get away from here. As he turned and ran down the hallway towards the action, Luna couldn't just listen to those orders. This was her home, and she needed to defend it from these insurgents. Luna ran towards the Great Hall, and when she got there, she was horrified. On the base layer of the temple, there were a number of clone troopers running through the temple. They were tag-teaming a bunch of Jedi. Luna watched it. It was horrifying. However, it was very impressive. The clones paired up into teams of 3 or 4, and they singled out Jedi. The Jedi were defenseless against it, though Luna found something odd in all this. Yes, something odd aside from the clones betraying the Jedi. It was the 501st Legion, the Legion of Anakin Skywalker. Luna turned her head when a group of clones came running up the stairs near her. 2 Jedi Knights came running by, igniting their lightsabers. The clones fired at them. Luna watched as one of the clones was killed by his own blaster shot, and the other 3 clones began to fire. Another one of them fell over, before 4 more clone troopers ran up the stairs, ambushing the 2 Jedi. One of the knights fell, and then the other one threw his lightsaber forward, cutting down the group of clones, before being shot dead too. Luna ducked down behind the railing after watching the horrific sight. Her breath got heavy. She couldn't fill her lungs fast enough. Her skin trembled and her body shook. A duo of temple guards spun their lightsabers in circles, deflecting shots back to the clones. Luna looked over at the temple guards, and then something horrible, something truly horrific, caught Luna's attention. She watched Anakin Skywalker slam his blade across one of the temple guards. She saw the darkness in his eyes. It was a void, and it sent chills down her entire body. Luna stumbled to her feet, tripping over the dead Jedi and the clones that had just died before her eyes, as she turned back to see Anakin cut through the temple guard's leg, watching him fall to his knees and then cutting across the guard's neck. Anakin spun his blade around behind his back before he grabbed the temple guard by the throat and thrust his blade through him. Luna stopped running and met the cold gaze of Skywalker. The same man that smiled at her just the other day was not the same man she was looking at. His glare sent a chill down her spine, but before he could fully turn his attention toward her, a Jedi Master and Knight came up to him, trying to stop him from committing more atrocities. Luna saw this as her opportunity to escape. Anakin pointed to the side, dispatching some clone troopers to kill the Padawan. Anakin turned his attention to the Jedi, challenging him, and using only a few swift strikes, Skywalker killed them too. He didn't worry about Luna, assuming that she would be killed by the elite men chasing her down. Luna turned around after entering another hallway, igniting her lightsaber and blocking a shot, before using the Force to throw one of the other men into the other. Luna was terrified. Where could she go? She turned around and saw 3 more Jedi running towards her before a thermal imploder flipped onto the ground in front of them, blowing the 3 of them up and killing them. Luna Luna's mouth dropped. She turned around and then looked in the direction of the group of more clones. They fired at her. She used her lightsaber to defend herself, though some of the blaster bolts were smacked into the sides of the pillars. Debris began to fall. Luna used the force to push over more of the clones before getting clipped in the back of her leg. She fell over, blocking more shots, before the pillar she was next to tumbled over towards her. Luna cried out as the clones watched. The pillar fell to pieces around her, and the largest piece landed on top of the small cocoon. Though Luna had done this almost intentionally, she used the force to make sure that the last piece of the pillar didn't crush her. She heard the clones say that she was likely crushed by the pillars. Time to move on. Luna stayed under it the entire night. She could hear so many horrendous things, and she covered her mouth to make her cries inaudible, and she wiped tears, several tears away from her face. During the night, she heard the sound of lightsabers cutting through children as they cried, running away from what she had to assume was Skywalker. She heard the sound of a Pauloon man, informed the clones that he was serving on the side of the Emperor. The clones referred to him as the Grand Inquisitor. She also heard the sound of several clone troopers reporting different sectors of the temple that were completely covered and dealt with. Luna's heart was so broken. It was the longest night of her life, but as is the cost of winning the Clone Wars. Our tragedy continues inside the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Luna woke up to the sound of clone troopers clearing and sweeping the area. Luna rubbed her cheeks. They were dry from the tears of the night before. Luna saw a small glimmer of light from a hole in the small cocoon that she was trapped under. She could tell that it was daytime, so she ever so peacefully and carefully used the force to lift the pillar overhead to the side so she could crawl out. When she did, she stretched her legs for the first time in more than 10 hours. She looked around. She didn't see a soul. Luna grabbed her thigh where she was clipped the night before. It hurt terribly, but she could at least walk on it. Luna walked through the halls of the temple. It used to be so beautiful. She looked up at the pillars covered in blaster marks and looked down at the carpets filled with bodies. Luna carried on towards the great hall of the Jedi Temple, keeping quiet and keeping her distance. Across the temple, there were little groups of clones, though it seemed like most of the 501st cleared out. Luna looked across the way and saw a small child get up and begin to limp across the walkway. Luna knew it would be too dangerous to try and engage with the youngling. If the child could survive, then she could continue to survive. It was now the survival of the fittest, and Luna couldn't look out for anyone other than herself. She heard the sound of some clone troopers and she got behind a pillar. The clones walked by and they stopped, asking if they heard something. The clones then saw the little girl walking across the walkway, and one of the men mentioned being able to secure another kill. Luna stepped out from behind the clones, and before even giving them a chance to notice she was there, she ignited her lightsaber and dragged it across the back of their knees. They both fell to the ground in astounding pain. Luna used the force to throw them to the ground with so much incredible force. She then walked forward, kicking the clone troopers over so she could see them. She was disgusted. They were her brothers. They were her friends, and all they could do was this? Chalk up all the Jedi to just being killed? This wasn't who they were. The clones looked at the young Jedi. They weren't afraid, so they spat on her. Luna clenched her fist with her lightsaber in her hand and threw the blade into one of the clone troopers. Her eyebrows creased. The other clone's sly confidence dissipated, and he began to crawl away, trying to get somewhere, not being able to use his legs, with both of them having been cut the way they were. Luna pulled the clone with the force down the hallway with her. She didn't say a word, just dragging his face along the carpet. He tried to plead with her, telling her that it wasn't what she thought, but he was still trying to grab a weapon. The carpet burn across his face was excruciating. Luna stopped and pulled him with the force, throwing him against the pillar with so much force as she could, snapping several of his vertebrae. She knelt down in front of him, jabbing her blade into both of his elbows so that he couldn't do anything to fight back. The clone trooper sat there defenselessly. He just looked at her, total fear in his eyes. His face was red from the carpet burn. Luna put the lightsaber against the chest of his armor, allowing the heat to just burn through the plating. Luna tilted her head ever so slightly and watched the clone realize what she was doing. He shook his head. He tried to talk her out of it, but she pushed a little harder, cutting completely through the armor and slowly beginning to cut through the fabric underneath, burning his skin beneath that. The clone panicked and looked to both of his sides, looking for someone to save him. Luna just told the clone that no one would save him, just like no one saved all of her peers, all the little kids, as she drove the lightsaber a little further, pulling each cell of skin apart slowly. The heat alone brought sweat down his face. The clone too panicked to yell for help, too concerned for anything, hoping that the Jedi would do what any Jedi would do and spare him. The clone trooper tried to make excuses for his actions, but Luna didn't care, pulling her blade away and slashing down through his arm, removing it and waiting just long enough for the shock to jolt him into a world of pain before swinging her lightsaber across his chest and killing him. Luna deignited her weapon. A tear slipped down her face. What had she done? Who had she become? Luna put her lightsaber on her belt. and began walking through the temple. She was looking for a way out. It's obvious that the clones would guard the main entrance. From down the hallway, Luna heard the sound of blaster bolts. They began firing, and then the clones sounded off, as if they had just killed another Jedi. Luna ran forward and peered around the corner. She looked at the group of clones. They were standing over a couple of Jedi younglings. Luna recognized one of the Jedi. She knew her, and they just killed her. Luna couldn't stop herself. There were 4 clones, but she couldn't stop. She stepped around the corner, telling the clones that she would like to be taken in for questioning. The clones turned towards her. Luna just told them that she had information about other Jedi. She was going to give it over to them. The clones looked at each other, raising their blasters and walking forward, demanding Luna put her hands up. So she did. The clones got closer and closer, and when they were within 20 feet of her, she clenched both of her fists, and 2 pillars began to lose their ability to hold together, and the bases dropped out from under them. The clones looked up as they cried out and ran forward. Luna reached out with a grin on her face and pulled the pillars down faster. 3 of the clones were instantly killed. One of them was still alive. His legs were crushed, and he couldn't reach his blaster. Luna climbed over the pillars and saw the clone trying to reach for his comlink, trying to reach out for help, so naturally, Luna reached her hands out. She felt so much power in this moment. The clone trooper began to choke as Luna looked at him. She stood over him, choking him until she heard his neck snap. Luna snapped back into reality and she ran over to the woman she recognized. It was hard not to recognize this Jedi. She was still one of the few who still wore High Republic garments. She was protecting the younglings. It looked like she saved a collection of younglings, but they were discovered before they could escape. Luna knelt down next to Natabre and gently moved her hair out of her face and closed her eyes. Luna got up and made her way for the exit. First, she would try the side of the temple. It would be a bit dangerous considering it would lead to the city of Coruscant itself, but it was better than staying inside the temple. Luna was by herself. That was the simple truth. If she didn't look out exclusively for herself, then she would likely be killed by the clones too. Luna got to the edge of the temple and opened the door. She saw a small group of clones huddled up. They were clearly waiting for some of the Jedi to get back, so Luna would make their job a little harder. The clones since Order 66 seemed to be a little bit detached for whatever reason, which Luna found a bit weird. She ran across the side of the temple. The clones heard footsteps, and the 6 of them turned around towards her. Luna watched them raise their blasters, and so she lowered her leg and slid under them, using the force to throw them to their feet and off the side of the temple, to tumble down dozens of stories to their inevitable deaths. Luna grabbed her thigh again. She could feel the pain from the wound. She couldn't go back inside the temple to deal with it. She had to find another way to deal with it. As she lowered herself to the edge of the temple, using a grapple and wrapping it around a pillar, she used the grapple to rappel down the side of the Jedi Temple and down into the city streets of Coruscant. She was still wearing her robes, and that would be proven to be an issue for her. But right now she needed to stay hidden, and so that's what she was focused on doing. In the mid-rim, Luna's brother was walking through the city streets in the capital city of Baz-Bidi. He was still so horrified. He didn't see any clones, and the last interaction with the clones he had was watching his brother be executed by B-1 battle droids. Titus was ducking through alleyways, keeping his eyes out. All he saw were battle droids and tanks. Though, there was one concerning issue. A Republic light cruiser just entered the atmosphere and was currently sitting just outside the city gates. With the recent behavior of the clones, it wouldn't be weird to assume that the clones or the Republic would just get more aggressive with their warfare techniques. Titus was really worried about his sister, and he was looking for a way to find her, or at least get to her in the hopes that she was still alive. Though he didn't know where to search, so he would go to the Jedi Temple first. It seemed like the best way to find out where to go. Not to mention, Titus got a message from Anakin Skywalker himself, one that was sent to every Jedi telling them that the war was over and it was time to return to the temple. It was kind of weird to assume that was the case, but Titus was happy to know that the temple stood. A message like that gave him hope that his little sister made it back to the temple. Maybe Master Kron and Luna made it out alive, but all Titus knew is that there was one safe haven in the galaxy, and that was the Jedi Temple. Titus found a spaceport, except it was shut down. No one was really allowed to enter or even leave it, though Titus didn't really care for the rules put in place by the enemy. So, he in turn used his Jedi weapon to cut through the door and get into the hangar area. Titus looked around at the numerous vessels inside the Bay Area, and there was only one ship that didn't have a gravity lock on it. The ship was a Razor Crest. It was a bit bulky for Titus, but it would do the job. So he entered the vessel. Titus looked around. The ship obviously belonged to a bounty hunter before. There was a large hat inside the ship, with an assortment of weapons. What a weird collection. Regardless, Titus looked around the entire vessel. He knew that Razor Crests had a tendency to fall apart and require a lot of repairs, and truthfully, he didn't want to have a breakdown while he was fleeing the mid-rim, between the Republic fleet above the planet and the possibility of running into the Separatists. He needed a ship that was functional. Titus got to the cockpit and checked the diagnostics. space. The ship was actually in pretty decent shape, which was surprising how dusty the interior was. Titus was trying to figure out why someone would just leave the ship behind, but he didn't want to mess around with it more than it already had been. He had to open up the hangar bay doors so that he could escape the planet. When he slid down the ladder to the main bay, he tripped over a loose panel and slammed into the wall, releasing a lock on the astromech. The droid fell over onto Titus's back, and landing on right where his shoulder was shot before. Titus rolled over and pushed the astromech off of him. It was an all-red droid, a C1 unit by the looks of it. Titus pushed the droid back against the wall, speaking aloud to himself, saying that he would mess around with the droid when he got into hyperspace. He left the Razor Crest after turning on the engines and went to the control panel for the hangar bay and pulled on the lever to open it. When he did, the doors creaked and croaked open. The Jedi Knight ran back to the Razor Crest and closed it up as he lifted off the surface of the planet and departed the system. When he got into space, he could see the Republic fleet, and it looked deathly still. There was an odd feeling about everything. There was a terrifying aura about the fleet, and Titus couldn't put his hand on it. Regardless, he pushed the ship into hyperspace and went back down into the cabin to investigate this droid that was covered in dust. When he got down the ladder, the droid was missing. Titus panicked for a hot sec because C1 series were known to be a bit bad with their tempers, and use expletives towards living beings a lot. Titus looked around, lowering his stance and squaring his shoulders so that he could move the droid away from him if it moved on the attack. The sound of wheels turning towards him made him jump back, using the force to push the droid to the far side of the ship. The C1 stopped and looked at him, waving one of his arms at him. Titus told the droid he wasn't here to hurt it. He was a Jedi. He could be trusted. The droid wheeled forward just a little bit and changed its overzealous behavior. Titus asked the droid what its name was. The droid beeped at him that his number code, which was given, was C105T. Titus reached out his hand to touch the droid, saying to him that it was nice to meet him, before he was shocked. The shock sent Titus back into the wall. The Jedi Knight rolled his eyes and got back to his feet, using the force to lift the droid up into the air, holding him in midair. Titus told the droid that if the droid didn't stop acting like a hooligan, he would strap him to the engine compartment when they landed. The droid didn't take too kindly to this hostility, but in a way, it kind of worked. The C1 series, even with its nasty behavior and temper, responded really well to sass, wit, and even a bit of hardcore sarcasm. Titus was prepared to put this droid into a whole new world of all of that. The droid beeped at Titus, cursing him out, and saying a number of incredibly aggressive things. Titus just looked at the droid and asked if he was done yet. The droid spun his head around. Titus told the droid that if he told him about everything that happened to the ship, maybe they could become friends. It was obvious the droid's owner had abandoned him. Titus said he wouldn't abandon the droid if the droid was kind enough to be friendly. The expressive droid decided to negotiate his own terms of surrender, and so Titus let the droid down and then asked about the droid and everything there was to know. C1 told Titus that the name he was given was Lugnut, and it was given to him because of his stubbornness. Titus had a hard time figuring out where that stubbornness came from. The droid stopped and looked at the Jedi as Titus laughed, saying that he was joking and telling the droid to carry on. Lugnut told Titus that he was picked up from a scrapyard by a bounty hunter, but the bounty hunter truthfully was a wannabe Cad Bane, and that ended up costing him his life, especially when Cad Bane found out that said bounty hunter had a cooler hat than him, and felt the need to take that hat from the dead body. Cad Bane shut Lugnut off and deposited the ship to Boss Pity and received a handsome reward for it, and used the money to do whatever he wanted with it. Lugnut didn't have much data inside of his memory banks from before he was found by the bounty hunter. All he knew is that he worked on board a large starship from a number of years before, and the only reason Lugnut knew that is because one of the memories pre-scrap heap were inside the same ship, doing the same mundane tasks, acting like any other drone, which Lugnut was certainly not. Titus found the story to be a bit sad, but told the C1 droid that he would take care of him, as long as he allowed him to. Titus expressed that the Clone Wars were just over, and when they returned back to the Jedi Temple, everything would be safe. Though Lugnut had no clue what Titus was talking about. Having been shut off for the last 5 years, Lugnut missed the entire build-up to the Clone Wars and the entire war in general. So Titus made an executive decision to tell the little droid about everything that had happened. On the planet of Coruscant, Luna was making her way through the city streets. Originally, it was all clear on the surface level, but as the day picked up, labels filled the streets telling all citizens to report if Jedi had been seen. Luna knew she couldn't be found wearing Jedi clothes anymore, so she found a homeless woman around her size and asked her to switch. The homeless person wasn't sober, so it was an easy trade to make. Luna took the clothes from the woman and allowed her to have the robes of the Jedi. Because Jedi robes were made out of the best material, the homeless woman gave Luna her best pair of clothes that had recently been cleaned. It was a great trade for the young Jedi. Luna watched shock troopers run through the streets, removing hoods from people. Luna knew that they would have have a hard time knowing if she was a Jedi or not. She blended in with a lot of the population, and no clones would suspect her of being a Jedi. There was nothing stating the obvious about her. Citizens were being searched when they came to a certain checkpoint, which meant Luna couldn't just go anywhere on the planet. Her best option would be to go down to the lower levels. Clone troopers always went missing on lower levels, so once she got down there, she could take her pick of revenge on as many clones as she wanted. Luna's first day here, after Order 66, was long already. As she kept going, a lightsaber activated and the sound of shock troopers could be heard. Luna looked across the way to see a young Twi'lek Jedi on the run. The face looked familiar, but Luna couldn't tell. She knew she had to take care of herself, but this was a child. The girl fighting back had no chance. Luna shook her head. She couldn't believe what she was doing. If she did this, she would break her cover, and it looked like that's what she was doing. Luna began running after the group, ducking below railings and avoiding being seen by camera droids that were filling the streets, to try and capture the sight of the Jedi, in case she avoided being captured or killed. Though the Jedi Padawan was skilled, she deflected shots back at the droids who were trying to capture her image. Though the shock troopers were highly skilled, one of them was cut down before the other 5 surrounded the Jedi, killing her, and then standing over her. Luna turned the corner and saw the youngling killed. The clone stood over her and fired more rounds into her dead body. Luna's body turned cold. She turned back and looked to see if there were any droids. She didn't see any, so she walked around the corner and slowly walked up behind the clones. They were confirming their kill of the youngling. Luna reached out with the Force to pull the youngling's lightsaber to her hand. Only one of the clones noticed it and turned around. Luna spun forward through the air, landing both lightsabers slashing at the clones. The only thing that could be known of their mutilation were the echoes and their cries bouncing out of the alleyway. Luna put both the lightsabers away, deciding to keep the lightsaber that formerly belonged to Twi'lek youngling Daisha Numa. Luna ran down the street and ducked into a small building to hide out. As she leaned against the wall, she slid down to the floor. She looked up at the sky above her. It was closer to midday by this point, and she had yet been able to get down to the lower city. Luna looked at the lightsabers. She could feel the crystals beginning to change, yet she didn't know why. As she sat on the ground, she felt chills run down her spine and throughout her body. When she breathed, she could see her breath in the air, but it wasn't cold outside. Coruscant was typically nice in terms of temperature. On the galactic temperature range, Coruscant was typically 21 degrees, or by outer rim scale, it was typically 70 degrees. This was because the city of Coruscant was located in such a high atmosphere that it typically would be really cold, but on top of that, the concrete jungle created a warmth to balance out the cool temperature, of course, especially when the sun was out. Luna wasn't cold, but she felt cold. It was much different of a feeling. It wasn't as simple as just being cold because of temperature. The Force was reaching out to her belligerent behavior in the last 24 hours. Luna was becoming someone different. She was no longer the person she was before the Purge. Luna sat herself down, holding her breath, trying to get a grip on what it is that she did to those clone troopers. It was horrific. It wasn't the Jedi way. But not even she knew what the Jedi way was anymore. Luna got a communication through her Jedi comlink. She looked at it. It was coming from the Jedi Temple. She hadn't seen this, but it was the same message her brother got, that the temple was safe and that it was time for all of them to return home. Luna bit her lip and grabbed the 2 lightsabers on her belt. She wanted to scream so badly. Her eyes became bloodshot and she stood up like she was possessed. A duo of clones walked past her without acknowledging her, just assuming she was just one of the loony homeless people of the upper layer. Luna twitched her head and decided not to kill the clone troopers. It wouldn't do her much. Instead, she would go deeper into the city and trying to find a way to get to the lower levels. Not far from where Luna was, a Razor Crest landed in an open spaceport. Out of it came Titus and Lugnut. Titus saw smoke emanating from the Jedi Temple, and he believed it would be better for him to find his way to the temple from the ground. As soon as Titus walked out from the hangar bay, he saw a sign, and it reported that all Jedi were now criminals. Titus stopped in his tracks and asked Lugnut if the Razor Crest had any clothing in it. The droid called Titus an absurdity before letting him go back and grab a new outfit. Titus was a little taken aback by his attire. Firstly, it was baggy on him because the bounty hunter who had the ship before him was a bit larger than Titus, and secondly, he felt ridiculous without his Jedi robes. Titus packed a blaster pistol into his holster and put his lightsaber under his coat. The droid slammed into Titus as he walked out of the Razor Crest again. Titus asked what his problem was, as the droid continued forward, going on a great tangent about this and that. Titus patted the droid on the head and turned the corner. From the street level, they could see smoke emanating from the Jedi Temple. All Titus could think about was where his sister was and if she was okay. While they were walking through the streets, Titus received a communication. It was a new one, though this one came from Anakin Skywalker's master. This was a bit weird. Titus told Lugnut to come into the alleyway with him. When he got there, he crouched down behind a couple of dumpsters and turned on the communicator. It started off with Obi-Wan addressing the situation. The Republic had fallen. It was time to stay away from the temple. The message was about to hit 30 seconds long, but by the end of its transmission, Titus put his head against the wall. Lugnut came around the corner and nudged the Jedi Knight. Titus turned over and put the communicator away and told the droid that it was all gone. Lugnut responded back to the Jedi inquisitively, trying to understand what this all meant. Titus told Lugnut that it was all gone, all of the hope. Titus had been holding out hope this entire time. Despite the fact that clones had turned on him, despite how ominous the message to return to the temple was, he believed that once he got here, everything would turn back to normal. Even after landing and seeing the Jedi Temple on fire, he still believed there was a chance that it was all a mistake, and now all of his hope was gone. Now it was real. The Jedi had been defeated, and they had to go into hiding. A small part of Titus wanted to go to the Jedi Temple to see if he could find Master Kenobi, considering the message just came through, but it would probably be a bad idea. Titus told Lugnut that they should go far away from Coruscant. It's likely this new empire that Kenobi referenced would begin to lock down everything on the city world. Considering Kenobi mentioned something about this rising empire, it'd be a good idea to avoid said empire, in his mind. Titus took a deep breath and told the droid that it was time to move on from being a Jedi. Before Titus could leave, he heard the sound of a little girl. The voice called out from the alleyways she was in. He turned around and looked for what he was hoping to be his sister. It wasn't. It was a Jedi youngling. Titus asked who it was before the girl told him that her name was Katuni. Katuni was noticeably limping. She had been very badly hurt. Titus ran over to her and asked what happened. Katuni stumbled over and fell to her knees. She had blaster marks on her thigh, arm, and one in the side of her stomach. Katuni started to cough as Titus caught her and kept her from hitting the ground. Katuni told him that it was awful, everything. The clones came in and they killed everyone. A chill ran down his back. Titus told Katuni that she could tell him everything later. She shook her head, telling him that if he was seen carrying her, then they would both be killed. Titus knew that, so he ripped open a bag of trash and emptied it and told her to get into it. She couldn't argue with that. It was actually a clever plan. So she climbed into it and he slung her over his shoulders and began walking through the city streets. They weren't too far away from the landing bay where they were parked, so the trio quickly got into the Razor Crest and entered it. When they got in, Titus told Lugnut to get the ship ready for launch. The droid beeped and bopped and got up the ladder using the rocket booster on the bottom of him and got the bridge on and turned on the engines. Titus pulled out a small cot, putting Katuni down on it and grabbed some medical supplies for her. He used everything he could to patch her up. She told Titus that she was scared, but it wasn't because of this current moment. Katuni was living in the past. It wasn't her fault. The pain she was feeling put her back into the moment. She began to narrate it to Titus as it was happening. She didn't realize she was doing it either, which was the most tragic part about it. Titus put a pod onto her shoulder and she passed out. While she was out, Titus patched her up before heading to the cockpit and prepared to depart for deep space. Titus trusted his Jedi training, and in the moment, that entailed trusting the Force. So, as soon as the ship was in hyperspace, he told Lugnut he wanted some time alone. The droid made him some noises and dropped down into the bay of the ship where Katuni was still sleeping. Titus closed his eyes and sat down on the floor, feeling the Force flow through his body. He became attached to the Force itself. He felt into his roots. He felt drawn to a place of tragedy, a planet where so much pain had already happened. It was nearby Mustafar. The planet of Earth, inside the Messina System, was where Titus was being drawn to. His home was calling to him, and so, that's where he would go. Titus would take Katuni and Lugnut back home, though he knew there would be challenges. As far as Titus was aware, aside from the genocide during the Clone Wars, it would be clear there would be no empire there. When Titus got to the location he was looking for, he trusted the Force to guide him to the coordinates of the planet. This would suffice, hopefully. Until then, Titus went down and asked Katuni, who was waking up at this moment, about what had happened. She was very shaken, but she told Titus the night was just like any other night. She and her class were just finishing training before they went to bed. They were doing some of their basic UJT practice, and the door was broken open and a bunch of clones ran in. Biff was the first one to be killed. The rest of them ignited their lightsabers and defended themselves when the clones barged in. Petro and Gungi took point, pushing the clones back, but there was more than just them. The clones piled in from around the corner. That was when Katuni was grazed across the side with a blaster shot. She was very badly hurt by it, but she, Ganudi, and Zat got out of the room. The minute they got out of the room, Petra was domed in the head. The 4 remaining students were horrified. That was when Katuni got hit in the thigh trying to escape. Ganodi was cut down by several blaster shots. Gungi ran forward trying to use the Force, and he threw the clones back. He was the physically strongest out of the bunch. and he picked up K'Tuni. Zat was right with them as the trio made their escape. The temple was filled with terror. They saw Jedi Masters and Knights alike getting cornered and taken down like wild animals. Zat and Gungi used their lightsabers to defend themselves. Instead of looking for an easy way out of the temple, the three of them made their way to the Jedi Archives, where a large collection of the remaining fighters were. The Jedi Temple guards were blocking the doorways. When they got down there, the wall bursted open, and one of the clones shot Zat down and clipped K'Tuni in the shoulder. Gungi did everything he could to get her out of the temple through the lower exit level, which worked to perfection. That is until they ran into the clones, which a number of them were stationed around the temple, thanks to Skywalker's knowledge of the temple layout. When Gungi and K'Tuni got down there, out of the temple, they were escorted by a Jedi Knight who was cut down by a number of clones too. And then, those clones chased the Wookiee Jedi. Gungi carried K'Tuni for as long as he could, until she became too heavy for him to carry, which is why she was left in the dumpsters. It was far away from where the clones would find her, and it ended up working. Though K'Tuni would remiss if she didn't mention how afraid for her classmate she was. K'Tuni didn't know if Gungi survived. All she could do was hope that he had. Titus told her that he understood. His sister was somewhere in the galaxy too, but they had to listen to Master Kenobi. If anyone knew what to do, he did. When they arrived in the Messina System, Titus piloted the ship around the planet and felt called to go down towards a sea surrounded by a large amount of land. The ship sped around and Titus landed on a small island not far from a big piece jolting away from the continent. This, despite the carnage, looked like a sound place to set up camp, but when they landed, Titus noticed that the entire city was reduced to rubble. There was destruction everywhere, and there wasn't even a sight of a living being. It might be eerie, but there was something about this planet that made Titus feel and believe that they should be here. It's because the Force was strong with this planet, a certain balance that needed to be explored. K'Tuni was feeling much better and she was able to walk on her own at this point, but she had to use Lugnut for support. She followed Titus as he looked everywhere, remembering little bits and pieces of this town. The Force led him here because this was where he was born. Titus looked at a stone still standing, and the few structures that weren't completely erased by the DDT tanks. Titus told K'Tuni and Lugnut that they would stay here for their survival. It would be safe because the Empire was unaware of its existence. For the time being, that would prove them all the time they needed. On Coruscant, Luna was able to get down to level 1013, where she would have to make her own life. She knew that the crime liked to exist down here, and being as talented as she was, there should be no issue with her making enough credits to survive. Though something that sat in the back of Luna's mind was how much the dark side of the Force would influence her chances of survival. Our story continues inside of a vessel. The ship was cruising down to the surface of the planet in the mid-rim territories. The ship rattled back and forth with a sound of clanking on the interior of the vessel. Inside was a girl. She was waiting for the landing procedure to finish so that she could find a Jedi. It was a Jedi that had been hiding out for so long, and after so much time away from the public eye, it could only be a former Jedi who could find her. The girl on the ship waited until they landed on Kashyyyk. The planet was already occupied by the Empire, but this girl who was landing knew that the Jedi she was looking for was here. After all, it was her master. Luna stepped out of the Imperial gunship, surrounded by a number of stormtroopers. Luna told the troopers to be wary. Her master was never good about treatment towards anyone. The troopers moved into the forest cautiously. Luna didn't want to wear her helmet over her head, and so she only wore the elegant inquisitorious robes that slid across the sand as she moved from the beach into the forest of the planet. Luna knew that her master would likely be living with the Wookiees, though Luna really wanted to know how her half-wit of a master survived the purge. Regardless, she walked forward watching her men fan out into the jungle. Luna closed her eyes and told her men to stop. They turned around and looked at her. She felt through the Force, and she could hear the sound of movement. It was a band of Wookiees. Luna told the troops to fire into particular directions that the Wookiees were in, and the stormtroopers opened fire. The jungle was filled with blaster fire as Wookiees fell from several stories up to their deaths on the ground. Luna continued walking forward alongside the numerous stormtroopers as their blaster fire echoed throughout the trees. The sounds of Wookiees calling to each other could be heard, and the Imperial troopers made quick work of these insurgents by planting an E-web into the forest floor and firing away. The 13th sister smiled, watching the Wookiees drop to the ground lifelessly, smoke piling out of their dead carcasses. The Wookiees ran further into the forest. The Imperial troopers looked at the Inquisitor, but she didn't egg them on to go on further. These Wookiees would make fine slaves once they were captured, but for now, the Imperials were not to go further. There was a reasoning for this. Luna planned on luring her former master out of the rebel, so instead of simply marching in after the Wookiees, Luna sent the stormtroopers out around the location, giving giving the Wookiees plenty of time and room to bundle down for the night and get cozy. When the light in the sky dimmed, the fire inside the trees grew. Luna was going to burn down the entire forest to get these fresh slaves for the Empire, as well as kill her former master. The fires began slow, but with the immense amount of brush in the forest, it caught fire, and the burn grew to a blaze. The Wookiees were surrounded, and they were pushed from their sanctuary. On the only safe side from the fires were a firing squad. They were going to either execute the Wookiees or capture them. It was the Jedi Master's choice after all. Luna stood behind her men, watching from the back as the cries of the Wookiees could be heard. The sound of an older woman calling out orders could also be heard. There were terrible, nightmarish sounds coming from the forest as some of the Wookiees were burned alive. The combined smell of burning wood, brush, and Wookiee flesh was enough to choke a rancor, but the men stood steadfast, listening to the howls of the immolated Wookiees. The sound of several feet stomping towards the troopers rattled them enough to raise their weapons and turn their flashlights on. It was noticeably dark, aside from the flames that burned around the entire forest. After a few minutes, the lights caught a glimpse of several Wookiee eyes, and the Wookiees were warriors, but they were not fighting back. This was a true show of strength of the Empire. The ability to crush the will of a people was their game, and they mastered it. Luna stepped out from behind her men, calling out to her former master, telling her that if she gave herself up, the Wookiees would be allowed to live. Jarrett Kron couldn't give up that offer. She knew there was a catch, but she had no doubt in her mind that she could very easily beat her former student. The Jedi Master stepped forward and smiled at her former student. Luna grinned as a response, igniting her crimson lightsaber, only using one of the two available blades on the hilt. Her master didn't hold any restraint, rushing forward without saying a word and igniting her own weapon. Jara leapt into the air and slammed down onto her student's blade. She was a flashy fighter, and Luna knew that, never letting her master get the best of her. Luna was skilled, having trained against several Inquisitors and even having dealt with Vader once during a training exercise encouraged by the Emperor himself. Luna matched Jara's ferocity, matching every beat with a response that even surprised her former teacher. The two of them broke off from the heavy combat. Luna paced around, igniting the second part of her blade, as it cut through some of the brush that sat beneath her boots. Jara lifted her blade and pointed at Luna, calling her a disappointment, telling her that everything she was a failure of a Jedi. Jara rushed forward, using her anger and rage, and yet they did her no favors. As a Jedi, it ruined her core strength. Luna stepped back, purging every attempt her former master made to kill her. Before Luna was pinned into a corner, she pushed her former teacher around, slamming her into a tree and grinning. Luna told Jara that she wasn't a failure because of her own decisions. She was failed because her master was terrible. Because Jara didn't care for a moment, and now everything that she became was a direct result of Jara's selfishness. Luna turned the blade spin on as the weapon spun closer and closer to Master Jara's knee. Jara tried to defend herself, but her back was against the tree. She cried out in agony as her knee slipped off of her leg and she fell down to the ground. Luna stood over her master and grinned. Using the force to grab her master's blade, she turned around and waved a trooper over, holding it out towards them and then turning her attention back to Jara. Master Kron was wincing as she ached in pain. The strike her former student made was incredibly painful to deal with, and Luna wasn't done. She deignited her weapon and grabbed her master by the throat and brought her up against a tree, slamming Jara's head against the hard wood of the Kashyyyk tree. Luna lifted her former master off of her feet and just stared blankly into Jara's eyes. Luna tightened her grip and watched the light fade from the Jedi's eyes, and then Luna released her former master, watching her fall to the ground. Jara's eyes shot back open, catching a whiff of air again, and she breathed really heavily. She looked back at Luna and thought that maybe it was all deception, but before she could say a word, Luna ignited her lightsaber and slashed down across Jara's chest, killing her instantly. Luna turned around and grabbed her former teacher's lightsaber from the commander and whispered into his ear, "To kill all the Wookiees." The commander lifted his weapon and the sound of blaster fire filled the air, with smoke barreling over the troopers and fire exploding out from the tree line. The sound of Wookiees dying echoed in Luna's ears as she slowly made her way back to the shuttle and got in, lifting up from the surface and being departed back towards the Mustafar system. On Earth, Katuni was a young woman, and she spent the last 8 years with her master Titus, who accepted her as his own and raised her, believing it to be his responsibility to do so. They were situated inside of Messina, and while a lot of the Messina System itself had been left in the rubble by the Separatists, Titus and Catuni found that there were survivors. Pockets of them. The global population wasn't much more than 50,000 people, which might sound like a lot, but it was 50,000, still around out of what was originally 45 to 120 million people. There wasn't a direct record left to articulate the global population before the Separatists arrived. Titus found, through the 8 years on Earth, that the planet had deep roots connected back to the Jedi. While the Separatists had been here and scourged the entire planet, there were few slavers that actually returned the people to their home world, while the rest of them were just simply executed for being too rebellious. The Jedi had been here once or twice in their ancient, remarkable history. The Jedi had been around for 25,000 years up until this point, and they had secret temples across the galaxy, many of which were known to only a few individuals within the Jedi Order itself. Grandmaster Yoda knew where all of them were, and the Archivists did too, but they were rarely disclosed. This knowledge wasn't held within the archives nor the restricted section. It was passed down from Grandmaster to Grandmaster and Archivist to Archivist. Lothal, Ahch-To, and Earth were among the several planets never disclosed in location. Yoda knew more than anyone else that the Sith were rising, and if the Sith discovered these temples, then they would use them for wrong. The Jedi had a long, concentrated connection with the Ones, incredible beings of the Force. On Lothal, the Jedi Temple had direct routes that led to the world between worlds. The temple on Earth had recently been found by Titus and Catuni, and they were able to access it, being master and apprentice. They had yet to discover the sectors of this temple and really understand what it was. The temple was located inside the same mountain that Master Jarrah landed on nearly 30 years beforehand. Mount Etna had a small temple on the inside of itself that wound itself up to the top of the mountain and overlooked the greatness of the Mediterranean. It was never noticed by the Sicilians nor the Romans, but Titus was the first of his people to have found it in thousands of years. There were secret societies across the planet that housed these Jedi, though these individuals hid the Force and slowly the religion died out, becoming a speck of dust in the people. As societies formed, they ostracized people who used the Force and considered them magicians, wizards, or demons at the worst. Titus was unaware of this history, but the temple breathed again, and when he and Catuni accessed it, the temple itself gave life to the Jedi once more, freeing up the desolation of the Outer Rim, which was already very terrible. With Crimson Dawn ruling as his own empire out here and not far away from Earth, the Mustafar system, the light was being overshadowed by the darkness. Regardless, Titus spent the most of his days inside of the temple. He studied the hieroglyphics, and he tried to understand what they led to. Similarly to Lothal, the temple in Mount Etna had small, rough depictions of the Ones, these incredible force-wielding individuals, though Titus was having a hard time understanding that. The language was old, and it was the language of the Jedi, the ancient Jedi at that, so it wasn't exactly easy to translate into Galactic Common. Though the key to this temple here on Earth was that it was a beacon. It was for the darkest hours of the Jedi. It was meant to herald in a new era of the Jedi if they fell. Yoda didn't choose Earth because he knew that it was time for someone else to take that mantle, those specific people being Luke and Leia when they were ready. He also assumed that no Jedi would ever get there, being that the odds of either child of Earth surviving to be incredibly rare, and the chances of either of them finding Earth was even more so, let alone any other Jedi finding the planet. But if Titus figured out how to ignite this flame, then it was entirely possible that he would be able to disrupt the balance. It would draw the light and the dark there, being that the galaxy was so dark already. Especially with Mustafar so close, the dark would arrive before the light did, and while Titus was focused on learning the secrets of this temple, he helped the student with everything he could. Catuni grew up incredibly well, and she developed into Form 2. Catuni picked up on Form 2 because it was only one of 2 forms that her master knew well enough to teach. The only reason Titus knew it so well is because he taught it to his sister, and he taught her how to use it. And without having any other means of teaching the other 5 forms of lightsaber combat, Catuni got stuck with Form 2. Though she was fine with it, and she deeply respected her master. He saved her as a young man, and he took care of her and practically raised her. She understood the mistakes he made and never held them against him. She and him were rather perfect as a master and apprentice duo. Titus wasn't the hardest teacher, but he demanded excellence. Though they were in an odd predicament that they were survivors of a great purge, their trauma still haunted them, and both of them them had flashes of the dark side throughout the last 8 years, and as for C105T, he was the joy of the town. While the two Jedi called Messina their home, there wasn't much left of it, and there were certainly no people in this area of the world. They had rebuilt pieces of it, but most of the time they journeyed around using the Razor Crest. It's how Titus and Katuni found out that there were civilizations rebuilding on the planet, though they avoided interaction, solely because these people of Earth had enough trauma from people from the skies bringing machines of death down upon them. To ensure that the Razor Crest kept flight, they bounced off-world to Utapau, which was just a short jump away to refuel. They didn't want to be stuck here on this planet, and so they ensured that they always had a way off, just in case. Though they avoided going anywhere else because the Empire was large, and it was continuously growing. Earth was unknown, and they wanted it to stay that way. Aside from Katuni's lightsaber training, which was going rather brilliantly, she was becoming very much so like a Jedi who served in the High Council during the Clone Wars. Both Katuni and Adi Gallia were of the same species, and Katuni looked up to Adi Gallia before she was killed by Savage Obrez. Now she had Titus, and he was a bit different of a teacher. He was complex, of course having been affected by Order 66, but he deeply missed his sister. There was an animosity between them, but Titus always felt like he was doing the best he could for his sister. He missed her, and he truly hoped that if she was alive, she was well. If she wasn't, then he hoped that she had a quick and painless death. Arriving in the Mustafar system, Luna's Inquisitor shuttle exited out of hyperspace. She flew down towards a red, fiery planet, located just a little ways away from the moon of Nur, where Fortress Inquisitorius was. Luna flew down to Vader's castle, and when she got through the atmosphere, her lungs closed up. She took a deep breath. She slowly descended at a platform and landed outside of Vader's castle. She got permission to enter the castle, and she walked through the towering structure. On the inside, there were statues and massive pillars. Each step she took felt shorter than the last. The menacing presence of Darth Vader crept over her shoulders, and she stopped to turn around. It was a massive gate. The doors closed behind her. She looked back and saw nothing but darkness, illuminated by a red glare. She started walking again, and her back caved in, and she tilted into a slouch. All the while she was trying to present herself as powerfully as she could. The 13th sister carried on following one of Vader's servants to the castle. Luna tried to look forward. The Sith statues that surrounded her felt like they were looking into her soul. The servant told her to wait where she was, which was situated on a bridge overlooking the planet, until Lord Vader was ready. She nodded her head and took a deeper breath. Sweat began to drip down into her gloves as her body ached. The thought of seeing that mask again terrified her, as is the price of killing a Jedi Master. If a member of the Inquisitorius brought back the lightsaber of a Jedi Master after having killed one, they would have the honor of bestowing it to Lord Vader. This was incredibly rare, and never did it happen, considering not even the Grand Inquisitor was permitted to engage with anything higher than a Jedi Knight. On a side note, most of the Inquisitors were sent in duos to deal with Jedi Knights. Luna looked over the edge. The pit beneath her emitted flames, and when she looked down, she almost fell in. It was a lava river that led to the lava waterfall that crested over the edge of the castle. Luna took a deep breath again, and then she heard the screeching of machinery. It must have been Lord Vader. She wasn't sure. She'd never been to the castle before, but every sound jolted her heart, every echo made her body twitch, everything in the Force felt broken, and that was the simplicity of it. The presence near Vader was broken, and yet the 13th sister knew this feeling. She hadn't yet picked up on it, not the time that Vader beat the Inquisitorius, but she knew this fear. She felt this fear. It's the same fear that the 13th sister shared with the 3rd sister without even knowing she shared it with her. Both of them saw Anakin Skywalker during the raid on the temple. Both Luna and Reva survived. Reva had yet interacted with Vader. Luna waited, and the doors shot open. She trembled and turned to the sound of boots echoing. The servant told the 13th sister that Lord Vader would see her. She nodded her head and followed him in. They got to an elevator, and when the doors opened, she looked at a perfectly curated throne room. Everything was evenly placed, and in the middle was a large throne, and on the seat, it was him. Luna's legs began to shake. Her hands rattled with the sound of Jara's lightsaber tapping against her belt repetitively. Luna stepped forward, inching herself towards him. She knew who he was, and she was even more terrified now because she hadn't connected the dots before. Vader saw it. He saw Luna's terrified face the same way he saw her terrified face that night in the temple. Vader wasn't stupid. He could feel it. So he shot up out of his seat. Luna's eyes widened. She wasn't wearing a mask, and every ounce of fear she had could be seen as a drop of sweat shot down her face. Luna stopped and dropped to her knee as the sweat fell down and launched onto her knee. Vader's boots echoed when he began forward, creeping around the side of his desk, one step after another. walking around, and finally he stationed himself over her, looking down at her. She told Lord Vader that she killed Jedi Master Jarrah Kron, and without looking up at him, she handed him the lightsaber. Before she could fully reach up, he ripped it out of her hand with the Force. She immediately pushed her head lower, as if he was about to strike her down. Vader told her to rise, and so she did. When she got to her feet, she was thrown into the air by the Force by Vader. He demanded to know why she believed she could take on a Jedi Master without the permission of the Grand Inquisitor himself or the Emperor. She was terrified. She lost her ability to breathe, and she whimpered, crying out, telling him that she didn't mean to defy orders. She just knew how to find the Jedi Master. She didn't want Jarrah to escape. Vader listened and slowly lowered her to the ground. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Luna dropped to her knees again, her legs too unstable to keep balance. She looked up at Vader, and he looked down at the lightsaber, and then asked her, even though he already knew the answer, if Jarrah Kron was her master. She nodded her head and responded with, "Yes, Lord Vader." He looked at her and told her that she had done well. He moved back to his seat and sat down after placing the blade at the edge of his table. Vader looked at her and told her that her rambunctious nature was not appreciated by the Grand Inquisitor. However, her anger and her power were useful allies to the Empire. Vader told her that she had a higher midichlorian count than the Grand Inquisitor himself, but that did not matter. The Grand Inquisitor was focused. He didn't descend into madness looking for revenge against old masters. To be an Inquisitor, the past had to be forgotten, killed off with the light that no longer served the former Jedi. Vader stopped and told her that despite these shortfalls, the ability to defeat a Jedi Master was not something that would not be recognized as the work of a champion. Vader told her that despite her high midichlorian count, it was not concentrated. He continued telling her that a Master of the Force had a concentrated midichlorian count, despite how high or how low it might be. Vader was obviously referring to Kenobi without saying it, because Kenobi too had a lower midichlorian count than Luna. But he was good because he worked hard. The point that Vader got around to is that Luna was useful to the Empire, but she needed to get her head out of her midichlorian count. It may have been high, but a high count did not make her a master. She may have beat a Jedi Master, but she had much to learn. Vader then told her that instead of returning to Nur, she'd be dispatched to Utapau. There had been reports of a possible Jedi Knight. They weren't entirely sure, but it seemed possible. Luna nodded her head and asked which Jedi Knight they thought it was. Vader said the name, Titus, and her heart stopped. She looked up at her master and nodded her head, telling him that it would be done, my lord. In Messina, the sunlight was cresting over the Mediterranean Sea, and Titus was already awake. He and Lugnut were out sitting over the bay. Titus smiled as he suspended upside down, holding himself up with one hand, as the little droid threw rocks at him. Titus balanced himself and avoided the rocks. His eyes were covered with a blindfold, and then the little droid, being a C1 astromech, threw a large rock on Titus's hand, crushing his fingers and making Titus fall off the wall and slam onto the ground. The droid laughed and spun around like a menace, which he was. Titus pulled the blinds off of his head and looked over at the droid, and grinned. First he was upset, but seeing the pure amusement of the droid got him to smile, and then he turned his head. The glare of the sun blocked his view, but then his student reached out her hand, and her silhouette covered the sun. He smiled as she helped him up, and he asked her if she put Lugnut up to this. Katuni shook her head, so Titus looked at the droid, and the moment Titus turned around, Katuni punched him in the shoulder, telling him that Lugnut wasn't that accurate. She used the Force to drop the rock onto his hand. Titus pushed her back, laughing at her, telling her that it was a very clever prank. They'd be training extra hard today. She grinned, calling him an old man before expressing her excitement and her readiness. Titus nodded his head, bemused as he always was when she called him old. The two of them treated each other incredibly well, and without the restrictions of the code surrounding them. They were able to express a more loving relationship that allowed the two of them to be more than just Jedi, but true users of the Force. If anything, their bond was like siblings. They treated each other as such, but it still had a distinct respect of a master and apprentice bond. When they were in training, they acted like siblings, and when they were training, it was master and apprentice, for the most part. The communication between the two of them was terrific. Katuni asked her master what today's training would hold for them. He smiled and told her that they would be going to another place on the planet today. She asked why, to which he told her that he discovered the coordinates of a certain Force-sensitive location on the planet, so they would go there and test it out. She asked what was so hard about doing such a mission as this, which he said that for the most part it didn't work out, so they might as well try and get this one to work for them. She nodded her head, and within minutes they were packed up, with Lugnut and departing for the northwest. After a short flight, they landed in the middle of an open field. They had to be careful. The locals around these parts, especially these parts, were not exactly friendly, and Titus and Katooni did not want to interact with them. They parked the Razor Crest outside of a system of stones. When the Razor Crest doors opened, Lugnut and Katooni raced down the ramp, while Titus turned the ship off and walked out of the vessel. He smiled watching the little droid and his student. It may have been difficult since the temple fell, but it was a good life. He looked over and saw the birds, and a system of clouds coming in. The three of them got to the massive stone structure. Katooni asked what it was, to which her master pondered. He rubbed his face and told her that they should see if there's inscribing on these stones themselves. She nodded her head as C1 got ahead of them and began to scan the massive stones slammed into the ground. When they got there, they noticed that the stones were empty. Titus told the two of them to fan out. They could maybe find what they were looking for sooner. Titus walked to the center of the structure and looked up. The wind blew through his hair. He thought, maybe he should, so he knelt down in the middle and closed his eyes. He focused on the force and the structure began to vibrate and emanate the power of the force. Outside of the structure, Katooni and Lugnut looked in. They saw Titus with the force surrounding him, dirt and grass suspended in the air around him. Katooni's jaw dropped to the ground. She was amazed by her master. The little droid next to her began to beep, and when Katooni turned over to see what Lugnut was on about and being so noisy about, she watched the little droid get cut into pieces. Katooni ignited her lightsaber and looked at an Inquisitor. Luna smiled as she kicked C1 off her lightsaber and tilted her head. She paused for a moment, seeing her brother focus on the Force, and looked back at Katooni, realizing that Titus had adopted an apprentice. Luna paced in front of Katooni, egging her on, by telling her that once she was dead, she would execute her master. Katooni got upset, raging forward and swinging. Luna sidestepped the Jedi Padawan and watched her stumble to the ground. Katooni got back up, telling the 13th sister that her master was more powerful than she could ever become. Luna smiled and stepped forward, slamming down on Katooni's blade, telling the young Jedi that she was much more powerful than her brother. Katooni's eyes widened and she lost concentration. Luna slammed down on the blade 3 more times and used the force to throw Katooni into the force wall that was surrounding the stone henge, which ended up recoiling her and flipping her back and slamming her head onto the ground. Katooni got up and her vision was blurry, but she got to her feet and looked at the Inquisitor, all 3 of them. She hit her head really hard, so she was beginning to hallucinate. Luna saw this and took advantage of this, spinning around, knocking Katooni's blade out of her hand, cutting her across the stomach and wrapping her arm around the apprentice's neck. Because of the shockwave, Titus was jolted from his focus on the Force, and he exited through the maze of stones. When he got out, his heart stopped. He looked at his sister. She was okay, but what was she doing? His eyes drifted from Luna to Katooni and then down to Lugnut. Titus leapt forward without igniting his lightsaber and reached out his hand, asking his younger sister what she was doing. Luna smiled at him while tightening her arm around Katooni's neck. The young Jedi whimpered to her master, telling him that she was scared. She didn't want to die. Titus turned his attention away from his sister and to his student, telling her that everything would be okay. There would be no reason to fear because he would take care of her. He would resolve this, and before he could finish, Luna released her grip and slashed Katooni across the back and kicking her lifeless body to the ground. Titus stopped. His breath caught in the air. He stammered. Inside of his chest, his heart screeched to a halt and a tear slid down his eye. Luna looked back up with a devious grin across her face. She looked at Titus and paced around the dead body. He closed his eyes and his breath returned. His head was spinning, and he caught his breath. He focused, keeping his eyes closed. The sound of the world around him dimmed and the birds were silenced. The rolling and thunderstorm died and the wind disappeared. Titus took one deep breath after another. Luna assumed her brother was opting for the easy way out, just simply saying goodbye without a fighting chance, so she laughed at the possibility of bringing back another Jedi Master to Lord Vader. Did she want favorability with the Emperor? Of course she did. She was going to make herself irreplaceable to the Sith. When she got close, she brought her arm back and swung down. Before she made contact with her brother's skin, a blast of thunder rocked the plains, and a lightsaber ignited to meet it. Luna's eyes shot open, and Titus slowly opened his own eyes. He looked at his sister, seeing every memory he had with her. All the lessons, the stories, the training, the time inside the temple. He remembered every moment his heart ached, wishing that she survived, and now he had to be the one to stop her from following through with her evil decisions. Luna growled, igniting the second half of her lightsaber and swinging into action against her brother. Titus backed off, blocking and weaving through every attack she made. Titus made himself room to defend himself, but Luna closed in every little bit of distance he made for himself. Their blades met in the middle. They rang out into a nasty tearing sound as blades screeched at each other. When they broke off, the thunder struck again, and then the rain began to pour down onto the brother and sister. Luna looked at her brother, grinning as she tilted her head like a predator ready to kill. Titus took another deep breath. He'd done this exercise with his sister before, several times, though the only difference is Luna was a grown woman now. She slammed her blade forward, turning on the spin cycle, trying to get Titus the same way she did her master, Jara. But it wouldn't work. Titus tiptoed away from each strike at his legs. He noticed a pattern that she was making, but the pattern changed up as Luna moved from aggression into defense, which threw Titus off of his confident footing. And then his sister took advantage of it, sliding her blade across his shoulders, opening up a wound as he fell to the ground. He retched in pain as she grinned. One more Jedi Master to her collection. First Jara, and now her very own brother. As she lifted the blade, she struck down with absolute precision, but Titus used his injured arm to swing his blade up behind his head and block the strike made by Luna. She screamed at him, but he was too quick, kicking her legs out from under her. She fell down and jumped back immediately as he swung down, cutting a hole into the ground where she was. Luna got to her feet and stepped back, allowing the rain pellets to bounce off of her lightsaber. Her brother grabbed his shoulder and put pressure on it, feeling the immense heat beating off of his arm. The same amount of heat left behind by a true lightsaber cut. Titus pulled his hand off and raised his blade, holding it in both of his hands. He was a true Jedi in this moment, embodying every single fear, doubt, and lack of self-worth that he had. He combined it with his courage, his serenity, his knowledge, and his confidence. His sister looked at him with glowing yellow eyes. She was furious. Her power was so much more than her brother's, and she wanted nothing but to beat her brother. She wanted to emerge victorious in this moment. Titus stepped to his left, and his sister moved to her right. The two of them engaged once more, clashing in the middle. She told her brother that she would gut him right next to his apprentice. Titus didn't even give her the satisfaction of a response. She grew angrier, demanding a response from her brother, demanding that he break, and demanding that he show some sort of flaw. He was flawed. She tried to call him weak, calling him a coward, calling him a pitiful excuse of a Jedi. Titus blocked every strike that came accompanied by words of hate, pushing them out of his soul, allowing them to pass by, and allowing himself to embrace the light. The light engulfed his entire being as he pushed his sister back, getting some sort of advantage on her. But before he could truly beat her, she turned on the weapon spin mode and the weapon began to spin incredibly fast at him. He backed off. There was nothing he could feasibly do to defend himself from this onslaught. Luna spun the blade over her head and beat down, slicing through her brother's leg as he fell to his knees. And then, upon instinct, as the dark side flowed through her, she shot lightning at her brother, echoing the sound of the thunder as she did, throwing him across the field. Titus coughed as steam rolled off his back into the rain over him. He looked over at his student and fell to his side. Titus looked down at his leg. It was badly cut, but it wasn't badly enough cut where he wouldn't be able to walk or stand on it, but it was a severe disadvantage. Titus looked at Katuni, and behind her, Lugnut. The rain filled his robes, and he felt heavy. He heard the lightsaber behind him as he turned to see his sister walking towards him again. Titus turned back towards his student and felt his heart. He rose from the ground, slowly getting to his feet. He put all of his weight onto his uninjured foot. As he stood, his sister stopped in her tracks, asking if her brother would die a hero. Titus looked at her, and as he did, he ignited his own lightsaber to the flash of lightning, and with the force he pulled his student's lightsaber and ignited it to a roar of thunder. Luna tightened her grip around her lightsaber and rushed forward. Her brother steadied his stance, ready to beat her at her own game. As she lunged at him, he spun away from her, slashing her across the back of her shoulder. She screamed out in pain. The echo flooded the fields, and when they turned to each other, the rain picked up as their gazes met thunder, and it boomed again. Titus stepped forward, and his sister did too. The two of them got into range with each other and began exchanging blows with the other. Their duel was fearsome. The sounds of their blades were met by the crescendo of thunder echoing through their ears. Titus slammed down to block Luna, but her swing threw him off balance. She smiled. This was her moment, and her blades began to spin in a cycle once more. Titus saw this, and he threw his blades between the hilt of her blade, and she panicked. Titus ripped both of the blades to the sides, and the Inquisitor weapon shattered. Instead of stopping, Titus did what needed to be done, jabbing one blade through the arm of his sister and slashing down across her torso with the second blade. As his sister dropped, he fell down next to her, both of the lightsabers dropping into the soggy wet ground. Titus leaned over and turned his sister to the side to see if she was still alive. Her deadpan stare told him everything he needed to know, aside from the massive cut across her body. Titus closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. He apologized to her dead body, telling her that he never wanted it to come to this, apologizing for never having looked for her, never being there when she needed him. Luna spent several years in Coruscant's underbelly until she was found by the Inquisitors and pledged herself to them. If only Titus had been there, if only he could be the bigger brother he always believed he was. He apologized for never having seen how badly she was feeling. He then said that while he was sorry, he did forgive her. She was manipulated by the plot, by the evilness that stole the galaxy from the Republic and the same evil that plunged the galaxy into a galactic war. Hours would pass by in the pouring rain. Titus would bury K'Tuni, Luna, and Lugnut. The rain would continue and Titus would raise his robes over his head and take in every emotion that he was feeling, every raw emotion that he neglected for years inside the temple. He remorsed over the loss of his loved ones. That too included his sister. He forgave her for her actions, the dark deeds she committed against those who fought for peace. He hurt for her hurt, the pain she must have felt all alone for so many years, existing in the coldness and the bitterness of the dark side. The fear that she must have been compelled by, to be able to do such heinous things, and at the end of all of it, it hurt him to his very core. Because he saw it, the flashes of darkness during her training, and yet he chose to ignore it. He believed that it was just a phase, and it costed him his best friend, his student in K'Tuni. Not only that, Lugnut and Luna herself. His heart hurt for her too. K'Tuni was too young. Both of them were, only separated by an age gap of 7 years, and they were both gone too soon. And poor Lugnut, too damaged to be repaired. Titus said his goodbyes, removed all the data from the ship, and turned on the autopilot for Luna's Inquisitor shuttle, sending it back to Utapau, with no information of where it came from. Titus, on the other hand, would exit the rainstorm and fall down inside the Razor Crest. His wounds hurt him and he needed Bacta, and his heart needed fulfillment. There had to be some other freedom fighters in the galaxy. If there was a rise of power and they needed strong fighters, then it only made sense for them to employ Force users to fight for them. Titus assumed that there had to be more Jedi out in the galaxy. He didn't know how many were out there, but there had to be. Out of an order of 10,000, there were little more than 100, 2 of them being Grandmaster Yoda and Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. They'd be impossible to find. Of course, Titus only knew about Kenobi's survival, still keeping with him the communications sent to every Jedi after the attack on the temple. Titus, after getting some Bacta inside of himself, wrapped up his wounds with cloth and put his head against the wall of the vessel. He didn't know where the best place to go would be. He lowered his head and saw K'Tuni's lightsaber sitting on a table, and he took a deep breath. He got up and climbed to the bridge and piloted the ship off the ground. Being that the Razor Crest had an extensive database on coordinates, Titus took the vessel to Triton Spaceport. It was just a little ways away from Utapau, and was located directly on the Rima trade route, which would take him all the way back to the core and even the Inner Rim. Not that Titus wanted to go in either of those directions, but it was an option. When he arrived at Triton, he got a new batch of clothes, something that a smuggler might wear. It wasn't too Jedi associated, and it fit his vibe pretty well. Titus heard about several jobs around the galaxy. He knew that if he worked around, he might be able to get good insight into where the Jedi were. He saw a hiring by a Twi'lek on Triton. It was for a mission on Gorse, so Titus figured he'd take it. When he got to the Twi'lek, he never got a chance to hear her name, but so be it. He was a part of a squad, most of these guys knew each other, and the Twi'lek was hiring them for a mission. Titus assumed this would be an easy way to get quick cash, and maybe he could find settlement out somewhere in the galaxy. The mission to Gorse went rather well up until the squad for hire turned on the boss who hired them. Titus didn't carry blasters yet, and he didn't have his lightsaber on him, though he and another man, who was working as a mining transport pilot, intervened. The Twi'lek was a born fighter. She didn't take crap from anyone, especially not this group of ragtag people she hired. During the brawl, the mining pilot helped her beat off the crew she hired, until she flipped Titus over her shoulder and threw him into a wall. The mining pilot told her that the guy that she just hurt didn't turn against her. The Twi'lek asked who the mining pilot was, to which he told her that his name was Kanan Jarrus. The Twi'lek introduced herself as Hera Syndulla. There was an instant bond for the two of them. Hera's droid Chopper, who was also a C-1 astromech droid, beeped some absurdities and zapped one of the men, who turned on Hera. Kanan and Hera turned towards the man she flipped over her shoulder. He looked up at her and reached out for her hand. She apologized. She thought he was working against her. Titus shook his head, laughing it off, telling her that he was just trying to help. The little droid rolled up to him and called him something malignant. Hera called out Chopper's name, to which Titus told her it was no biggie. He used to have a C1, so he was perfectly used to it. Hera turned and thanked Kanan too, locking eyes with him for a solitary moment and then turning back to thank Titus for not turning against her. She told them that she could use some help. She was trying to get a crew together. Hera admitted that she might be a bit bold to take on some random people, but if they wanted to, she could really use them. Kanan and Hera grabbed hands as he told her that he was in. Titus nodded his head, telling the two of them that he would also be joining them. Hera grinned. She looked down at her psychotic astromech as he beeped, and then Hera said that she'd be calling them the Spectres. Kanan repeated it back to her in a question, to which she confidently confirmed it. She called Kanan Spectre 1. 1. She pointed to herself as Spectre 2. Obviously she was the lead of the group, but 2 was her favorite number. She tapped Chopper on the head and called him Spectre 3. Titus smiled and asked if he was Spectre 4, to which she nodded her head as well. Hera, having finished her job, would tell Kanan to grab his goods and make himself at home in the Ghost. She asked Titus if he had a place. He thought for a moment. His lightsaber and Katuni's lightsaber were inside the Razor Crest. He nodded his head a little shyly. Hera told Titus that if he wanted to, he could call the Ghost home. He was more than welcome to. Titus grinned. Having been in hiding so much, he didn't know if he could truly trust Kanan or Hera. He was willing to try though. It may have been a bit naive of him to do so, but he trusted the Force, and so he would do it. Titus told Hera and Kanan that he would sell his Razor Crest, and then they could get those credits and use them for whatever they needed. Titus told the other 2 Spectres that he would commit himself to this squad as long as they would too. Hera and Kanan looked at each other and nodded their heads. Chopper rolled over Kanan's foot like the little dastardly devil he was, and he was in too. Our adventure continues inside the Phantom, a separate, smaller ship that was a part of the Ghost. The Phantom was full of Jedi, and instead of there being 4 Jedi, there were now 3. Ahsoka, while not exactly being a Jedi, was one of the 4 of them who came here to Malachor. The 4 of them encountered the 3 Inquisitors, a shadow of the relic of the past, and Darth Vader himself. Ezra, Kanan, and Titus had encountered Vader before, each of them barely surviving their encounter with the Dark Lord of the Sith. A terrible series of events occurred just moments before as Titus piloted away, not knowing any of what had happened, aside from what he had just seen at the end of the fight. When the Phantom got into hyperspace, he turned around and looked blankly at the back of the ship, the image playing out in his mind over and over again. Ahsoka forced pushing Ezra and Kanan away from the closing doors as she fought Vader. Nothing could be said of her survival or that of the Dark Lord of the Sith, but there was no positive way of looking at it. Titus shook the memory from his mind as he got up and walked over to Kanan and Ezra. Their bond as master and apprentice had been shaken, and that was mostly due to the interaction between Ezra and Maul. The former apprentice to Darth Sidious convinced Ezra to work with him. The young Jedi wasn't old enough to know who Maul was, and so he was dissuaded from the short-term training he received by Kanan. Ezra felt immeasurable guilt for everything, not just the incident involving Maul, but the loss of Ahsoka, and the one thing Titus hadn't immediately noticed yet. Kanan was currently wearing a mask of a Jedi Temple guard. He hadn't seen one since the last time he was inside the temple, nearly 20 years beforehand. Titus then learned that Kanan was blinded by Maul. The aging Sith did it in an effort to kill the Jedi Master and take Ezra for his own. Ezra was a special Force user and Titus knew that, though he understood the importance of allowing Kanan to make mistakes along the way. Titus represented a teacher in a way, but he was more so an observer. Sure, he trained Katuni, and while she had passed away to Luna almost 10 years beforehand, the wound still sat fresh in his heart. Titus met Ezra only 6 years after he left Earth, and he knew that the boy was special. In a way, Ezra reminded him of his little sister. A lot of potential, but all that power wasn't correctly placed. It wasn't correlated, and it took away from Ezra in a way. Though there were continuous stages over the past 2 years of knowing Ezra that he noticed a very unique Force ability with the young Jedi. Ezra had an incredible connection to animals. It's as if he spoke their language. Ezra showed a lot of connection with Purrgil and the Thalcats. An odd combination, but that's all he noticed up until this point. When the trio included Chopper, returned to Chopper Base on Atalan, the failure was fed across the Ghost crew. Rex lost Ahsoka, Kanan lost his vision, and Ezra had himself a Sith holocron that he was keeping hidden. Titus stood on the Phantom next to Chopper as everyone left. He looked around and then moved back to the Ghost to think about the events of what had just transpired. He was unaware that Ezra was still clutching on to a Sith holocron. For the past 2 years, Titus had helped Kanan with his training of Ezra, but at this point he had backed off enough to allow Kanan to continue on his own. Titus didn't feel like he had to interject in the training at this point because Kanan became a confident teacher, and despite the wound to his eyes, Titus assumed that Kanan would continue to train Ezra. He was wrong. The rebel cells were starting to jump, and Titus, having been with the Ghost crew for almost a decade, was heavily focused on assisting the rebels. He helped situate the rebel base on Earth inside of the Messina System. It was one of the best placed in the entire galaxy for the rebellion to hide at. For the most part, the rebel fleet was located there, and the rebels here on Atalan were actively going into the galaxy on missions. Titus, having been a commander during the Clone Wars, naturally fit into the role of commander here alongside General Syndulla. The best part for Titus was getting along with Rex, Hera, and Kanan, and they all had a level of similarity with each other, something they could all relate to. Titus was the oldest of the bunch, being nearly 10 years older than both Kanan and Hera, but the situation of the Ghost crew was still situated in which Hera was the leader of the squad as Spectre too. Titus, despite the blinding of Kanan, understood he had responsibilities to the rebellion and he began acting on missions for the rebels. One of the most crucial of the bunch was aiding a rebel cell being operated by the former Senator Mon Mothma on the planet of Yavin 4. This kept Titus away from Chopper Base. It was an entirely secret operation, and aside from Titus and Hera, no one knew about it. Hera wanted Titus on Yavin because she as well as Titus assumed that Ezra and Kanan would continue to get along, but their relationship got rocky. While Titus was on Yavin, Ezra began to delve into the Sith holocron he and Maul acquired on Malachor. The issue is Ezra believed he was using the holocron for the right reasons. While yes, it was giving him short-term results in the form of new powers and even greater powers, it was leading him down a dark path, slowly coaxing him to the dark side of the Force. Kanan was nowhere to be seen during this time. Well, he was just not present to anyone else's life, as he was simply just sitting out of the way, meditating for the most part, and getting used to his new life as a blinded man. He had the Force as his ally, and he was at total peace with his new struggle. Kanan never blamed Ezra for what had happened on Malachor, though he never explicitly said anything about it to Ezra, so that his young student or apprentice would know about it. Without masters in the form of Titus or Kanan, Ezra began to fall off the deep end, and almost becoming obsessed with the dark side. It gave him the ability to grow in the Force more than he had ever before. On Yavin, Titus admitted it. He missed his friends. They were his everything, his family if anything. Kanan, Hera, Zeb, Sabine, Chopper, and Ezra, he loved all of them. Something so rare for a Jedi to feel, but is how he felt now. He was so removed from the Jedi at this point in his life that he felt no need to be loyal to a code that no longer existed. It was the weirdest thing for him. Titus, despite having to kill his sister, realized a lot about his life after spending time with the Ghost crew. And here on Yavin 4 without them, he realized how much of his heart they filled up. All their missions, their silly adventures, their goofy conversations, their late night talks, all of it. Titus was seated up against several layers on the top of the massive ancient structures on Yavin, and he couldn't help but wonder how his friends were doing. He had a little hologram he liked to play over and over again. It was a recording Chopper made from when the Ghost crew finally fleshed itself out. Kanan and Hera were sitting down in the main cabin of the Ghost. Sabine was spray painting a phoenix symbol on the wall, while Zeb and Ezra were picking a playful fight with each other. When Titus walked in, everyone's faces lit up. It was the same expression Titus had when he walked in. They were all one family, and that was what made them so beautiful. Titus watched the hologram as he patted Ezra on the head and sat down on the opposite side of the table. His arm hung over the edge as he asked what Sabine was making. She moved out of the way to show him his symbol, to which Titus congratulated her on his progress. She told him that she thought it would be the final iteration of the drawing. Titus smiled and turned over to look at Chopper, Zeb, and Ezra. The hologram recording ended there. But inside of Titus's mind, the story continued. Chopper zapped Ezra, but missed and instead zapped Zeb. Ezra and Chopper laughed as the massive Lasat raged and chased the little C-1 droid and the boy out of the ship. Titus remembered the smell of it, like it was yesterday. He could feel the beautiful breeze trickle in from the exterior of the Ghost, while they were situated inside of the fields of Lothal. Titus looked at the moons above Yavin 4 and a tear slid down his cheek. Yavin had 20 plus moons, but only 6 of them were visible. He spoke to himself, pointing to each of the visible moons, calling them Hera, Kanan, Chopper, Zeb, Sabine, and Ezra. Titus leaned his head back against the wall and ripped a tear away from his face. When the morning came, it was time for him to ship off. Cassian Andor had just returned from a mission he had off-world, and he brought back a group of rebel fighters, one of them being Kino Loy. Mon Mothma told Titus that she was thankful for his hard work in helping them set up the base for the past couple of months. She was dispatching him elsewhere in the galaxy to help relocate former members of the Path. At this point, Titus was fully aware of the Path. He knew about Obi-Wan's sacrifice after the Battle of Jabim. Of course, no one knew if Vader killed Kenobi or not, but his heroics inspired the people to continue their fight. With rebel cells forming an alliance, they were trying to piece together each separate rebel cell that had ideals and beliefs that didn't involve senseless murder. It's what separated the floundering alliance from the Saw Gerrera insurgents. So another couple months passed by where Titus couldn't see his family. He got to speak to them from time to time, though for the most part it was just his good friend Hera. She admitted the difficulties the crew was having, especially the tension between Ezra and Kanan, though Titus reassured her that the time would come where Ezra and Kanan would rebuild their bond. It would become stronger than it ever was before, and it would assist each of them in fulfilling their missions to their friends and to the galaxy as Jedi. Hera was thankful for her friends' help. Titus often asked about his other friends, and they were all doing good, as per usual. And when Hera asked about the Alliance, it wasn't as positive as even Hera would have liked to hear. The Rebel Alliance was struggling. There were pieces coming together, and thanks to the secret base in the Messina System, the rebels were able to build up a little bit of a fleet, but it was nothing massive or even formidable at that. The largest contributor to the fleet was a ship manned by Admiral Raddus, which was an MC-75. The Mon Calamari cruiser was the only vessel that could go toe-to-toe with a Star Destroyer, though if it were more than one Star Destroyer, it would definitely struggle. Regardless, when Titus was able to return to Topper Base, he found that there was some difference. Ezra and Kanan had sorted out their little issues, and the rebels were pushing back against the Empire, but one of the crew members was missing. Sabine ended up getting a hold of a legendary Darksaber, and after training with Ezra and Kanan, she returned to her people on Chronist. Titus's return was welcomed with open arms, something that Titus was hard to grasp. It was how much Ezra had grown since he was last here in Atalon. Ezra was now leading missions. He crafted a new lightsaber with an emerald glow, and his hair was cut very short. He'd grown so much in a short period of time, and it made Titus reflect upon his own experience with Katooni, making him wonder what would have been had she survived to this day. On another note, Titus was informed about the biggest challenge that the rebels out here were facing, and it was in the form of Grand Admiral Thrawn. He was tracking them down by using their last known coordinates and possible locations they could jump to from those coordinates. The rebels of course didn't know this, but Hera knew that he would be their toughest challenge. Not that Vader wasn't more than enough for 3 Jedi and Ahsoka, but Thrawn was a genius tactician. Vader was impatient. The significant difference here is that Thrawn would be mounting up his own grand attack on the rebels, whereas Vader would have used his Inquisitors. After Titus was debriefed, Kanan came up to him and asked him to follow him. Titus agreed and followed Kanan to a random location surrounded by large trees and plants. There were a number of Atalan spiders around them. They were called Kinika. Though Titus didn't have an issue with facing these animals, there were a number of wild animals on Earth that he faced when he was with Katooni, and he found the same thing to be true with them. The Force flowed through every living being, and if he remained calm, the animals would remain calm as well. Of course, he could be hunted, but there were very few carnivorous animals on Earth that tried to hunt him. This was the same with these large animals. They would only attack if they were provoked to attack. When Kanan stopped, Titus stopped. Kanan got down on his knees, and the ground began to rumble. Titus looked up, and his eyes widened when the Great Bendu made himself visible. The two of them locked eyes, and the Great Bendu called Titus by his full name. Titus's jaw swung down, watching the magnificent size of the creature rise. The essence in the Force from the Bendu was warm, it was peaceful. There was not a hint of darkness, almost too pure. The Bendu asked Titus where he had been, to which he explained he was out on a mission on behalf of the Alliance. The Bendu shook his head. That wasn't the answer he was looking for. Bendu knew that Titus hadn't been himself for a little while. It started after Malachor. His inability to look past the past was holding him back. Titus frowned. He knew what the Bendu was referring to. The answer Bendu wanted was what he already knew. Titus looked down at Kanan, who didn't move a muscle. He was so intertwined with the Force, and his blindness encouraged Kanan to be the embodiment of a true Jedi Knight. Titus looked back up and told Bendu that he felt guilt for the passing of Ahsoka. Bendu looked up into the sky and smiled, telling Titus that there was no guilt that needed to be felt. Titus didn't understand, and he didn't need to. Ahsoka had truly never died. It's as the Force wills, and she had been saved by Ezra, yet Ezra hadn't done that yet in his own life. It was just bound to happen through the Force. Ahsoka had already lived something that couldn't be understood until Ezra entered the world between worlds. Bendu knew as the Force did, and as Ahsoka did, that she should have perished at the hands of her former master, having been saved by the will of the Force, of course. Her journey, not yet complete, and Ezra saving her, was the will of the Force that permitted her to continue on her journey. Bendu wouldn't tell this to Titus. It wasn't his place to know that yet. Though the great Bendu did want to know why, Titus relinquished himself from his purpose. Titus didn't know what that meant either, to which Bendu explained that Titus was meant to do more than wither away, lost in the past. Titus refuted this, telling Bendu that he wasn't stuck in the past, he just missed his friends when they were away from him. Bendu made his motion towards Titus, making his face much larger in the eyes of Titus. He spoke to Titus, telling him that there were more than just missing friends, there was something lacking. Titus wasn't admitting to it because he didn't want to accept the reality of the situation. Bendu knew it too, so he asked Titus to admit it to himself. Titus looked away and told Bendu that he was reluctant to be what the rebels needed him to be. To be a leader, to be a commander again, sure he fell naturally back into it. He was a commander during the Clone Wars after all. But without his former master it didn't feel right. Without the clones it felt like betrayal. He didn't want to see his friends suffer. They were all great people. All of them had the intentions of the others in their mind. But sometimes it was hard. Sometimes Titus couldn't escape his own feelings of failure for what happened to Katooni, to Lugnut, to Master Usk, and most of all what happened to his poor sister Luna. He was meant to look after her and she fell so far. Titus didn't want to imagine what could have happened to the others in his life. Ever since he met Kanan, Hera, and Chopper, he had some of the best years of his life aside from the time he had raising Katuni. He didn't want it to come crashing down in a heroic end or a terrible desolation. Bendu told Titus that he couldn't control the fates of others. His purpose in life was to help. Titus didn't quite understand, and the truth is, he wouldn't understand until it was all said and done. He wouldn't have the answers until he himself looked in the eyes of the one true Force. Titus didn't know how to accept this, but Bendu told him it was time to let go of his reluctance to assist. It's not that Titus didn't participate, he helped his friends on several missions, but as things got more tense, he began to close himself off, opting to take the safer mission, and when they lost Ahsoka, he felt it the hardest. Titus had a great bond with Ahsoka. She was someone who, like Kanan, understood him. She served during the Clone Wars, and she served with Skywalker himself. But the thing that got Titus and Ahsoka tightly bonded was their understanding of the Force. Ahsoka had a much different experience, being one of the only users since the era of the High Republic to heal lightsaber crystals. The two of them spent hours discussing the Force and how they understood it, the mythology of the Force, if you will. And when he lost her, he closed himself off. Not entirely from the Force, but in a way, from the Force. In his age, his naive optimism dissipated, and his mature optimism was crushed by the apparent death of Ahsoka. Though what Bendu suggested might be true. Maybe he was more than just a shadow, and maybe he should be more active where he previously was not. If he was needed, then he was needed. So Titus returned to his friends, accompanying them in undercover missions and recon missions. This was until the Empire found a Talon and targeted Chopper Base. This first encounter with Grand Admiral Thrawn would tell Titus everything he needed to know, that this individual needed to be stopped, no matter the sacrifice. Thrawn could very easily disrupt the balance of everything. If he was smart enough to outsmart Hera Syndulla, who was one of the best, if not the best strategist in the Alliance, then he was their greatest threat. Though when the rebels were pinned down after losing part of their fleet and Captain Sato, the great Bendu used his powers to sacrifice himself for the rebels. He knew what would become of them. He knew the role all these individuals had, whether it be Hera Syndulla, Captain Rex, Titus, Kanan, or Ezra. They all had a greater role in the change the galaxy needed. They just hadn't seen it yet. After the loss of Chopper Base, the rebels would relocate to the Yavin 4 and begin staging operations with the Ghost crew on the planet of Lothal. The beginning of the end of the fight for Lothal would begin. Ghost would uncover on the planet and learn that the Empire was destroying the planet, killing people and putting the rest under subjugation. For months, the rebels would stay on Lothal, working undercover, disrupting Grand Admiral Thrawn's personal project, the TIE Defender, and saving Hera Syndulla, who was captured by the Empire. During the rescue, Kanan Jarrus would sacrifice his life for the Ghost crew in a heroic moment of love and compassion. The most incredible part is Kanan had his sight restored by the Force when he did so. He was able to save his friends in his own grand sacrifice for the greater good. Kanan's sacrifice helped destroy the entire fuel depot on Lothal, which put an end and a nail in the coffin for Grand Admiral Thrawn's TIE Defender project. The death would be painful for the rebels, but it would cost the Empire invaluable resources for what would have arguably destroyed the rebel forces. With the death of Kanan on their minds, some of the rebels, notably Sabine and Zeb, would go out of their way to cause carnage, which would lead to the rebels being discovered by the bounty hunter of sorts hired by Thrawn to find the rebels. Over the course of a couple weeks, the rebels would be able to fight back against the Empire, and it would lead to Grand Admiral Thrawn bombarding the capital city of Lothal. In a final daring move by the Ghost crew, they would try to stop Thrawn. The siege of Lothal would come to an end with the death of the great clone commander, Gregor, and the worst part of the battle was the loss of the other Jedi. Ezra would follow in his master's footsteps as Kanan followed in his, creating a self-sacrifice. The last the Ghost crew would see is a herd of Purrgil jumping off into lightspeed after grabbing hold of Thrawn's flagship, the Chimera, and disappearing. The entire Imperial fleet would be destroyed. The Imperial structure that was maintaining operation over the capital would be jettisoned, and Grand Admiral Thrawn would be completely removed from the sequence of events that came next. The most incredible part of the sacrifice was that the people of Lothal feared the Empire would return, but they never did. The Ghost crew would relocate to Yavin 4 to continue the fight. Losing Kanan and Hera was already a tough burden to bear for the Ghost crew, but they had to keep going. Considering the Alliance seemed to be finally coming together thanks to Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, the arrival to Yavin was a bit bittersweet. They were applauded for assisting in the fall of the Imperial presence over Lothal, especially because it made the Alliance look stronger than it really was. The disappearance of Thrum was a godsend, considering how cripplingly inept Imperial officers tend to be. Though for someone like former ISB agent Callus, he knew that was wrong. 7 people left and only 5 returned, aside from the clones and the few others that assisted on Lothal. Though the main Ghost crew actually left with 7 and returned with 6, it was just a secret. Titus was the first to find out. Hera and Kanan were going to have a child together. Titus took this information very heavily. It was because Kanan should have been here to be here with Hera, and she was incredibly important to the Alliance, though Titus was more concerned with how she was handling the situation. Truthfully, it was hard for Hera. She loved Kanan with all of her heart. She always did and she always will, but her role was to lead within the Alliance, and she wouldn't stop doing that until she was physically unable to. She told Titus because she knew that he wouldn't try to stop her. Sabine and Zeb might, but Titus, being the oldest of the group, knew that Hera didn't want her new responsibility to weigh her down. She just wanted a friend to know about it. Though, of course, it would become eventually increasingly noticeable, considering not long after the Siege of Lothal she was entering her final trimester. And who couldn't ask for more perfect timing, all things considered? The Alliance just learned about a super weapon with the ability to destroy an entire planet, not to mention that only a day before it launched an attack on Jeddah and destroyed the entire ancient city of Jeddah City. Currently, as far as Titus knew, Cassian Andor and the daughter of the Death Star lead scientist Galen Erso, Jyn, were going to get the plans for the Death Star. The entire Rebel base was on high alert. This was because the Alliance fleet moved away from the Messina System and grouped up over Yavin 4. Admiral Raddus, in support of Rogue One, was forming up an attack fleet to strike at Scarif to assist the rebels of the rebels. Titus tried to warn Hera against fighting in this battle, feeling that there was something off, but she wasn't going to miss it, telling him that he could either help out or continue to bug her. Fair enough. Titus got the message and joined Hera, Chopper, and Rex on the Ghost, and assisted with the rebel attack over Scarif. When the Alliance arrived over Scarif, the battle was already underway on the ground. The present members of the Ghost crew manned all the weapons, while Hera brilliantly flew through the combat of the firefight. The Ghost was already a notable villain in the eyes of the Empire, and seeing it here told them more than anything that these rebels were growing. They were stronger than originally anticipated. Titus was shocked at the prowess of Hera during the battle. She was near giving birth, and she was piloting around the battlefield better than the best of the best ace pilots the galaxy had ever seen. Titus called over on the comm link, reporting the destruction of 2 Star Destroyers. He was manning the back cannons on the Ghost. He saw the 2 Star Destroyers slam down into each other, creating a massive destruction that crushed through the shield gate. When the gate opened, Jyn Erso on the ground was able to transmit the data for the Death Star to Admiral Raddus' flagship. Titus looked down at his console. It was beeping incredibly fast. Hera called up to him to ask if he was seeing anything. Chopper communicated through the radio, telling them that something massive was emerging from hyperspace. Rex and Titus met up in the main cockpit where Hera was as she piloted the ship over the stern and across the top of the flagship. The 3 of them paused when the superstructure emerged from hyperspace. For all of an entire instant, the galaxy felt still. The battle was silent as hundreds of rebel fighters watched in awe. It was the largest vessel anyone had ever seen, and it was powering up. The rebels watched as a massive green laser flashed across the rim of the dish. The lights converged and came together, shooting a massive blast down to the planet of Scarif, where the Imperial base was. Hera, Titus, and Rex watched in awe and in terror as the ground on Scarif ripped apart, blasting pieces and chunks of the planet into the sky. The 3 of them couldn't believe what the Empire had built. A massive communication came over the comms telling all rebel ships to evacuate the battlefield. As the rebels made their way for the escape, jumping into hyperspace, a Star Destroyer exited from hyperspace, tearing through vulnerable vessels on the way out. It was Vader's flagship. The vessel then began to fire its heavy turbo lasers into the rebel flagship and support ships. The Ghost was nearly hit by the Devastator as it emerged from hyperspace, but Hera was good enough of a pilot to get out of the way before her and her friends were obliterated. The last thing they heard was the sound of the crew of the support Hammerhead corvette cry out for help. The jump into hyperspace was silent. The 3 of them didn't say a word, each of them falling back onto a separate chair, with a gouge in their hearts. The Empire built the unthinkable. What they were capable of was terror, and that terror could very easily control the will of the galaxy. Titus closed his eyes. He heard the same breathing that he heard on Malachor. He heard the cries of men, and all he could do was hope that the Alliance would be able to get a hold of the Death Star plans and escape. If they didn't, then they would lose. As the 3 of them sat in silence, Hera jolted from her seat and moved away from the other 2, excusing herself from the group. Her grumpy little droid followed her. Titus stared into hyperspace, watching the lines barrel in towards them. Rex turned over and asked if he was alright. Titus slowly turned his head and nodded his head, telling him that the Force was speaking to him. Rex paused and asked what it was saying. He had a similar experience with Ahsoka shortly before the execution of Order 66. Titus took a deep breath, as if the air was being taken out of his lungs, and then he flung himself to his feet. The Force was awry. Everything was moving. But there was something happening inside the ghost. Rex almost fell off his seat in his old age, and asked what was wrong. Titus ran forward and tripped over a chair and slammed into the door. Falling over his feet, he got back up, as Rex asked again what was wrong. Titus knocked on Hera's room, and she told them they could come in. She had gone into labor, and a couple minutes later, she had herself a son that would remind her of the man she fell in love with. The stress of the battle over Scarif was overwhelming, and the sights of the Death Star encroaching on the battle pushed her a little too far over the edge, and she was forced into labor early. It was a very painful process, but after she gave birth, she was wiped out, emotionally and physically exhausted. So Rex and Titus decided to try and find a means of making sure she was medically taken care of. Chopper could only do so much in the way of helping her out, though they had to wait until they got out of hyperspace, which according to their coordinates was off near Polis Massa. Luckily, according to Rex, Polis was a safe place, unused by the Empire, and simply a large asteroid that had a medical base on it. Titus found this to be perfect information. Truthfully, Rex used this location back in the early days of the Empire, when he and his clone brothers were taking the fight back to them. He never thought he'd be back. It was a hard place for him to go to because he lost a lot of his surviving brothers here. Titus told Rex that he could handle the entire thing for him. Rex thought about it and thanked Titus, telling him that going down on the Polis would be very far too emotional for him to handle, especially after Scarif and the birth of the child now known as Jason. When the ghost landed on Polis, Titus got permission to carry Jason down into the facilities to make sure everything was alright with him. He was a premature baby, but it wasn't like super duper premature, so it shouldn't in reality be a big deal. When Titus got down to the facilities, he told them that a medical droid was needed inside the vessel, and 2 droids immediately took their supplies and boarded the ship to take care of Hera. At the same time, Jason was put into an infant's pod and taken into a medical room. Titus stood alone for a short period of time, focusing on the Force. He couldn't really feel much. The darkness was more present than even after Order 66. It felt like a culmination of the rise of the Empire was complete. Maybe the rebellion had failed. Maybe that's all it was. After Scarif, it wasn't hard to believe, with the Death Star and Vader's arrival over what was previously a successful victory, that the Alliance could fall. When the droids were done, Titus took Jason in a small pod back to the Ghost. As he was walking up the steps, he stopped. Rex was waiting for him at the top of the ramp, and he saw Titus slowly fall to the ground. Titus kept his hand on the pod to make sure that the child didn't go anywhere. Titus's knees hit the ground and his heart swelled. The Force was darker than ever before. When it got dark, it apparently could get worse. He never felt such pain, a painful death in the Force, not from Naboo, Geonosis, Mimban, or even after Order 66. He heard it, as if a billion voices cried out in terror, and then they were all silenced. Titus knew it was the Death Star, but the hole in his heart crippled him. Rex ran down the ramp and yelled out, asking what was wrong, to which Titus heaved, coughing on his own breath. Rex got under his arm and held him up, asking what it was. Titus choked and choked, squinting his eyes and breaking a sweat. He was gripping the pod with all of his strength, and he kept shying away from the words. Rex asked what it was as he helped him situate himself. Titus looked up, seeing a shadow creeping down the ramp of the ship. It was Hera. Titus stopped his thought and told Rex to get Hera back to her bed. Rex turned around and rushed up the ramp and reached out his arms, telling Hera that he would take her back to her bedroom. Titus got back to his feet and shook off his feelings, still feeling the itching chill crawl down his spine. He pushed the pod up the ramp and took Jason to Hera's room so that she could lay next to him. Chopper was sitting in the room next to Hera. He looked over the child and then back at Hera, who was laying down ready to pass out. Titus told the droid that if they needed anything, then Chopper should contact them. The droid made a grumble and then the two of them left the room. Titus and Rex got to the cockpit and prepared themselves. They were heading back to Yavin to regroup with the rest of the Alliance. The ship lifted off and leapt into hyperspace. The moment it did, Rex closed the door behind the two of them and asked Titus what had happened. The Jedi turned his head and told Rex that he wouldn't believe him if he told him. Rex asked him to explain, and so he did. Titus closed his eyes. It was like he was on the planet. He could see the blue skies and the green grass. When he looked up into the sky, he could see the light of the sun and then the shadow that followed it. There was a large object in the sky that covered the sun, and when the sounds of crying and screaming began, a large light began to glow from a massive space station, and then there was silence. Titus told Rex that This didn't just destroy a city, but it likely was the destruction of the entire planet. Rex couldn't muster up the strength to say a word. He just looked with shock on his face. His skin turned pale and he leaned back in his seat. Titus asked Rex if he was alright, to which he nodded his head and got up. Rex said he'd be in the main bay if he was needed. Titus nodded his head and watched as Rex left the room. Titus got up from the main pilot seat, which was typically belonging to Hera, and moved over into another seat, simply out of respect for her ship. He sat there, isolated, and thought back on what the Bendu said to him 2 years beforehand, every word echoing through his heart, every intended message riding on the back of his head. Chopper beeped into the room, looking at Titus and sitting himself down in front of him. Titus and Chopper had a short conversation, more than anything simply understanding each other. They'd known each other for a little bit more than a decade at this point, and they simply had a calm conversation. Chopper too was curious about why Titus acted off, and he also wanted to give Hera some space with her child. The droid and the Jedi's conversation lasted for a little bit, before Chopper moved to the side and powered down. Titus put his hand on Chopper's head and leaned back against the seat and fell into a deep rest. His mind was taken away. Inside of his mind, he could hear a young boy cry out a terrible no. When the voice turned over, a robe drifted to the ground and Darth Vader stood over it. As the dream continued, he saw a number of X-Wings jolting towards space from Yavin. There was something about this boy, and then he heard a voice call out to the boy, calling him Luke, telling him to use the Force. This kid was special, but why? Titus jolted from his sleep and opened his eyes to the sound of beeping. His heart jumped out of his chest and the ghost rocketed out of hyperspace. Titus's bloodshot eyes were met with the fires of 1,000 suns in front of him. Inside of his chest, he could feel the deaths of millions. He leapt from his seat and into Hera's as he piloted the ship out of the way. Chopper jolted up and wheezed around trying to figure out what was happening as Titus slid the ghost into the right to avoid slamming into the debris of the destruction. Chopper flipped into the wall and yelled some expletives at Titus. The Jedi told the facetious droid to simmer down as he whipped the ship through miles of debris. Titus held one of his eyes open while barely squinting with the other. His cloudy vision was a result of the deep sleep. Luckily, he had the Force as his ally to guide him through this. Once he got through, he saw a group of starfighters heading back towards Yavin. Behind them was a large Corellian fighter. Titus asked Chopper if he recognized the ship. The droid shook his head and then changed his mind, reminding him of one of the stories Lando told him about a kid named Han Solo who took a starship in a game of Sabacc. Titus nodded his head and followed the ships down to the surface of Yavin. When they got there, it was a massive celebration, but Titus wasn't worried about that. He ran over to Hera's side and made sure she was alright. Truthfully, the exhaustion of the last couple days was enough to keep her out, and so she was perfectly fine. Titus made sure Jason was alright and then got down into the base to get a medical droid into the ghost to make sure Hera was fine. When he got out, he saw a guy wearing a vest and a Wookiee run into the hangar bay. Titus was making sure Hera and Jason were taken care of and would join the rebels in a ceremony as they congratulated the victors of the rebellion's victory over the Death Star. The names rang out from Leia Organa's mouth: Han Solo and Luke Skywalker. It had to be a coincidence. There was no conceivable way it was at all possible. How could it be? Surely there was others in the galaxy named Skywalker, but then he realized it was the boy from his dream. This young man was strong with the Force. Titus took his mind off of it for a short while. He would ask the boy if he knew of the Force once the ceremony was over. After an hour or two, Titus would get a chance. He was familiar with rebel higher-ups, considering he was technically one of them, just by being a part of the Ghost Crew and as a former Jedi and commander. Regardless, Titus came up and asked if he could talk to Luke after. Before he could finish the sentence, he saw a weapon sitting on his belt. It was a weapon of a Jedi, but not just any Jedi. There were many different variants of popular lightsaber styles. Skywalker used a style hilt that was fairly popular, considering Grievous collected his own version of the weapon. However, this one belonged to Anakin Skywalker, so either Luke was impersonating Skywalker, or he was a son of the hero of the Republic. Still, at this point, Titus was unaware that Vader was Anakin, and only assumed that Anakin died inside the Jedi Temple, defending it from clone troopers. Titus picked up his conversation, noticing the awkward look that Skywalker was giving him because of the silence. Titus carried on, telling Luke that he would like a chance to talk to him alone, if he had the time. Luke nodded his head, and so the two of them walked out of the massive structure. Titus told Luke that he was a Jedi, to which Luke perked up. Titus told him that he had trained a couple Jedi in his time, and he was curious if Luke had the ability to use the Force. Luke stopped, and Titus did too, noticing a bit of pain behind Luke's eyes. The young Skywalker told Titus that Obi-Wan Kenobi told him that the Force flew through him. Titus was taken aback. Ezra went in search for Kenobi, but reported to never find him. It was a lie on Ezra's part to keep Kenobi safe from the rest of the rebels, but Titus was shocked that someone like Obi-Wan had lived for so long. The last he heard of Obi-Wan was the sacrifice at Jabim, and he was incredibly shocked to learn that Kenobi was able to survive his encounter with Vader. Regardless, Luke told Titus that his father was Anakin Skywalker. He wanted to be a Jedi, just like his father. Titus nodded his head, and told Luke that Anakin Skywalker was an incredible man, but if Luke wanted to learn the ways of the Force, then Titus would be willing to teach him, as long as Luke was willing to learn. Our adventure continues a year into training on a discreet rebel outpost in the Outer Rim. This outpost was really remote, similar to the one on Hoth, but even more so. The Messina System was barren from just about any other database, and aside from the 13th sister coming here close to 12 years beforehand, there wasn't much worry of the Empire coming here, especially because Luna's ship was jettisoned into space. Regardless, Luke and Titus were now fulfilling the role of master and apprentice. Titus felt a large amount of pressure to continue his training, but he was going to do it for Luke. It was a bit stressful too. Training a Skywalker was never easy work, though with Han, Leia, and Chewie and a number of Alliance heroes here, it was easier for Luke to stay put during his training. Titus realized one fundamental trouble with Luke. He was a natural hero. He fit right into that role without much issue, which was a bit surprising for a moisture farmer from the planet of Tatooine. But the problem with being a natural hero was that it wasn't what a Jedi was. Sure, Anakin Skywalker was a hero, but he was a hero of a war, and the Jedi were not warmongers. Titus knew this and he needed to instruct it. He studied his entire life and still got aspects of the code wrong, but that was the essence of being a Jedi. There were flaws, being that no Jedi could be perfect, they could only strive for it. Titus knew that he needed to be more than he was for Katuni, Luna, or Ezra. He had to reach for a level far greater than that of just an instructor. He had to be a teacher for the one hope in the galaxy. Titus had the same realization that Obi-Wan Kenobi had. The one meant to restore the balance wasn't themselves, rather it was Luke. The fate of the galaxy sat in his hands. Obi-Wan realized this after his first confrontation with a metallic husk called Darth Vader. Titus realized this upon returning to the Messina System and having all the memories of Katuni and Luna show up. His greatest failures pushed him away from the Jedi, and his greatest triumph would be in the restoration of the Jedi. Over the course of the last year, Luke had a lot of basic instruction, stuff that younglings learn before they reach the age of 10, the only difficulty being that on these missions on behalf of the Alliance, sometimes Han, Leia, and Chewie would request that Luke come along, and in his adolescent naivety, he would go along, searching for the same adventure that beset his father, an incurable quest for the next greatest adventure. Titus would let Luke go on these missions with his friends, remaining here and spending time in the ruins of what the Jedi had left behind at the massive stone structure. The structure in the field and the temple in Mount Etna were the main places that Titus stayed at. They had the Force within them, and he was able to concentrate on his mission statement there. Titus had been looking for communication from Grandmaster Yoda for a number of years, but he was unable to see the Grand Master. Ezra had the fortune of meeting Yoda through the Jedi Temple in Lothal, but Titus never had that luxury. He was in a bind. During these days that Luke was gone, Titus often questioned his worthiness as a teacher, though he was always empowered when he got to talk to General Syndulla. While the Ghost Squad was split up a bit, notably Sabine on Lothal and Zeb bouncing around the Outer Rim, Hera and her son Jason were operating out of this hidden base here on Earth. While Hera was, well, Hera, she did obey orders, and Mon Mothma had ordered her to stay out of active combat for a little bit of time. Hera and Titus were always closest friends, and they continued their great friendship here. She saw a lot of Kanan in Titus, especially because Kanan often doubted himself as a teacher when it came to Ezra. Though she understood that for someone as powerful as Skywalker, it was a bit tantalizing. She still understood that because Ezra had quite an accelerated growth in the Force, especially due to his tampering with the Sith holocron. Luke's was a bit more manageable in that sense, but there was still a darkness that resided within him, especially because shortly after Yavin, Luke came into contact with Vader, still without realizing that his father was inside of the suit. When Luke returned, Titus got back to work on training the boy. Titus was able to walk Luke through formal training of a lightsaber, which included forms and techniques. Luke otherwise wouldn't have learned these forms with as much precision. Titus started every day off similarly to how he had for the last 10 years. A meditation was great, an easy way for him to focus on the living force around him, to calm his mind and to calm his heart before the beginning of a very long day. Every day had a new challenge. Many of them were challenges that couldn't be prepared for, and Luke learned this lesson with Titus time and time again. Sometimes would be as basic as lightsaber training, other times would be as tough as a long Jedi hike through one of the planet's various mountain ranges. R2-D2 would get involved in training from time to time, but for the most part he stayed with Leia. Lightsaber training for Luke could go a number of different ways. The first one was with a Jedi training droid, held since the fall of the Republic. Other times would be training with Titus himself. Luke's biggest weakness was his constant need to achieve victory in the shortest amount of time. It was easy for Luke to get away with this. He was incredibly powerful. Because of his power, he could sweep an opponent in combat quickly. This was not something shared amongst most Force users, and Titus could tell that his apprentice that it was not something that would work against Vader. As far as Titus was aware at this point, the Inquisitorius had died out, probably on Malachor, though it was really unknown at this point. During one of their training sessions, Titus saw the darkness within Luke for the first time. It wasn't exactly the first time, but it startled him. Luke was frustrated, and by using his frustration, he whipped his lightsaber violently through a number of trees, destroying them and killing a couple of animals. Titus didn't react in a negative way. He simply looked at Luke and waited for him to say something. Especially because Titus knew Luke was wise enough to distinguish the difference between right and wrong. Almost immediately afterwards, he admitted his regret for having done so. Titus let Luke talk out his feelings on the matter, and he expressed a terrible shame. Titus looked over at the trees and told Luke that the dark side could do that. It could remove his control and cause pain to those around them. Those trees would never grow again, and those creatures would never walk again. But in their absence, growth would continue. As is a cycle with everything, scars will fade, some will see them as wounds, and incurable reminders, while others will see them as growth. For Luke, he too should see them as growth. That mistake, while painful, could not be reversed. Luke understood what his master taught him, and yet he still had much to learn. These lessons for Luke would carry on, and while Titus always allowed Luke to make his own decisions and have his own free will, he was always disappointed. Whenever an opportunity to leave Earth came, Luke took it. He chased the adventure, and it left Titus looking for a new way to communicate to Skywalker, the true path of the Jedi. While Luke was away, gallivanting across the galaxy, Titus returned to his roots, going back to the Jedi Temple inside of Mount Etna. When he got there, he focused on the Force and called out, searching for any surviving Jedi Masters that were out in the galaxy. Of course, his main thoughts resided on the former Grand Master of the Jedi Order, the one who spoke to the Jedi Lothal years ago. Surely Yoda would know how to do this. Luke wasn't like Katuni, Luna, Ezra, or Kanan. He was a combination of all their attributes, which wasn't necessarily bad. However, it was challenging for him to teach. It was the same feat that the young, inexperienced Obi-Wan Kenobi had to go through with young Anakin Skywalker. Titus knew he could do this, but the main issue was quelling Luke's lust for adventure. Titus would talk to Rex and Hera about it, being that both of them were currently on world, Hera reminding him of how Ezra was when they first brought him into the crew. He was reckless and insubordinate, but it was because he spent his entire life on his own. Luke wasn't much different, but instead of being on his own, he was restricted to Tatooine. Titus had two realistic choices: show him that adventure wasn't the Jedi way, or simply allow him to continue in hope that he would after all retain all the information he was presented. Rex's opinion was similar in a way, but it revolved more around what he observed from Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship during the Clone Wars. Considering it was father and son, Anakin and Luke, surely it meant that there could be some correlation between the two of them. Rex mentioned that Anakin used to show Ahsoka the consequences of those actions, though the main difference was that the Clone Wars were multiple active battle fronts, whereas this galactic civil war was a small-scale warfare. The rebellion was tiny and the Empire was massive, so it's not like Luke could really learn more about the Jedi way from being on the front lines. Titus decided he would take on Hera's advice, and he would meditate on it inside of the Etna Temple. While Titus was present for most of the time that Ezra was being trained, he wasn't as hands-on because he believed that it was Kanan's responsibility to train the boy. Now that responsibility fell into his lap. When Titus returned to the Etna Temple, he calmed his mind, removing the stress and anxieties that fell deep into him, and he fell into a deep meditation. Instead of the meditation, he heard a voice of an older man call out to him. He was unsure of who it was, but when Titus opened his eyes, he saw a blue shadow. He asked who it was, and he saw the older face of someone who looked so familiar. When the voice called out to Titus again, he realized it was Obi-Wan Kenobi. Titus asked the Jedi Master what it was that he should do, and Kenobi told Titus that his journey as a teacher would be fulfilled, but first he must bring Skywalker to the planet of Dagobah. On the planet, he had an extended training that could be done with Grandmaster Yoda. Titus accepted his next step in his journey. When he woke up, it was an entirely different time of day. It was actually nighttime. When Luke was on his adventures, Titus spent a lot of time on his own, learning more about the planet. He learned a lot about the planet where he was born. The location of which he lost Katuni, Luna, and Lugnut was referred to by the locals as Stonehenge. The ancient Jedi had created the structure for the purpose of communication. Titus had learned about the people across the planet, extraditing Force sensitives, and even in terrible scenarios, executing them. He found this through some of their ancient art, and so forth. Of course, nowadays he hadn't picked up or seen any other Force users about in the various cultures around the world. Regardless, Stonehenge was placed by the Jedi before they left. When the Jedi originally came here thousands of years before, the ancient societies welcomed them and their kind. Stonehenge was something that could only be activated by a Force user or individual, and it seemed that through the years of conquest and fighting with other tribes, it was lost. Or of course, there was a possible scenario where the leader's heir had no Force sensitivity to the Force, and so the religion died with the leader. The Jedi had intended on returning to Stonehenge and Earth over the years to bring people to their order, and it was just seemingly forgotten to time, aside from the few members who accidentally found themselves on this planet. Where Titus was at Mount Etna, he learned that this temple was more so a database of relics. There were ancient texts and hieroglyphics. Titus wished that Katuni could have been here for it. She was very interested in it, and she couldn't wait till Titus figured out what was being said by the ancient Jedi. Titus learned that the Jedi came here and all the documents were left so the ancient people of Sicily could assist in building a Jedi Order of sorts. It was a broken down version of the Jedi Code, but it was understood in the dialect of the locals, which is why Titus couldn't figure it out for so long. He spent years trying to translate it to Galactic Common when it was never in that. Mount Etna was one example of this. There were several other locations around the globe where these existed. The text taught people how to learn the Force in the confines of the Jedi Code, though it was lost to time. Titus also learned about what the Separatists did, and it haunted him. The history on the subject was vague, but what he was able to learn is that the people weren't quite complacent. Some of them became strong slaves for the Zagarians and other criminal empires, but of course there were those who weren't, which was most of them. Those people were executed mercilessly. When the Separatists fell, and over the years the criminal empire after criminal empire fell, collapsing, the people were freed. Not a lot, but a good number of them, and they began to intermingle in the galaxy. Titus got up and walked back to his ship and returned to the rebel base. When he got there, the Millennium Falcon had returned. Luke was with his friends, and they were talking about their great adventure. Titus went over to Hera and kindly asked her if he could borrow the Phantom for a little while. She nodded her head and told him to be safe on his new endeavor. Titus got Luke and told him they were going to visit a Jedi Grand Master. With the Jedi Master, they would continue his training on an isolated location. At first, Luke took this the same way Ezra took Kanan, trying to get Master Luminara unduly to teach him. That was far from the case. Once they were in the Phantom with R2-2, they took off and jumped to lightspeed towards Dagobah. Inside the ship, Luke asked Titus if he was trying to get rid of him, to which Titus shook his head. Titus explained that he was taking Luke to the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, someone who survived the Purge and had lived for 900 years. Luke looked at him almost astonished. He never heard of a species living for so long. Titus continued saying that Yoda was the wisest of all the Jedi. He would be able to better communicate things that Titus struggled to communicate. Titus continued telling Luke that the Jedi were flawed, and that meant that Titus was too. He wouldn't always have the best way of explaining things, and Yoda might. He taught thousands of Jedi in his time. He made it a point to teach as many classes whenever he could. Once Yoda was Grand Master, he trained every group of students until the rise of the Empire. Not a single student didn't get trained by Grand Master Yoda at some point. When they arrived, they slowly drifted down into the swamplands of the planet. Using the Phantom, they were able to find a clear area to land without crashing down into a swamp. When the doors opened, they were a little taken aback, especially Titus. He knew Yoda. He was at one point trained by the Grand Master. He couldn't imagine Yoda being on a planet like this. Regardless, they set up camp for the night and began having a conversation. Luke talked about his eagerness to get back out on the adventure, to join his friends and take down the Empire. Titus told Luke that he respected where his heart was, but that wasn't necessarily the path of the Jedi. Luke still didn't quite get it. The Jedi were mythologized, placed at a legendary standard. The last time the Jedi were seen in the galactic realm, they were warriors, not peacekeepers. This romanticization of the Jedi had people believing they were superheroes, but they weren't. Luke didn't understand, so Titus began a history lesson. He talked about the High Republic a number of times, but the Jedi from the era of the High Republic were much more than just warriors. They embodied the way of the Jedi. There was still a tightness with the Republic to a degree, but that fallacy of the Jedi, at the end of the day, was their rush into action, their negligence to hold together the balance. In hindsight, it's easy to say that. In the moment, it's hard to accept it, suggesting that Luke listened to the mistakes of the past. There are very few Jedi left in the galaxy with the possibility of Ezra being alive. It made maybe 6 or 7 Jedi that could still be alive aside from Luke and Titus. They were the last of their kind. If they did not stand up to the darkness, then their religion would be lost to the texts of history. Luke continued to listen, but in his youthful energy, he didn't want to accept it. He wanted to chase the great adventure. When he said the word adventure, a little creature popped out, sitting on on a tree overlooking them. Titus looked up and his jaw dropped. The Jedi Master before speaking was silenced by the little green life form. Luke turned around and looked at the small animal, asking what he was doing listening to their conversation. Luke in reality was being a bit hostile towards Yoda, and it was fair enough. He didn't trust the idea of random animals who spoke to them in the swamps. Yoda spoke in riddles. Titus knew this all too well, but he couldn't just tell Luke. There was something that Yoda was trying to understand about young Skywalker, and he didn't want to get in the way of the Grand Master's plan. The plan being that he would get Luke to come back to his home and see if Skywalker would have the patience of a Jedi. Yoda up to this point was very aware that Luke had been training in the Jedi arts for a full year under Titus. This was less of a test for Titus as it was for Luke. Titus was a survivor. Luke was a future. There was a significant difference in the behavior for the both of them in Yoda's eyes. He knew he would be teaching Skywalker, but when he got a hold of him, he realized how much like his father he really was. He had this incredible power, especially after learning about the Force for a full year, but he had the same demeanor as Anakin did. It just flowed through their family. The power in the Force came with a certain attitude. Yoda told Ben that he couldn't train the boy, to which Luke finally realized that it was Yoda. He understood why Titus didn't come along, though again feeling that little bit of resentment for his teacher, feeling like Titus was trying to get rid of him again. Titus came around the corner after Yoda expressed that he would reluctantly train Luke. Titus told Luke that he would be here with him every step of the way, through every journey that he took with the Grand Master. Titus exclaimed that he too had much to learn, being as no master knew everything, no matter how old or wise. Yoda was thoroughly impressed to see how far Titus had come in his journey. After all, he stayed true to the roots of the Jedi, unlike his sister Luna. Yoda knew that because of the burden that sat on Titus's heart. He could tell that something happened to her, likely becoming one of the nasty Inquisitors. Yoda, having agreed to train Luke, would begin with a simple instruction to figure out how far along Luke was, to which he was pleasantly surprised that despite his quest for adventure, he was very far along in his training. Yoda approached this case with Skywalker as he would any other Jedi, not playing favorites. Their training would continue on for months. During this time, they would have limited communication with their friends in the rebellion. Once or twice a month, they would get a communication updating them with everything they needed to know. Yoda was able to get Luke to stay grounded. Without having visions of losing everyone he cared for, he wouldn't be compelled to rush off without finishing his training. Though the lesson for Titus was when to put his foot down. His lenience with his sister, and even that with Katuni, was his problem. He just never realized it because Luna wasn't his responsibility as a teacher to teach as a Jedi Master, and Katuni wasn't going to be leaving his side on Messina, so there was no point. So when he got to someone like Luke and Ezra, he never knew how to put his foot down with them. He never had the lessons as a teacher that Kanan had with Ezra, being that he was on Yavin 4 during that period of time. There was one struggle for Luke though. Because Dagobah was so intertwined with the Force, there was a cave where the visions of the future could occur. Inside of that cave, Luke consistently saw visions of himself inside of the suit of Darth Vader. It really bothered him, because he felt like he couldn't escape it, and it put a solidified fear into him about the dark side of the Force. Both Yoda and Titus encouraged Luke to not be afraid, being that fear is a path to the dark side of the Force. Luke trusted what his teachers told him. His time on Dagobah came to an end when he had a Force vision of a city in the clouds. He envisioned his friends running into a trap. For the past year, the Alliance relocated most of their assets to Echo Base on Hoth. The Empire found them. While Hera and a couple of other rebels bounced off of the Messina System, for the most part, the collective rebel force was inside of Echo Base at the time. The Empire found them and dropped several walkers, forcing them off the planet and into hiding. During their escape, a bounty hunter named Boba Fett was sent after the Millennium Falcon to track it down. Being that Vader was aware that Luke Skywalker was his son, was trying to find him. Considering Boba was just doing a bounty for Jabba the Hutt, he figured he might as well earn some extra credits from the Empire. Boba tracked the Falcon to Bespin, alerting the Empire to the direction of the rebel heroes. Luke on Dagobah was in a rush in his actions. Yoda and Ben warned Luke against doing it, but Titus was 50-50 on it. He was really on Luke's side, which meant he wasn't exactly the most Jedi either, but they were in danger. The real test wasn't that Luke wasn't prepared. He certainly was prepared to face Vader, but rushing off without finishing his training would negate him the necessary strength to be ready for Vader, or in his other words, stopping himself. Though there was one key thing that Luke was completely unaware of, that Vader was Anakin Skywalker. He was still under the belief that Vader killed Anakin Skywalker. The Phantom was ready to go and the two Jedi left, despite what Yoda told Luke to do. Titus went because he knew he couldn't stop Luke, so he should at least help. The Phantom lifted off the ground and into the air. Yoda closed his eyes, knowing what would happen, afraid of whether or not it would be a certain doom for the Jedi or if it would be the beginning of a new order. He stood silently as Ben talked to him, and slowly disappeared. On Bespin, the rebels were captured by Lord Vader and Boba Fett. It was a trap set up by Lando Calrissian, who was paid off by the Empire, but the deal got worse and worse, so Lando began to regret his decision, not really knowing how he could help or assist Han, Leia, and Chewie get out of anything. When Luke and Titus arrived, it was eerie. The dark side of the Force was very present. Luke and Titus at this point had individually faced Vader. They knew he was here, but where was he? They were unsure. Luke and Titus walked together with R2 trailing right behind them. The two of them bounced around corners in Cloud City, and it was usually more populated. Not that the two of them would know, but based on the very large size of the city, it was obviously apparent that there was a lockdown. Regardless, the two of them quickly crept through the hallways, keeping their eyes peeled around the corners. Both Titus and Luke stopped, standing at the opposite ends of each corner. Trusting the Force, the two of them could see a Mandalorian bounty hunter walking. Behind him was a case of carbonite and two stormtroopers. They peered around the corner, and the coast was clear. The two of them started forward, and R2 close behind them. They stopped at the edge of the hallway, and the sound of a blaster ripped through the hall, creating a massive echo as it planted down into the wall next to Luke. Titus jumped out of the hallway and looked forward. It was clear. Luke and Titus ran forward towards the bounty hunter. As they got there, they were redirected. Leia and Chewie could be seen by a number of Imperial troopers. On Chewie's back was the body of C-3PO. Luke and Titus began firing blasters in the directions of the stormtroopers, trying to avoid hitting their friends. Titus told Luke to go and get them. He would stop the bounty hunter. It was clear that Han was the individual frozen in carbonite. Luke nodded his head and ran forward, entering a chamber. When the light shot open, he heard a deep voice call out to him, telling him that the Force was with him. Luke turned his head and saw the masked man again. Vader was here, but this time Skywalker had confidence to fight the servant of the Emperor. In the hallways, Titus was catching up. He could hear the footsteps of the bounty hunter. Using a DL-18, he played cat and mouse with the Mandalorian bounty hunter. He knew of Boba Fett, and he was well aware that Boba was a clone of Jango. He could hear in the voice. The two of them blasted away at each other, leaving marks in the hallways. Two stormtroopers were instructed to get Solo to Slave 1, without stopping. When Titus heard this, he ignited his lightsaber and leapt down the hallway. Boba saw this and raised his flamethrower, blasting fire in the direction of the Jedi Master. Titus flew his hand forward, using the Force to repel the fire from hitting him. Boba assumed he fried the Jedi, and then when the fire stopped, he realized he hadn't. Titus, using his momentum, threw Boba from his feet and whipped his lightsaber down the hallway. The lightsaber cut through two stormtroopers before finding itself in Titus's hands again. Boba grumbled. He was really hoping that this would be an easy mission, especially being that it didn't take much for him to get a hold of Han Solo to begin with. Boba got back to his feet as Titus tried to negotiate with him, telling the bounty hunter that if he let his friend go, then there would be no reason to fight. Boba told the Jedi that he had a bounty to catch. He was making his way through the universe like his father before him. He didn't really want to kill another Jedi, considering their religion was almost distinct. Titus didn't get upset by this or offended by this. He knew what Boba was trying to do, and he wasn't going to try and play that game. He worked with the clones, and he knew what they were capable of. He also knew what Boba was capable of. The two of them stared at each other. Just a little ways away from them, Luke and Vader were tangled up in a fight. Vader was going slightly easy on Luke, but he wasn't hiding his strength. Truthfully, Vader was impressed with the work that Luke was putting in. The kid was talented, and he was displaying his skills in front of his father. Vader, knowing that Luke was his son, wasn't trying to kill him. He was trying to force him to join the dark side. Vader wanted to rule the galaxy as father and son, the same offer that he made to his wife more than 20 years beforehand. Vader almost got Luke caught in a trap, but it didn't work. Vader was surprised by Luke's impressive skill, though his eagerness to see how far his son had come along caught him in a bind when Luke kicked him off the carbon freezing chambers. Luke leapt down behind his father, but couldn't find him. Vader was using the darkness to his advantage. He was baiting Luke in, knowing that he could certainly overpower his son if he needed to. It was entirely possible that Vader was doubting him, just as he did Kenobi. Luke snuck through the chambers below the freezing chamber. He kept his eyes peeled, trusting the Force. As he crept forward, he could feel the darkness of Vader. He ignited his weapon, and before Vader could fully get around the corner for a surprise attack, he was clipped across the shoulder. This built a massive level of rage within Vader, swinging heavily at the young Jedi, but missing. Up above, Leia, Chewie, and Lando made their way for the landing platform that Boba was supposed to be on. When they got there, it was empty. The trio ran out to see if they could find Han. A couple hallways over, Boba shot his blaster rifle at Titus several times. The Jedi Master was fluid with his movements, blocking each strike and getting closer with each step. Boba was at a severe disadvantage. He couldn't utilize his jetpack in these hallways without slamming into something. He had to be as mobile as possible. But Boba knew how a Jedi worked. Most of them were way too peaceful to try and do something rambunctious, like Windu did to his father, of course. The two of them avoided blaster fire from each other. In reality, it was Boba avoiding being hit by his own shots. Titus slid across the floor. Boba got to his grapple and shot it forward. The lining wrapped Titus around the legs, but the Jedi was too quick and cut it off. Boba saw his opportunity and ran forward, blasting away. Titus narrowly avoided getting blasted in the head. He slid out of the way again and swung down, cutting Boba's blaster into pieces. The bounty hunter threw his fist forward, smacking the Titus' throat. The hit jarred him from his balance, and the bounty hunter got to work, kicking Titus off of his feet and preparing to put him into a headlock. The only thing that stopped him was Leia, when she shot a stun round into Boba's back. The bounty hunter tumbled to the ground. Titus began coughing really heavily, trying to regain his breath, as Leia and Chewie ran up to him to make sure he was alright. Chewie helped Titus up, and Leia gently patted him on the back. When Titus was able to gather his composure, he asked if they had seen Luke or not. They hadn't seen him since he was lured into a trap. Titus told the group of them to get Han to the Falcon. He would make sure that Luke was alright. He then looked down at R2 and requested that the astromech get to the Phantom and have it prepared for liftoff. The droid beeped at him and the group ran off. Titus turned back to where he came from and began to run. The lightsaber duel between father and son was tense. Luke had the advantage of adolescence. He was thin, vibrant, strong, and speedy. His father was none of these. Vader's strengths came from beating down on his opponents and breaking them down. This was Luke's greatest test, but he had also completed so much training in his time. Vader himself could see Luke fluctuate out of the light and into the dark, out of the dark and into the light. When Luke was in the light, he was manageable. When he was using the dark side, he became a true opponent. Luke used the dark side to beat his father back off his balance and control the fight. Vader was very surprised, but he had no time to admire his son's skills, because it could very easily be the death of him. Vader was pushed out into a walkway. He hadn't been in a full backpedal since the year he fought Kenobi. This kid was trained well by Obi-Wan, at least assuming that it was Kenobi who trained Luke to this level. Their blades clashed over and again. Luke wasn't breaking a sweat. His eyes were focused on every beat of the lightsaber. There wasn't a flicker of fear in his heart. Luke pressed forward, pushing once again, as Vader fell off of his feet, gripping onto the railing with his hand to keep himself up. Luke bashed down on Vader's lightsaber, beating his hand back and cutting down across Vader's shoulder, badly damaging the armor. Vader tumbled back to the ground, holding his lightsaber up, when the sound of a door opening behind them took Luke away from his attention to his father. Luke looked back and then forward as Titus tried to tell Luke it wasn't worth giving to the darkness to kill Vader. They were Jedi. Luke gripped and tightened his hand around the lightsaber. There was anger bellowing within him. Before Luke could react to Titus, Vader swung up and cut through his former lightsaber, taking the advantage away from Luke. Luke was very taken aback. He was so angry and upset. It was the only reminder he had of his father, and then he vocalized it. Vader heard the name Anakin come out of his son's mouth, and he tried to say something about Anakin, telling Luke that Obi-Wan never told him what happened to his father. Luke, without a second of calmness in his mind, used the Force to ignite Titus' lightsaber. Vader blocked a strike that came winding down from Skywalker. Luke yelled out, telling Vader that Obi-Wan told him enough. Vader moved backwards, holding his lightsaber above himself to protect himself from his son's rage. Titus tried to stop Luke, but the words came out of Vader's mouth, telling Luke that he was Luke's father. But it was one moment too late. Vader looked down and his hand was cut off, and in his chest was a lightsaber. Luke looked at Vader with terror in his eyes. Some of it was fear, some of it was anger, the rest was resentment. Vader's breathing shallowed out, and he withered away in front of the two Jedi, falling to the ground. Luke grabbed the lightsaber and ripped it around and held it to Titus' neck, demanding to know if it was true or not. Titus stepped back, seeing the fire in Skywalker's eyes. He could see that Luke, in reality, could just kill him and be done with it, though Titus had walked through the same fire before. The first time he encountered it was with his sister after she killed Katuni, and he looked at Luke with calmness, asserting himself as a Jedi Master that he was, telling Luke that there was no way for him to know. Luke stopped. The fire in his eyes slowly dissipated, and he turned back to look at his father. Luke raised his blade over his head and cut down, removing the entire section of the walkway that his dead father laid on. The walkway slipped and slid down to the bottom of the endless pit, eventually releasing the corpse of Vader out into the gas giant below. Luke turned around and looked at Titus. He stumbled over his words. Titus told Luke that if he knew, he would have told him. There was no reason for him to keep that information secret. Luke nodded his head, and he looked up at Titus. Before he could say a word, Titus opened his arms and embraced his student. He told Luke that he should never get upset about something that wasn't in his control. He should be proud of himself for the resilience he showed in that moment. Luke had a fire in his eyes, and if he let that get to him, it could have done something he would have regretted. When they broke out of their hug, Luke looked back over his shoulder and down at the chasm below. Titus put his hand on Luke's back and shoulder and told him that it was over. There was nothing that could be done or undo it. As the two of them walked back towards the Phantom, Luke asked Titus how he should live knowing that his father was the most evil man in the galaxy. The Jedi Master said that he had to accept that his father's actions weren't within his own control. There was only so much that Luke could control. His father and the creation of Darth Vader was not his burden to bear. Luke asked how they should go forward from here. Titus stopped and turned to his student. He told Luke that they should do as they wished. The Alliance was regrouping beyond the galactic rim. It was a very undisclosed location, very similar to the Messina System. Luke suggested they visit the Alliance fleet, and then from there go back to Earth to complete his training. Titus nodded his head, remembering that he should trust himself and his abilities. He could very easily be the one to help Luke finish his training, as long as he didn't doubt himself. Titus asked Luke if he would like to revisit the Jedi Masters on Dagobah. He stopped and thought. He told Titus that he trusted him with completing his training. The trust in him was something neither Yoda or Obi-Wan could have. They weren't bad teachers, for the most part, but Luke's issue was the lying about Vader. How many other lies had been told to him by the remaining council members? It was the same predicament his father had more than 20 years beforehand, too. Luke also admitted that after threatening to kill Titus, he felt secure with him. It was because Titus didn't react negatively. He didn't get angry, he just let Luke realize that he made a mistake. No matter how wise or great someone was, they could always make mistakes, but mistakes are just that, mistakes. When the two Jedi returned to the Alliance fleet, it was revealed that a new era would begin, one without the Emperor's evil henchmen. Vader was gone, and while it was long before Luke could ever realize there was good within his father, it would send ripples to the other side of the galaxy. Inside of his temple on Coruscant, the Emperor arose, feeling this seething anger residing within the son of Anakin Skywalker. Palpatine didn't care that Vader died. He cared how he could manipulate the next of kin. Besides the fact that Palpatine's cloning facilities on Exegol were nearing completion, how could he not look forward to a new apprentice and the ability to reconstruct himself a newer body for essence transfer? Our story continues at the Rebel stronghold on Earth within the elusive Messina System. The Rebel base that had been here for years was completed and turned into the highest functioning secret base the Alliance had. This secret base wasn't just for the Alliance, but for the Jedi. It had been 4 years since Titus met Luke, Leia, Han, and Chewie, and they were all very familiar with each other, especially the fact that Leia was attuned to the Force. She showed signs of it, her incredibly high intuition and her ability to read people before they expressed their feelings as well. At this point, Luke and Leia were still unaware that they were siblings, but it wasn't a big deal considering the love interest that was formed between Leia and Han. Thankfully, it had been a year since the death of Darth Vader, and since Lando Calrissian joined the Rebel Alliance. With the heroes of the Alliance focused on the fight against the Empire, they were able to be as productive as the Rebels were during the takeover of Lothal. Hera and Titus noticed the similarities, but they didn't mention it. The only difference being that instead of Hera, Sabine, Zeb, Chopper, Kanan, and Ezra inside of the Ghost, it was Han, Chewie, Leia, R2-D2, Titus, and Luke inside of the Falcon. Most of the time, Luke and Titus didn't leave the planet of Earth. After Luke's little outburst on Cloud City, he wanted to work on ensuring that didn't happen again, though Luke had an issue with the idea of visiting Grandmaster Yoda on Dagobah. Titus didn't want to force his student to go to Dagobah, so he didn't. However, it was something that he believed Luke should do, especially before Grandmaster Yoda passed away, being that he was as old as he was. For Luke, it was hard enough. Yoda or Ben should have said something to him about his lineage regarding Darth Vader, and they didn't. While Titus agreed, it would be in favor of the Jedi Order if Luke put his personal feelings aside and did something that might be uncomfortable. The lesson Titus had for a student was that when one is uncomfortable, they grow the most. Titus believed that Luke would likely grow significantly from a short encounter with Yoda or Ben. Luke agreed, but this time he would go by himself. He didn't believe that Titus needed to be there with him to make sure he didn't do or say anything rambunctious. Titus trusted his student and Luke left. While Luke was using his personal X-Wing alongside R2 to get to Dagobah, the rebels were united inside of the command center. Currently, former Imperial Senator Mon Mothma was telling rebel generals and leaders about a discovery. Among them was Admiral Akbar, Generals Calrissian, Syndulla, Organa, Solo, and Titus, and in terms of space combat, Wedge was present, and so was Captain Holdo. The Alliance was awaiting the return of a message from Bothan spies who were currently infiltrating a classified location to retrieve information. Mothma informed the Alliance that once these plans were in their hands, it would be the final stand against the Empire. At the moment, the Shadow Fleet for the Alliance was gathered up outside of Sullust. The Empire likely would know about their location of the fleet, being that Sullust was controlled by the Empire for a period of time before. Though the Shadow Fleet wasn't much of anything, just a couple of support ships and a singular Mon Calamari cruiser. The fleet wasn't much larger than the one that attacked Scarif 4 years beforehand, and that was the point. The rebels had been using their hit-and-run tactics for the last couple years, and in doing so, without encouraging a large fleet combat, using capital ships and such, they were able to dissuade the Empire from believing they had a large fleet. When the briefing was done, Titus picked up little Jason Syndulla and walked over with him towards the ghost. He set the child down on top of Chopper. The droid buzzed and buzzed as he drove away. Chopper showed hostility to everyone except for Hera and Jason. When Titus put the kid down, his mother came over and asked how Titus was hanging in. She had just returned from a mission off-world, and she was frequently leaving Jason in Titus's care. There were a couple reasons for this. Firstly, Jason was Force sensitive as a 4-year-old, and he was showing signs of being able to use the Force like his father. Secondly, Hera didn't want Jason in any danger, and so she figured she'd leave him with her bestie. Thirdly, Titus was the most trustworthy person to leave her son with that wasn't Chopper. Titus didn't really mind, and neither did Luke, especially because Titus had to take care of Jason and Luke at the same period of time. It helped Titus realize the importance and the role that Grandmaster Yoda once held. When his bestie came up to him, he told her that everything was alright, yet something did feel off. Hera asked what it was, and Titus told her that the end of the era was coming, though which era he was unsure. He couldn't tell if it was the end of the Jedi or the Alliance, maybe the Empire, but that didn't seem yet possible. Hera asked Titus if he had been meditating on it, to which Titus told her he wasn't really sure. He had, but he hadn't. It was more than anything a reoccurring nightmare. It was more than just a thought, but something he could visually see. It felt like something he could physically feel as well. Titus admitted that he didn't talk to Luke about it. It wasn't a trust thing or a lying thing. He was just keeping it from Luke because he wasn't entirely sure if it was a Force trying to communicate to him or if it was something else. Hera understood why he wasn't telling Luke, and she believed it was the right decision, mostly because if Titus wasn't sure of the dream being a communication or just a dream, then there was no need to worry or stress Luke out about it. It was the typical burden that someone in Titus's position would have to undertake, similar to what Hera had to do throughout her leadership during the early war. Titus pushed past his little dilemma, asking his bestie what was going on in her world. Hera admitted it was getting more difficult. It was harder before it got easier, and she knew that. However, the Empire was cracking down more on more worlds. Some planets and populations saw this as a good reason to fight back, while others saw it as a good reason to stay loyal to the Empire. Because if you were loyal, you didn't get destroyed by the overwhelming strength of the Empire. Hera told Titus of a few missions where a number of Y-Wings escorted by the Ghost and some B-Wings were able to obliterate an Imperial Star Destroyer. She mentioned how it was like the final days of the Fall. They felt isolated, but in reality the rebellion was growing. They were strong and they were everywhere. Hera and Titus continued their conversation for an elongated period of time. Titus would tell her about the progress her son made in the Force training, and Hera would tell vast stories of her adventures. When the time came, Mon Mothma assembled the rebel forces for a meeting. When she did, it was around the same time that Luke was returning to Earth. At this point, he learned that he was one of 2 Skywalkers, the other one being his twin sister, Leia. In all honesty, it made perfect sense, especially considering she was beginning her training, to a lesser degree of course. When Luke returned, he was able to get into the command center in due time for the meeting. Mon Mothma would reveal that the Bothan spies were able to gather information regarding the Emperor's secret project over the Endor system. It was a second Death Star, and it would be housing the Emperor during a period of time, as he was overseeing its construction. The Alliance believed they could take advantage of this by destroying the Death Star and killing the Emperor. The rebels had 2 Landa shuttles, though they would only be using one of those for this mission. Titus looked at Mothma and then listened as she stepped back, allowing Admiral Ackbar to come forward and speak. He laid out a plan for the rebels to follow. On the ground, the rebels needed a volunteer strike team to take down the shield generator that was guarding the Death Star. General Solo volunteered. Joining him would be Leia, Chewie, and Captain Rex. Ackbar continued telling the group that General Calrissian and Syndulla would assist the space assault, leading 2 separate groups of fighters. Titus looked across the room as Luke Skywalker entered. They nodded at each other. When the briefing was over, Titus walked over to Luke. Young Skywalker seemed a little jaded, though by what he wasn't sure. Luke asked what his master wanted to talk about. Titus explained that they could do something rather risky if they wanted. He asked what, to which Titus explained that they could go and use the other Landa shuttle to try and get aboard the Death Star to make sure that the Emperor was appropriately dealt with. They would have to wait for a little while because they weren't entirely sure if the Emperor was there yet. He was set to enter the station after the ground assault team landed on the surface, but without a spy on the station, no one could really tell. It would be the safest option to do it in this way anyways. This was a little out there for Luke. Aside from the time he saved his sister, he hadn't ever really worn Imperial armor. Titus, on the other hand, having been a member of the Ghost crew, was more than a functional individual inside of Imperial armor. The Landa shuttle was equipped with Imperial armor, so they would have no issue sneaking onto the facility as long as the clearance codes were still functional. Luke was prepared for this. He and his master would face the Emperor, the single-handedly most evil being the galaxy had ever seen. With crews established for the mission, the rebels begin to split up. Lando Calrissian would take command of the Millennium Falcon, while Han, Leia, Chewie, and Rex would depart for the forest moon of Endor. This entire assault at Endor was meant to draw not just the rebels in, but the Jedi in, so that Palpatine could complete his victory. Not to mention, he already felt Yoda's death through the Force, so he was more than aware that his rival in the Force was gone. Surely the only individual that could challenge him was Skywalker's son, but being that Palpatine survived both fights with Windu and Yoda, a boy didn't scare him. Regardless, after wishing the Force to be with his friends, Luke joined his master. The two of them were going to meditate, to concentrate on the Force and come together in synchronization. Luke and Titus went to the rock formation, which was situated near the rebel base, and they went in as master and apprentice. Both of them knelt down in the middle, sitting across from each other and facing each other. Titus said to close their eyes and focus on the living Force. They'd be guided by the Jedi from the past. The mission to fight the Emperor would be one that they could only complete together. Even with the destruction of the Death Star, the Emperor was elusive. He'd survived encounters with several assassins and always figured out a way to escape any predicament. Palpatine would be their biggest challenge, but if they could destroy him, the Alliance could defeat the Death Star, then surely they could win the war. After 12 hours, Titus would give his good friend Hera a hug goodbye, and hug little Jason, telling him that he would be back so that they could finish his training. Hera told Titus and Luke that if they needed evacuation, she could be ready for them. They thanked her and departed inside of a secondary Imperial shuttle that was waiting for them, and they would jump to hyperspace. Inside the shuttle, during the hyperspace jump, they would talk to each other. After all, it was just Luke and Titus on this mission. They needed to get everything off their chests. Their meditation was incredibly necessary for this mission. It emptied their hearts and their souls from anything that could hold them back. The stone structure was a haven of energy. Titus spent the last 20 years of his life trying to figure out and understand what it was, but there was nothing to understand. The ancient Jedi built it so that they could utilize the most prominent position of the Force energy on the planet. It could communicate to others across the galaxy, but it could also be used to harvest energy for yourself. Mount Etna's temple was much more of a sanctuary full of history, whereas a stone structure called Stonehenge, which Titus and Luke called the Stone Temple, it was a portal for energy. Titus learned that it was the Stone Temple which helped him defeat his sister when she arrived. Luna almost had him beat, and he emerged victorious because of his aid from the Stone Temple. Of course, it's not the sole reason he won, but it contributed heavily to his victory. Luke and Titus, having had their hearts and their souls cleared from any sort of darkness, had talked to each other. Their minds were traps, and they had all the thoughts raging from positive to negative. They needed to clear the negative space before going to the Emperor's throne room, so they started talking. Luke went first. Having been the one to say goodbye to Yoda, he had a lot on his chest. He admitted his resentment for the Grand Master withholding information from him. Titus asked what to which his student told him that Leia was his twin sister, and then he told Luke to be wary of the Emperor's power, considering it was the Emperor who turned Anakin against the Jedi. It was a solid warning, and it needed to be known so that Luke could adequately prepare for his fight against the Emperor. Once Luke fleshed out his feelings, Titus expressed his stresses of being a master. Not that Luke or Jason were a burden, but being the last of his kind was unnerving. Titus was one of the last remaining Jedi Masters in the galaxy, and with the former Grand Master becoming one with the Force, it likely meant that Titus was technically the Grand Master of the Order. That is, unless Quinlan Vos was still alive elsewhere in the galaxy. However, he'd be in his late 60s or early 70s or whatnot by this point, which could be very unlikely. Titus told Luke that there was a pressure that Masters never talked about, but Luke understood. The ability for Luke and Titus to be vulnerable with each other is what made them a strong pair of Jedi Master and Jedi Knight, being that Yoda referred to Luke as a Jedi Knight. When they arrived at Endor, Titus remembered the first time he saw the Death Star, the absolute shock on his face, and the terror he felt in his being. They both knew what they had to do. There was no going back from here. They had to get permission to land from the Executor Super Star Destroyer. It took a hot minute, but they were granted permission to land. At the moment, it was a nightmare on the planet of Endor. The rebels had made friendship with the Ewoks. There were a couple hours till morning, which meant a couple hours before the Alliance would attack. At the moment, it was nighttime on the planet of Endor. The rebels had made friendship with the Ewoks. There were a couple hours till morning, which meant a couple hours before the Alliance would attack. Their shuttle landed inside the Death Star, and when the doors opened, two stormtroopers walked out of the shuttle, both of them carrying bags over their shoulders. Inside those bags were their lightsabers. The Jedi were in, and they went off a communication, turning off all contact with anyone a part of the Alliance. The Death Star was much larger than its predecessor. So this would be an absolute maze to navigate, especially without knowing where Sidious could be. Obviously he had a throne room, which would be somewhere on the exterior of the superstructure. The two Jedi carried on walking past large groups of stormtroopers, taking elevators to restricted floors and so on. The two of them came across 4 royal guards and followed them. These guards would be on the pathway to the Emperor's throne room. It would have been better if they hadn't spent 3 or 4 hours wandering around the structure. At this point, the rebels on the ground had made their move on the shield generator. Regardless, when the royal guards got to the elevator, they waited and got in. They used their Imperial cylinders to get them up to Palpatine's throne room. Before the door could close, Luke and Titus rounded the corner, using the Force to throw them in the walls, knocking them out. The two Jedi jumped into the elevator, removing their armor and revealing their Jedi robes. When the doors opened, the Jedi stepped out, holding their lightsabers in their hands. The royal guard present in the throne room jumped to the attack. Without igniting their weapons, the Jedi used the Force to throw the guards into the massive reactor shafts nearby. When the guards were disposed of, they crept up the stairs to see the back of the throne. The throne didn't move, but an eerie voice slid around the corner of the chair. Luke and Titus stopped, gripping their blades in their hands without igniting them. The voice told the Jedi that they made a terrible mistake by trying to threaten him on the eve of his final victory over the Alliance. The chair turned, and they looked at the decrepit Emperor Palpatine. It was odd, considering all public appearances of the Emperor were shown with healed skin and perfectly curated silver hair. The Jedi ignited their weapons, to which Sidious did nothing but smile, telling the Jedi that their weapons would not be enough to save them. If they truly believed they could stop him, then they would have to watch their friends die. The two Jedi were lifted from the air as a group of royal guards with their staves came in. They pinned the two Jedi to the ground, as Palpatine used the Force to turn their attention towards the window. The Alliance fleet had just arrived out of hyperspace. Palpatine grinned, allowing the rebels to fall into his trap. On the surface, the rebels had captured the base, but it was recaptured by the Empire. The elite Imperial troopers were more than a match for the rebels on the ground, and so they were dealt with accordingly. The rebel fleet broke off into several groups, and when the fleet dispersed, the Death Star, per the request of the Emperor, opened fire on the rebel forces. They were completely caught off guard by this move made by the Empire. Akbar almost called for a total retreat, but Cal Rysine suggested that the rebels get closer to the Imperial Star Destroyers in hopes that the Death Star would misfire and hit one of the destroyers instead of the capital ships. Inside of the Emperor's throne room, Luke and Titus nodded at each other. Titus turned his head and gripped a control panel and swung it backwards. The circular panel slid across the floor and wiped out the guards, releasing the Jedi from their grip. Luke ignited his lightsaber and stood up. Sidious had no fear of this, as he looked at young Skywalker with his fiery Jedi blade, and then turned his attention to Titus, who got up behind Luke and ignited his own lightsaber. Sidious was super amused. He got up from his feet and called the Jedi fools. He was a genius though, and taking Titus away from Skywalker would help him accomplish this task. Being as powerful and as wise as he was, he surely could destroy the two of them, but he wanted himself a new student. Titus raised his blade and Luke did too. The two of them moved forwards. The Emperor smiled. Using the Force, Sidious lifted Titus off the ground and slammed him into the ground, throwing his lightsaber from his hand, throwing Titus across the room into Luke and knocking him down. Sidious told Luke to use his anger. The Dark Lord stepped forward and raised both of his hands and shot lightning at Titus, electrocuting the Jedi Master. His bones shaking and his skin trembling under the immense heat of the dark side of the Force. Sidious grinned, shooting more and more electricity at the Jedi Master. Titus cried out, telling Luke not to give in to the dark side. Skywalker stood up and ignited his lightsaber again. The lightning stopped. Titus groaned in agony as smoke rose above his burning flesh. He looked over at Luke, trying to speak, but he couldn't. Sidious turned his attention to Luke, smiling as he did. He told Luke to kill his master, and if he did, he would have a chance to rule by his side. Luke looked over at Titus laying on the ground, helpless in this moment. Luke could very easily ally himself with the forces of the dark side, but he raised his lightsaber, to which Sidious's scowl presented itself. He raised his hands at the Jedi Knight and fired lightning at him. Luke blocked the lightning with all of his strength, but Sidious knew he would break through. He just needed to press forward with more strength. Luke stumbled. The lightning began creeping over the edge of the lightsaber. Young Skywalker had so much strength, but as Sidious spoke, he had not enough power to match him. The dark side was more powerful than the light could ever be. Luke closed his eyes. In silence, he heard nothing and saw nothing. He felt no tension, and he felt no pull to the dark side. Luke heard his name called out. He looked over. Using the Force to pull Titus's lightsaber into his hands, he grabbed the lightsaber, igniting it, and holding it as an X in front of him. Sidious looked at him with shock, and before he could stop himself, Luke used the Force and all of his strength to fire it back at Palpatine, ripping his age-old skin apart. Sidious's body began to split, with flesh being ripped from bone. Around the galaxy, shaking began. Sidious was the last Sith. All the Sith were one with him. As his body began to deteriorate with the power of the Force, the Sith themselves began to crumble. Sidious wasn't able to essence transfer out of this. When his body deteriorated into nothingness, Sith temples across the galaxy exploded. The temples on Exegol, Morabon, Creuss II, Coruscant, and everywhere else in the galaxy exploded. The Sith Eternal who called Exegol home perished, and their cloning facilities were destroyed in the absence of Palpatine. The Force itself was extinguishing the Sith with the death of Palpatine. Never in their history had they been totally destroyed, and now they were gone. Luke fell to his knees and looked over at the robes of Sidious, left in ruins. Titus tried to get up, but his raw flesh was burned so badly. He leaned himself back against the railing he was next to and called out to Luke, asking if he was alright. Luke turned his head over and looked at his master. He got up and made his way over to him to make sure he was alright. Titus told Luke he was alright, but they needed to get off the Death Star. On the ground of Endor, Han Solo, Leia, and Chewie were able to get access to the shield generator and put charges in it to blow it up. With the shield generator down, Lando led a group of X-Wings, A-Wings, and Y-Wings into the Death Star itself. Hera and the rest of the fighters were holding off the Imperials while the rebels escaped the fleet battle. Inside the Death Star, Luke helped Titus to a shuttle where they departed. The Superstructor's reactor within minutes would be bombed by Lando and Wedge. As they escaped, the Death Star blew up behind them, reducing several of the Imperial Star Destroyers in the air in the fleet to ash, while the few remaining Star Destroyers retreated into the dark abyss of space. The Emperor was dead, the Sith were gone, and the second Death Star was destroyed. The rebels would regroup on the surface of Endor for an amazing celebration. Titus and Luke would reunite with Lando, Han, Leia, Chewie, and Hera. Their celebration would be shared galaxy-wide. With the victory at Endor, the rebellion would grow massively in a short period of time, and within the span of a year, the Empire would be overthrown. Coruscant would fall and the New Republic would rise. During that year and that long period of time, the heroes of the Battle of Endor would continue their fight together. The only one difference being the newlyweds that married on Endor, being Han and Leia. Coincidentally, the same day the Galactic Civil War came to an end was the same day that their son Ben Solo was born. Regardless of him, the rebellion made quick moves to strike at the core, and after Jakku fell, the Empire was destined to fall afterwards. Though there were rumors circulating that the Empire wasn't truly dead, and there were several remnants of the evil Empire still around. There were also sightings of an ever-elusive Ahsoka Tano. She had returned from the dead seemingly, but she was sighted by Sabine, who called Lothal home for the past 5 years. She stayed waiting for an Imperial attack that never came. Now she and Ahsoka were off to look for Ezra Bridger. He was still alive, but that meant that Grand Admiral Thrawn was also still alive. Though away from the possibilities of the dead returning, the Jedi returned to Earth to restart a new order. After the Galactic Civil War was won, Titus and Luke returned to rebuild the Fallen Order. As far as they were aware, they were the last 2 Jedi still alive in the galaxy, but Earth was already such a thriving planet for them to start their order on. While they could have had their first student with Jacen Syndulla, Hera wasn't exactly for the idea of it, which was one of the multitude of conversations that Titus and Hera had over the years. Titus trained Jacen so that he could be aware of the potential he had, but if he ever wanted to learn more, then surely he could, but the point wasn't to take him away from his mother. Titus and Luke began constructing an academy here on Earth. Their choices were Tython and Ossus, but decided Earth because of its relatively neutral history in the ways of Jedi-Sith confrontation. Ossus wasn't as strongly connected to the Force as Earth, and Tython had been ransacked by the Sith, and their energy left a stain. Luke and Titus wanted all their students to be free from the burdens of the dark side and the past. Their Jedi Academy would have a resemble of that of the look of the Jedi Islands on Ep2, which neither Jedi had been to at this point. After the Academy was constructed, Titus and Luke split up, going off into the galaxy searching for relics of the Jedi Order. There was still a rebel base on Earth, so the Jedi Temple would be taken care of. The locals on the planet were still not nearly as advanced enough to begin to intermingle in the galactic society, aside from those freed from slavery. For the most part, after the tragedy during the Clone Wars, the people of Earth had regressed. It had been more than 20 years, but all civilization was reduced to rubble, leaving less than 100,000 people left on the planet. It was a lot of people, just not a lot for an entire planet. The rebels' whole goal was to ensure they didn't disrupt the rebuilding process for the people of Earth. While the generations of the people of Earth were slaughtered by slavers decades before, there was new growth. Interactions between the Jedi or the Alliance with the locals were inherently negative. At the current base, the people in the local area didn't typically interact with the Alliance, but if they came in contact, it became very hostile within moments. The pockets of civilization away from them could very easily be distinguished. There were signs of cultural growth, but it was best left alone. Every time the Alliance tried to get involved, people were killed, and for the most part, it was members of the Alliance trying to bring offerings of peace that were killed. Titus's few interactions with his own people weren't positive either. Using the Force wasn't taken positively, and neither was he, even though he looked like them. In a means to create peace and hope for future positivity for the people, the Alliance under Titus's guidance would do supply drops for the people of Earth. These supply drops would give people new technologies that could help advance civilization. Typically, these would be more advanced machinery for agriculture, water systems, or medicine. The drops went down to these civilizations at night. While the people were innovative, these technologies would at the very least bring them back to where they were before the Zagarians came. Though a people so close to the brink of extinction and generational trauma needed time, it'd be the best thing for them. Time would tell how this fresh start would go. There was a reason for the Rebel, which was technically now a New Republic base, to be here on the planet. Considering the location, a Republic base here would be the quickest way to intercept pirates flying around the area. If they could intercept these pirates, they could stop them from rising. Hondo Ohnaka was no longer a contributor to that chaos, but he did call Earth home. As the mind of a pirate, he was able to readily help the New Republic with any issues around pirates, and he got a great price for it, and he got the luxury of amnesty provided by the New Republic. Zeb Aurelius stayed on base, but he got off as frequently as he could because he didn't want to interact with Hondo for too long. The reason the New Republic was so worried about pirates is because a year before the death of Vader on Bespin, the Crimson Dawn returned, and the rebels had to deal with it. Notably, Leia and Holdo dealt with Kira, who resurrected the organization after the Empire obliterated it and banished them all to the planet of Malachor, essentially. Zeb was also happy to help out considering he was good friends with Titus. They just hadn't seen each other since before the Battle of Scarif. The galaxy was rapidly changing, and the Jedi were trying to play catch-up, as Mon Mothma and the New Republic began to demilitarize, though Leia would have to see herself out of the inner circles of the New Republic politics when it was revealed that her father was Darth Vader himself. It was alright for her because she had a son and a husband and they lived on Trondilia basically for free, thanks to their efforts to thwart the Empire. The two Jedi found themselves at different places. Titus was on the planet of Ilum. He was very familiar with the planet, but he was visiting to see if he could find anything of the past that might be worth bringing forward, while Luke, on the other hand, was inside of the makeshift archives left behind by Jedi archivist Jocasta Nu. The information here housed was very invaluable to the rebuilding of the Jedi Order. After all, ANT droids built Luke and Titus an incredible academy, and it just needed information to have within it, so that the two Jedi could truly train the next generation. The largest advantage to this Jedi Order was Titus. He was from an era of the former Jedi Order, which meant he had the experience with the help of a failed Jedi Order. Titus knew what worked and what didn't from his own interpretation of the Jedi, but for the most part, they would follow closely to what was established by the Jedi at their roots. There was a reason for this, and it was because it was only 500 years before the fall of the Jedi when the Jedi were at their best. It wasn't the lack of emotion or the lack of attachments that made the Jedi weak, it was their loyalty to a corrupt republic. It was two established powers collapsing at the same time. Titus recognized that and perceived it as such. He had several sessions with Jedi Master Kelleran Beck, who donned the robes of the High Republic. His family had a lineage inside the Jedi Order, and he spoke fondly of stories passed down from uncles, aunts, cousins, and such. When Titus and Luke were together, Titus told him these stories. The two of them agreed on restarting the Jedi Order in relationship to some of the older texts written about the Jedi, which were found by Luke. When the two of them transcribed the ancient language, they returned to Mount Etna and began deciphering the story written. There were stories about the rise and fall of the Jedi, but they were more so prophecies just of how the Force worked, that some would rise and others would fall. The light would rise and so would the darkness. The light would also have to diminish said darkness to carry out the balance meant to exist within the Force. The two Jedi took that to heart and began their academy, which would see a young Force-sensitive being, the same species as Yoda, join their ranks. Though after 2 years of training young Grogu, the two Jedi would elect to do something the preceding Jedi Order would have never done: give Grogu a choice. Titus and Luke gave Grogu the choice to leave if he wanted. They both knew that if they held Grogu here against his will, then he would become resentful, but if Grogu chose to stay with the Order, then he was making a sacrifice himself to choose being a Jedi over the life of being a Mandalorian. Both Jedi knew what would become of Grogu at a certain point. Eventually, he would live past his Mandalorian friend, and he would again be faced with the choice of joining the Jedi Order, or doing whatever else he might be enticed to do at that time in his life. The Jedi wouldn't see a new student until the year 15 ABY, when Luke's nephew, Ben Solo, would join the Jedi Order. For the first 6 years leading up to Ben's joining of the Jedi Order, Luke and Titus outfitted their temple with artifacts and information regarding the past of the Jedi. The two of them practiced their skills and their mastery, both of them heeding the words told to Luke at Yoda's death, the words being passed on, what you have learned. The Jedi tried to embody that, but there was so much more to that statement than the two of them originally realized. Luke and Titus would welcome a class of nearly 20 students when Ben became one of them. The lessons involved around everything that Luke and Titus had been taught. The evolution of the Jedi began, and with a New Republic base nearby, Titus and Luke would keep tabs on all that was going on with the New Republic and the war against the Imperial remnants. and 21 ABY Grand Admiral's throne would be reported as destroyed at the Second Battle of Atalon, the same place where Thrawn curb-stomped the rebels at Chopper Base. With Thrawn's defeat, the Remnant would disappear from the spotlight in the Outer Rim, many people assuming that they had gone into extinction. It would be true. Without an Emperor to serve, the Remnants would tear each other apart. Brendel Hux, the father of Armitage Hux, would be the last hope for the galaxy and the Empire, as he began the construction of a First Order, but it would be crippled by the strength of other Imperial factions, these factions being exposed by pirates for ransom, and the New Republic would finalize their destruction. For years, nothing would harm the balance of the galaxy, that is until the Jedi had a small bit of tension arise in the year 28 ABY. The Jedi Academy had been going brilliantly for the longer part of 13 years. Ben was the oldest member of the Jedi Order. He was currently 23 years old, and he was the spitting image of his grandfather, and that was an issue. While the Sith were gone, and the only clone of Palpatine was a non-Force sensitive male named Dathan, Ben had a darkness. It was common within his bloodline. All the Skywalkers had it. Anakin, Luke, Leia, and now Ben. He, similarly to Anakin, showed it during his training. Titus was well aware of this, mostly because Anakin almost wounded him during a sparring session when they were adolescents, though Titus believed that he should let Ben work through it. Titus currently was a Grand Master of the Jedi Order, being that he was 72 and the oldest member in the Order. He talked with Ben about it from time to time, but he continuously admitted that he was fine and that there was nothing wrong with it. The real issue for Ben wasn't the Sith, but his obsession with Darth Vader. Ben thought Darth Vader was incredible, and when you mix the cockiness of Han Solo and the hard-headedness of Leia, the blood of Anakin, you get yourself an absolute nightmare of a Jedi. Of course, most of these attributes weren't actually bad, but mixed with an obsession with the Emperor's enforcer, it didn't bode well for his path as a Jedi. One night, Luke and Titus talked about it. One of the other Jedi in the Academy, named Ty, confronted the Jedi Grand Master about Ben's issues with anger. Titus informed Ty that he would confront the issue. Luke decided that he would confront the young Skywalker, and so he did, going to his hut in his sleep. When he got there, he used the Force to peer into Ben's mind. In a singular instant, he saw everything he feared coming to reality. He saw the destruction of planets, the burning of civilizations, the death of all of his friends, and the death of the Jedi, and for a singular moment, Luke reacted, grabbing his lightsaber and igniting it. All in that moment, he realized his mistake. Luke wouldn't have ever harmed his nephew. Fear of the future pushed him here. The tests of a true Jedi never cease, and Luke instantaneously felt terrible for it. Ben woke up to the sound of the lightsaber and turned his head. The way Ben saw it, Luke was coming to kill him, but that was far from the truth. Luke watched the lightsaber flip into Ben's hand, and Luke moved to defend himself, blocking a strike from his student, and then the roof caved in on them. Ben escaped the hut, feeling his immense pressure to go forward. He studied everything he could about his grandfather. He'd become what Vader could not, would he? He didn't feel so sure about that. Ben was blinded by anger and frustration, but when he exited the ruins of the hut, he saw the Grand Master. Titus had a weight of disappointment on his face. He simply looked at his greatest student with sadness. He could feel the conflict within Ben. It wasn't something Luke felt because there was true darkness inside of Ben's head, but now that he was awake after using his reflexes to bring down the roof on Skywalker, he felt conflicted about the idea of killing his peers. Aside from the draw to be like his grandfather, there was no individual communicating with him, trying to drag him down to the depths of the Force. Ben held his lightsaber in his hand and ignited the weapon. Titus knew what he had to do. He looked at the grandson of Anakin Skywalker and didn't move, not touching his blade and waiting for Ben to make his move. Ben did. He swung forward. Titus spun around, ducking under Ben and making the student miss. Ben Solo may have been talented, but he wasn't nearly as skilled as a Grand Master. Titus looked at Ben and steadied his footing. As an older man, it was difficult to keep pace. Ben turned back and around and put his lightsaber backwards and took 3 steps, swinging up and down, swinging left and right, but each missing. The few students who were watching stopped watching and ran over to help Master Skywalker from the rubble. Titus kept his distance from Ben, waiting to make his move. He understood that the Jedi Grand Master had to do what no one else could do. Luke emerged from the rubble seeing Ben fighting with Titus. The Jedi Master evaded each strike, and then when Titus saw Luke emerge, he looked at him, in the same way Ben Kenobi did. Luke saw this look in his eyes. Ben ran forward and jabbed his blade straight through Titus' stomach. Titus closed his eyes and grabbed Ben's shoulders. Solo panicked. He fell backwards and looked at the Grand Master. The students and Master Skywalker all gasped. Titus fell to his knees and looked at Ben. Young Solo got up to his feet and in an instant, realizing what he had done. Without the confrontation, without the need to win a duel, he realized all too late. To Titus, it wasn't about winning. He was proving a point. He was showing Ben that there was no conflict that needed to be. Ben grabbed a hold of Titus and apologized profusely, but Titus silenced him, telling him that it was his choice. It was his sacrifice to the Jedi, to show them all that the path of darkness would only bring regret. Titus knew Ben wasn't committed to the dark side, but if he killed everyone in the temple after showing them he was the best, then he would feel gratification. He didn't get that here. Titus showed him up without using a lightsaber, and when Ben looked like he lost, when he was about to face his crimes for trapping Luke under the rubble, he won. All the terrible events that he could have been responsible for vanished from his mind. The obsession with Vader disappeared, and he felt true loss. Titus' sacrifice wasn't in vain, and he knew that. He fell into Ben's arms as Luke came running up to him. Titus looked at him and told him that they were the future of the Jedi. It was time to let go of the darkness that resided. It was time for the Jedi to return. Titus looked into Ben's mind. The death of Han and Leia were gone. The destruction of planets and the burning of civilizations dissipated. Titus turned his attention to his longtime student and told them that the Jedi now belonged to him. If they ever needed guidance, all they would have to do is look into the Force. Titus looked up, and all the students gathered around him, looking down. Titus spoke up under his dying breath and told them to pass on what they have learned. As Titus' last breath left his lungs, his body slowly disappeared. His cloth fell to the ground. His death happened on the same field he killed his sister on, and on the same field he lost his first student on. Titus became one with the Force, and Ben looked at Luke, but before Ben could say a word, Luke apologized. He told Ben that he wouldn't have ever killed him, and he never ever thought about doing so in the moment. It was just a reactionary thought. Ben looked down at the robes of Titus and nodded his head. He knew and he understood. The sacrifice Titus made wasn't meant to put him into martyrdom. Rather, his sacrifice was meant to show the Jedi what these dark thoughts could do to them. What these thoughts could bring them. Titus knew that when Luke went, he wasn't going to kill his nephew. He knew exactly how these events would play out. The death of Titus was meant to represent that sometimes the Jedi mess up, because they are not legends, but living beings, capable of mistakes. But the purpose of the Jedi was to be more than that. To not just make those mistakes, but pass on what an individual learned from them. The Jedi would rise, their order would be small for centuries, but it would grow over time. Luke would help train two students that ended up having a rare connection to the Force. Rey, who was brought to the temple by Dathan years after the sacrifice of Titus, would form a bond with Ben. As a dyad, they'd become two of the strongest living beings in the galaxy, and they would pass on their lessons. Before Luke passed away, he'd welcome young Din Grogu into the Jedi Order. Ben and Rey would lead the New Order until they were succeeded by Grogu, the new Grand Master, and the Jedi Order would flourish for centuries and even past that millennia. A new Jedi Order grown and located on the planet of Earth, with a regrowing population built for a new, self-sustaining galaxy. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Season 2 of What If Earth Was in Star Wars. Special thanks to all of our patrons. All the names are listed right here. Special thanks to all of you for joining me on this epic conclusion to our story. I'm going to talk about it real quick. Otherwise, I hope you all enjoyed. So the story of this is much different than I originally had the other one. The other one and this were meant to be completely different, and that was the point. I didn't want to just do the same one or the same thing I did last time. That wouldn't be unique, and I wanted to tell a story here. Now, the point of these stories is to tell something humane, and the point of this story is the whole purpose of this series was to do something that I didn't do in the last story. The last season of Earth was all about broad pictures. There was a story there, but it was about a broad picture. This story was about individuals, the difference between the best of us and the worst of us. As you can tell, Luna represents the worst of us, Titus represents the best of us. Of course, the story is about two humans. It's not about my original characters. I don't care about the whole idea of putting a character that I made into the main story. That's not something I've ever really cared about. You see that with Daisha and Natabre and all the other characters I've ever made on this channel. This was all about having two people from Earth represent the best of us and the worst of us in each of these situations, to represent what we can become and what we can fall to if we allow certain attributes to overtake us, to allow trauma to define who we are. And that is especially seen with Luna. If we let trauma not define who we are, but allow trauma to redirect the choices that we make in our life, then you can see that with Titus, and that is the whole purpose of the story. The whole purpose of the story is for the individual watching the story. It's not more so the civilization that is Earth, but more so the individuality that makes each and every single one of us unique. And that's what I was going for. That was the whole purpose of this, was the whole concept of new characters into a story to tell about Earth and tell about us. And of course, for Earth itself, the mystery behind the great purpose of Earth in the story is that Earth is so much greater. We need to stop looking towards what we don't have. We need to focus on what we have here on Earth, right? Instead of looking towards the stars, look towards each other, because all of us are truly special. And so, as I wrap up this story, I want to say thank you all for watching. I don't have any intentions of doing a season 3 of this. I think I'm going to continue with the Sith Clone Wars and probably something new. But it's been fun doing 2 series and 2 different seasons of this with 2 different stories. I always try to challenge my writing skills, to challenge myself as a writer. and I believe that this story is probably the most complete story I've told, aside from What If Anakin Was Never Discovered. But I wanted this story to feel grounded. I wanted you to feel like you could be with these characters and grow with these characters and go through the entire lives of not just these characters, but the people that bore them, right? So the first two characters you're introduced to, and then all the way up to Titus and Luna and their deaths and the passing and what their respective deaths mean for the story. And of course, as I mentioned, the greater purpose is Luna dying early is the significant difference between Titus dying old. She doesn't die in peace, she dies in anger, she dies in being upset, she dies in rage because she let her trauma define her. And Titus, who was able to overtake his trauma to supersede that, he was able to die in peace. He knew that he was going to die in that moment, and he let himself die because he came to peace, because he allowed his trauma to not define him, but grow and let him grow as an individual. So anyways, I hope you all enjoyed. I can't wait to do Season 2 of The Sith Clone Wars. Anyways, thank you all. I love you all. Spread the love, and always remember, my friends, may the Force be with you.